Oh, I don't really like going to the store, and I've been out of town so much this year that it's like if I buy food, it'll go bad by the time I get back. I mean, I guess I could buy, stuff that lasts. I probably should do that, get like some freezer stuff and cans of soup and all that kind of crap, but I don't know, I've just been kind
Yeah,
of lazy about it.
yeah. I try to keep a few things in the freezer and just a refrigerator freezer. Yeah, don't do the big one. I find I get too much stuff though, and it gets freezer burned and that, and don't eat it quick enough, and sometimes that sort of thing. It's like, yeah, don't want to get too overstocked with that stuff, but I try to keep a few cans of this and a few cans of that in the cupboard, so at least I got that. Hey, Campbell's, what can I say? Get your can opener. You got it. Okay. And dry goods. That's not too bad.
Oh
Unless
man.
you're really dedicated into keeping ahead of that stuff, it's and you end up throwing out a quarter of it.
Yeah, I can't stand wasting stuff.
Nah.
Yeah, I mean, I do have
I
some stuff in the freezer actually. I got some just like some meat or whatever, which that it's packaged up
Yeah.
pretty good. It should last. I think it's all vacuum sealed and everything, so
Yeah. Yeah, that vacuum sealed stuff lasts pretty good. Uh, some of that do it yourself, put it in the freezer bag with the double zip on it and everything else, and you go and like, well, it doesn't work as good as you thought it would.
right. Well, I mean, the biggest thing is you got to get the air out of it, and so there's only so much you can like squish down a Ziploc bag.
Mm-hmm.
Even with
Mm-hmm.
you're right, the double seal, and you put that in a different bag, or I mean, I've seen that kind of stuff,
Yeah.
like double bag with different things. But yeah, so that's what
I
I
guess.
did. That's what I did with my deer. I just put it in some freezer bags, and it lasted okay, but it's not as good. Hard to get all the
Yeah.
air out.
I don't know if I go to the hassle and the expense of getting one of those machines that suck it out and seal it and all that thing. I don't know if I go that much.
Yeah, I think if you do a lot of like hunting and fishing and stuff, that you would be using it a lot. Then yeah, but if most
Yeah.
of the time you're just buying stuff from the store, you probably don't need it. Because
Nah.
what are you really going to use it for? Like what do you need to freeze up yourself that doesn't come already packaged up frozen?
Yeah. Right.
Like I used to get these things, and I don't have access to like Costco anymore, but they used to sell like chicken breasts that whatever it'd be like two of them in its own little package, but like the box had like a whole bunch of them in there. But
Oh
then that
yeah.
way you
Yeah.
just rip the one little piece off and then just defrost like one package worth. So it's like you're
Mm-hmm.
buying in bulk, but you don't have to like it's not like all one big bag and then you're screwed. You're like, when am I ever gonna eat 20 chickens at once?
Right.
You just pull out what you want. That was
Yeah.
pretty cool.
Yeah. I'm sort of the same thing. It's like, if I can find something like that, hey, that's good. But it's just her and I, and eh, we don't go through all that much. Now, if I had four kids and they were all growing and eating like most kids do, yeah, you get the big chest freezer and you buy it in bulk and you can use, you know, 10 chicken breasts at a time or something.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm cooking just for myself now, so
yeah.
I really don't have much need for bulk stuff.
Yeah, I got a phone call here coming in.
All right.
Hang on.
Choo choo. Chugga 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 chugga. Oh, is there anyone out there listening? Click the link, guys. Matt had quite a few people watching his show over on YouTube. Didn't see very many gun channels people on though. Tried to get him to come over, join the lobby, but he said he was going to go work on videos or something stupid. Oh, when's the Underworld trilogy? Wednesday. I'm not going to be sitting at home on a Wednesday. I'm going to be working. Maybe I could record it. I haven't watched those movies in a while. They were pretty good. Yesterday, was it TNT? They had every Star Wars movie on. It started in the morning, ended at like 2 in the morning. I was watching some of that in and out. Do 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 do. Yeah, I blew up the cannon. Hooray! I blew up the cannon. It went kablooey. Oh no, I might blow up my tank. Run away! Get out of there, you dummy. Yeah, I killed one of my medics. Medic! I killed one of my medics. Oh yeah, there's no reason any one of these people should have died on this map. That sucks. Oh, I gotta go launch my submarine. Submarine! Launching my submarine! If everyone is listening, I feel bad for you. Yes, I do. Do 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 do. My submarine. I've got to launch my submarine. Easy like Sunday morning. Don't make me start singing my Click the Link song from Little Mermaid. Not many people on gun channels, though. That's kind of odd. Yesterday was slow, too. Wonder just people are getting busy with wintertime stuff or something. I don't know. I should be out shoveling, but I hate shoveling when it's snowing because you know you got to do it again. But if we get as much as they say we're going to, which is could be up to like 8 inches, that's kind of annoying to try and shovel through all at once. But oh well. My snowblower doesn't work great. I actually have one, but it doesn't work that good. I gotta get new blades for it. Like it's got like the auger thing, and then there's like the rubber paddle kind of things that are on the edges, and those get worn down. And because they're worn down, it's like there's a gap between where those go and the chute, so the snow doesn't ever really get like thrown out good. Do, 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 do. Man, I woke up feeling good, but I'm already tired. It sucks I don't have any Mountain Dew. Maybe I should run to the store and get some Mountain Dew.
Spend some money to make it work for you and get something that's going to allow you to have look out there. Are there other companies that make sights for the range gun that you're thinking about buying? You know, can you get a True Glow sight? Can you get a nice Trijicon night sight set for your gun? Can you get high sights if you want to run a suppressor? You know, take these things into consideration before you buy your range gun and put all those factors together. Both of these guns you see right here are wonderful choices. Again, I have not fired the Smith yet. I fired an SD9VE. I did own a Shield. I'm not completely foreign to Smith & Wessons, but if it performs as good as it looks and feels in my hand, I think I'll be very happy with that weapon. And I love my Glock 17. My wife qualified for her concealed carry permit with my Glock 17 Gen 4. And she had no trouble operating it. But good sights, definitely a factor. So with that being said, why is it in my video you always see me carrying this? My Taurus PT-111 G2 in flat dark earth. For one thing, this is kind of my beater gun. This is that one gun that I don't mind getting dirty. I don't mind taking it to the range. I don't mind beating it up. I do clean it, and I do take care of it. It is this particular gun I paid about $265 for it. This one is a special edition, so it costs a little bit more than a standard black one. Well, I always keep this one with me because I like the aggressive grips in it. You know, I've only got a 12+1 capacity. I don't take this gun to the range for extended shooting sessions or to practice with the pistol. I take the PT-111 with me just as a backup sidearm. And I usually have my concealed carry gun with me also, my Sky CPX2. Does this fit the bill as a good range gun? If this is all you can afford for a pistol, you know, in some places you can get these for as low as $215, $210. Like my local FFL dealer gets really good deals on them, SS Pawn. I don't consider this a range gun. Why? You got the mechanical safety. You've got the more compact grips. You might not be able to fit your full hand on it. You have a more compact rail. Sights, aftermarket sights on this, I wouldn't say they're plentiful, My stepfather has one of these, and he's got the True Glow sights on his, and they were a bit of a pain to get them mounted. And the stock sights are okay, but in order for me to shoot this gun correctly, I have to crank the rear sights all the way to the left to get it to shoot straight, which is fine. I'm just saying. One of the few things that this gun does have that I wish that Glock would have and Smith & Wesson would also add, but they don't, is this little memory rest for your index finger. It is so natural and comfortable for me to keep my finger on that section of the gun when I'm just handling the gun in general. So that really makes for a comfortable, ease of use. So I don't consider it a range gun. I do consider it a good backup gun. You can take it to the range. You can shoot the heck out of it. You do come with two 12-round magazines if you're in a state that allows standard capacity, right? So nothing wrong with the PT111 G2, but maybe consider for a full-size frame either one of these two pistols. Go for a full-size H&K. Go for a full-size SIG. Heck, buy them all. Take one to the range every day of the week. Take a different one if you want to, right? I'm not opposed to any guns, guys. So there you go. Those are my top 5 features that I think would define a range pistol, things you need to think about. Guys, if you got a friend that's thinking about buying a range gun for the first time, or somebody looking for a nice full-size pistol, consider one of these two pistols to introduce them to, or even the PT111 G2. Now, why don't you ever see me carrying this at the range? Because I'm too lazy to take the light off because this is my bedside stand gun. I hate having to take it off and take it out there and this and that, whereas it's so much easier just to grab my PT111, which is in a holster, ready to go. When I do take this to the range, though, I do have a level 2 Blackhawk holster that has a little latch button that you can push to detach it, just to keep it snug in place. I'm not a big fan of the strap over the top of the gun. I don't know, I just prefer the little quick grab and snatch, even though that particular holster, you could have mechanical issues with that button if it would ever fail. But again, it's a range gun. It's my second gun. So there you go, guys. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out with me. Please like or subscribe to the channel. It's great having you guys watch the videos. I'll be putting out more videos as much as I can, and hopefully get out to the range today. The weather's going to be crappy, but I don't care. I want to get out there and shoot this thing and just see how the Smith & Wesson M&P 9 functions and accuracy and so on. And there you go, guys. Thanks for watching, and we will talk to you soon. Like or subscribe. You can follow me on Twitter and Instagram. All the information will be at the bottom of the video. And if you're in the market for a handgun, definitely get a hold of SS Pawn in Lexington, Nebraska. You cannot go wrong. All right, guys. Have fun. Be safe. Take care, and we will talk to you soon. Goodbye.
Doop boop boo doo doo.
Yeah, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Well, thank you, thank you. Yeah, this mom, she's not feeling that well, and she says, "I think it's my gallbladder again." And I'm going, "Well, how's it doing?" She says, "It's not too bad at the moment, but I'm going to have the doctor go and check me out." And I'm going, "Okay, you call him up tomorrow, and we'll see what we have to do." You know, she got her aches and pains at 86. You know, it's got aches and pains. So I don't know what's all going on. Hopefully, it won't be too bad.
Yeah. Stuff that happens.
Yeah. Got to take, hello. I got to take care of mom. That's the big thing. Yeah. Oh, hi, bud. I got cat jumped up here. He says, "Pet me, pet me." I'm glad I got the keyboard pushed out of the way there. He loves to step on the keyboard. Look out. Good thing this is a voice and not having to type a lot. He loves to help.
Yeah, cats are good about that.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's had his kitty food and he's, had his morning routines all done and that. And now he just wants, you can pet me as much as you want.
Mm.
We got one range over here, not too far, about 10 mile. That's, it's not what you call a fancy range at all. It's an old equipment barn, steel sided, steel roofed. And it's got been reinforced a bit, eat bullets, but it's not fancy at all. And it's okay. Man, we got a place called Fin Feather and Fur. It's like I got about 5 stores here, northeastern part of Ohio, and that's just a little bit farther, about 12, 15 miles. I don't know. But they're down all winter. They're remodeling the thing. So it's like, don't have a lot of places to go shoot that PX Storm and get more proficient with. One thing I want to do is get to where I feel really comfortable with that thing. It's hard when, there just isn't that many places to go to play with your toys.
Yep.
Like, I'd love to have a 4-wheeler, but there ain't no place I can really go with it. Not allowed to drive them on the streets out here. I suppose during an emergency snowstorm or something, and that they would let you, but rest of the time they they get you for an unlicensed vehicle, and guess I could put an orange triangle on the back and stay below 25 mile an hour. Say it's a farm tractor.
Right. Well, I know here if you get an ORV tag, you can drive on the shoulder of the road.
We don't even have that kind of thing here.
I don't have an ORV tag for my four-wheeler though, because I just drive it on my own property up north.
Mm-hmm.
If I want to go to like like the state park that's got trails and everything, then I would need to have one of those tags.
Mm-hmm.
And it's far away, so I'd have to like trailer it over there, and I don't have a trailer for it. So it pretty much just stays on my property, and I drive around in circles in the field, and then I like driving down through the swamp with it, climbing over logs and crap, like just going slow.
Mm-hmm.
It was kind of fun.
That's really good practice because you get to know what your vehicle's doing. Hang on a sec. One more thing here. Yeah, that's done. Had to go help the better half with something.
I see. Can't you just be like, but I'm playing on the computer with my friends. I can't help you carry in groceries.
Yeah, I don't do that. I pretty much appreciate her. Try to help what I can. She helped me a lot when I was all boogered up there. So even before that, try to do things together. I'm not perfect though. Far from it. I was just noticing, got the one gun shop here close by. They got their Christmas sale going on all this month, and they're selling a lot of the stuff the same prices they had on Black Friday. So they got some pretty good deals. Oh, you're talking about a blind here a
Yeah.
couple days back. They got one in there on sale for $70. It's one with the like the framework inside.
Yeah, it just kind of like pops up.
Yeah. It going from $70 for their smaller one and goes on up. So, I guess if you look around, you can find something.
Yeah, like I said, I'm just struggling with if I actually want to use it.
Yeah.
Because like I said, at the time when my dad got one, I mean, he was gonna buy two of them. He's like, "I'll get one for you too." I was like, "Nah, I don't really need it." And then of course my stubborn kicked in because he kept bugging me. He's like, "No, you should get one." I was like, "No, I don't want one." You know,
Ah,
because like the more someone tells me something, then the more I don't.
yeah, the good old stubborn streak. Yeah.
You know.
I've been accused of that before too.
But I mean, I
Um,
really am worried just because of the way, like, it is kind of hard to describe, but like the way I sit, you know, right now, I have like 180 degrees I can see and shoot and all this stuff.
yeah.
And I know blinds, you know, they got windows on all sides and everything, but I feel like just because like where the trees are, I'd have to kind of set it off to the side, and I'm
Hmm.
worried that I wouldn't really be able to see out like as much as I can. Like I kind of have to put myself right in the perfect spot to be able to get all three shots at the same time.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things. But at the same time, you know, it hasn't rained or snowed the past couple of years, so I've been okay. But I certainly know just sitting out there when it's snowing or even worse if it's raining, like I get cold pretty quick.
Hmm.
Actually, snow's not that bad. It just builds up on you and it just sits there. But when
Yeah.
it rains, you get all like soaks in and yeah,
I don't know.
being
It sounds like
being
something.
34 and raining is colder than being, you know, 30 and snowing. Like I can stand
Right.
30 and snowing no problem.
Hmm. Yeah. It sounds like something. Uh, Harbor Freight tarp might fix. Where you can get a little bit of protection.
Yeah, I thought of that, tying it up on the trees and making a little roof.
Hmm. And you're not out much. A couple pieces of rope and a $10 chunk of tarp. If the wind tears it up, no big deal.
Right.
Yeah. As a kid, Dad got a hold of a old cargo tarp. I mean, a cargo parachute, and us boys would go down into the woods on the farm over there, and we had a camp set up there, and we went and got up in the trees and hung the center part up uh, and sort of bloused it out, anchored it to some other trees along the edges, and that was nice. You could get in there and give us a little protection, and we had a pretty nice setup back there. It's all gone now. That's a long time back. But it was up high enough that didn't have any of your traffic into the camp or visibility obstructed. It was just nice.
Yeah, sounds cool.
Get off the mouse, cat. There you go. Yeah, I got some eggnog and some Baileys. I might just go and do that later.
Ooh, that sounds fun.
Big part right now is sinuses all blocked and that.
Yeah, I hear that.
Uh,
Story of my life.
you're outside and for a little while, and then you come back in and blow your nose 800 times, and then while you're inside, the house is so much drier that aggravating.
Yep. My house hasn't got too dry yet this year. So, I don't know. I have a like a humidifier that's like attached to the furnace, but something's messed up with it. Like there's a valve to like turn the water off to it, like, for the summer and stuff. And when I open that up in order to like get water into it, I can only open up a little bit because if I do too much, it starts leaking like through the
Mm-hmm.
connection and stuff. So it's like it's not really enough to actually keep the humidifier pad like completely soaked or
Yeah.
like damp basically. And I don't know, it just seems like it's a bunch of stuff built up on it, and I probably just need to do a little maintenance to it. But
Yeah. I got one on mine and it's never worked right.
yeah, they're normally just like it sounds like a good idea, but when you really like do the math on it, they're so horribly undersized that it's not really worth it. Because
Yeah.
you can figure out like what your like how many CFMs of air you're actually moving, and
Mm-hmm.
then you can figure out how much moisture you really need to put into the airstream, and you can calculate that off of the area and stuff. And it's like, yeah, that's not working the same.
Yeah, and our water is so hard around here that no, nothing but you know,
Oh, it
build up
builds
all
up
the
stuff
time.
so bad, yeah.
Yeah. And I got it's an older house, it was built in the 50s. And it's adequate for me. Didn't pay much for it. But it's like, yeah, windows aren't the best, and I put extra insulation in the attic, but that could be better, all that good stuff. Uh, you get too much moisture in here, and all the windows go opaque or translucent at least. Gets build-up on them.
Hmm.
Yeah, there's a lot of things I'd like to do, but yeah, there ain't the money for it right now.
Yeah, I'm just gonna dig a bunker down and halfway to through the crust, so it's a nice warm temperature,
Yeah.
and I can ride out the zombies.
Mm-hmm. Guy I know fairly well, known him since we were kids. He went and took and dug out for mostly underground home. Just the entranceway is open to ground level, and he dug into the side of a hill, and he got these huge concrete, like uh, conduit pipes. I don't know. They're great big, like they use for under roadways and stuff.
Oh yeah,
They're
like
like
drainage
about
pipe. Yeah.
like about 12, 15 diameter. And he went and set those on end, and that's what the walls of the house is made out of. And all these little circle places are. He went and used a diamond saw and cut through and connected them together. Then he sprayed the whole dang thing down with some sort of expanding foam on the outside, and so he's got all that concrete of those pipes as a heat sink to go and regulate his temperature. And it's sort of weird, but it's sort of neat.
Yeah, that sounds pretty cool.
Another very energy efficient house is Geodesic Dome. Used to be, I got mine out of a place in Flint. It was all prefabbed. All the triangular sections of the geodesic dome were separate and loaded them up in the back of a U-Haul truck and drove them back down here to the middle of Ohio. And that's the first place I built. That was really easy to heat. Your outer surface compared to the volume inside is a lower ratio than a square house or a rectangular house.
Mm-hmm.
And so as you put the heat in, it doesn't have as much like walls to go through.
Right. Yeah.
So more heat stays inside.
Yeah, because the more like surface area the wind has
Right.
to like blow past or whatever, then the more heat you're going to transfer out.
Mm-hmm.
That's why stuff that is designed to keep things cool has a bunch of fins on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, a heat sink or a radiator or whatever, is because you've increased your surface area that the air is touching.
Yeah, it was, if we had, I don't know, say 10 people down for a party or something, even snow on the ground and low 30s, I have to shut the furnace off or we were all getting just overheated. Just the body heat and that was enough to keep the damn place warm.
Yeah, so I have a quad level, so half my house is underground basically.
Uh-huh.
And that helps pretty good. Like,
oh yeah,
like my basement and my lower level, it's like they're always kind of chilly, but then like in the summer they're kind of chilly. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
it's one of those things. It's nice in the summer because it's cool, and in the winter it's like above freezing and whatnot.
Right.
So, but it's also, what's nice about it is, because you have like 4 layers basically stacked on top of each other, and since the heat just goes up anyways, it's like you have more. I have more like living space, right? Like my square footage is more, but it's a smaller footprint because it's more vertical.
Right.
So then that's the same kind of thing like you're talking about. Like a big sprawling like ranch would be a pain in the ass to keep warm.
Right.
Because you have all that surface area and you're transferring more.
Mm-hmm.
That's why like old farmhouses. I think of my aunt up north. She got an old farmhouse, and I mean it was built with what they could afford to build it with. And she's got like a corn burning stove, which is kind of annoying, but my dad's all like in love with it. He wants to put one in our house up there. And I'm like, please don't. That just fucking ruins it. Yeah. But I mean, I get it for what they're doing, because especially up there, like, propane or natural gas or whatever is insanely expensive.
Oh,
so
yeah.
You don't really want to heat yourself with that. And, a wood burning stove is a pain in the ass to like always keep running and all this stuff. And, she's older. She's my dad's aunt, actually. So,
mm-hmm.
And she grew up on that property up there. But anyways, so this corn burning stove, you basically put in like a bucket of dried up corn like in the morning, and you're good for the rest of the day. It has a little temperature sensor. Like you can set it for, whatever temperature you want, like a little thermostat. And then it just has this little auger that drops like a couple little corn things in. So like once you get it lit, it pretty much stays running by itself. The thing is, when you're sitting there, you're trying to talk or whatever, and it's like every couple of seconds you hear ting, 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 because it's dropping in like 3 pieces of corn at a time. They burn up, it drops in a couple more. They burn up, it drops in a couple more.
Yeah, well, if you live in corn country, that'd be pretty good.
Yeah, well, and apparently even if you buy the corn, it still ends up being like quite a bit cheaper than
Yeah.
if you had the gas and stuff. But my cousin lives across the street from her, and he works his own farm plus her farm, and so they grow corn basically just to feed the animals, and then he gives her enough to kind of get through the winter. And they got the gravity box thing to dry it all out and all that stuff.
Yeah. It's yeah, if you can make your own, great. That's really good.
Although a couple years ago, or a couple summers ago, he had a real bad season. The year was like, it didn't get warm until kind of late, so we got a late start planting because just winter was just hanging on like crazy. And then it would like get warm for a couple days and then get really cold, and then get warm for a couple days and then get really cold. So it's like it kept going dormant, then it'd start growing. And then the one time that it was like warm, like for a month in a row, it didn't rain a single day.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was like 2 or 3 years ago. But
yeah,
what he figured out was that the cost of diesel fuel to harvest it was less than he was gonna make. So he actually, made money by letting it rot in the field. He's like, it's not worth it.
Yeah.
And especially because
like
they take it to
milk.
like a big company thing or like a corporate co-op. That's the right word. It's a co-op where, everyone puts their corn in, and then they store it for them and dry it, and then they sell it like when the price is good. Well, even with that, you have like a storage fee that they take, a couple % for every month you keep it there. So when you do sell it, you get less. So basically he did enough to, get my aunt through the winter. He did like, I don't know how much it was, like a part of the field just so that she would have something. And then he left like another whole freaking like 40-acre field just sit there.
Oh.
And then in the spring he plowed it under. Like he just left it sitting in the field to kind of rot away and whatever. He had good deer hunting that year, I guess, but
oh yeah, I'll bet.
He has good deer hunting every year, so I don't know if it's worth it.
Well, used to leave a few rows of corn up along the side of the one woods there off the farm, and it helped the animals. It helped the animals. But big deal. Couple hundred corn plants, big deal. Yeah. Pops is really good about conservation. That he won awards for soil and water conservation things, and he'd always put in grass strips in the fields so that it would slow the water down from running off. And he didn't tile everything, to get the water out, but just the bad spots, so that there was a little bit. He didn't take out all of the waterlands or wetlands. Yeah, wetlands. That's it. Yeah, he was really good about that. He tried to keep where he was working with nature instead of against it.
Yeah, because I mean that's what like these big like corporate farm type stuff. They just take a huge area and just transform it into this. We're gonna grow whatever here now.
Yeah. That seems to be what the Mennonites have done in this area. There's trees over here. We're going to cut this whole woods out, turn it into cornfield.
Yeah. Well, in some way, I get it. You need something to be able to make a living and, you know, feed your family and stuff. So you need some stuff, but I mean, that's what my great grandpa did when he bought that property. It was all woods and swamp. And
Mm-hmm.
the thing was, man, this was back in the day. Like I said the other day, it's 100 years in the family next July. So, you know, back then he was down. Where was he? I don't know, somewhere in the coal mines. He bought the place from a dude in Chicago, and like the brochures or whatever were pictures of these, like, you know, fields and rolling hills and like all this beautiful country. And he gets up there and it's all trees. And he's
Yeah,
like, well,
southern Minnesota. Oh, looked like southern Minnesota. Yeah.
he's like, well, I guess I gotta cut these trees down now. So he made a clearing. It's, you know, about 15-acre clearing. Used the trees to build a house, and then started a farm. And the soil up there is all sand, so it's not great for growing stuff. So he had more livestock than anything else, but he had to grow hay to, you know, feed them. So he had that. He had the pasture and stuff, and then he cleared out another area. And he actually had a couple different areas that he had, like little hayfield here and there.
Mm-hmm.
And the animals just like free range through the woods and stuff. Like they used to have to go into town and try and find their cow and crap like that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I can remember going out and cows knocked the fence down. They're out on the road. Get up, you know, 5 o'clock in the morning before school and go out and chase the cows down. Done that lots of times.
I still think my favorite story though is I told it just the other night, but my great grandma had this kind of like pet deer.
Mm-hmm. I heard that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. And then did you hear about my uncles found them in town? She had a cowbell tied around its neck, and they called the deer over, took the cowbell off, put it on the ground, shot the cowbell, and then tied it back up around its neck. Oh. So when it came home, she's like, oh my God, someone shot at my deer, just barely missed.
Oh, that's bad. That was bad. She ever find out about it?
Not that I know of.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Oh yeah.
Yeah, the fun you have when you're up north.
Yeah,
it's cool hearing the stories. You know, I heard the story from, again, it's my dad's aunt, so whatever, she's, I don't know, in her 70s or 80s or something. I don't know how old she is, but trying to think, like when she was a kid, they finally got electricity. So I mean, this is way after like everyone else had electricity, basically, you know,
right?
Like they finally got an area, and basically she said they were like walking home through the field, you know, from whatever, and they saw a light on inside the house. Like, you know, at night there was a light on inside the house, and they ran across that field and were like, "Oh my God, we have electricity!" And she said they all sat up all night and like just did stuff with the light on.
Yeah, they could do it. Yeah, it was such a novelty. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, this was like I don't know when this was. It was like in like the 40s or something. I mean, it was like super late for getting electricity.
Oh yeah. A lot of the rural places, well, you know, they came across with those rural electrification co-ops, and a lot of people finally got electricity.
Well, yeah,
I can remember seeing the old wind charger windmills with the generator on it, and then they'd put like car batteries, like they built a little house and they have electricity charging car batteries, and that's what they'd use to run the radio and they'd use it for little things, like they'd hook up like flashlight batteries off of them, and that to use for lights. It was most interesting. You know, they all did the 6 volt, I guess, at that time. You know, it was just like, you know, everybody's trying to do with solar panels now.
Right. Yeah, that's something. So speaking of co-ops, that's our power up there is still on a co-op.
Yeah.
And basically we spend, or I should say my dad spends, the same amount of money on electricity for up north as he does for his house here.
Mm-hmm.
Which he's got, like, you know, a much bigger house here at home. And you know, they're there a lot more often. Like, we go up in the summer, we try and go up like every other weekend, but it doesn't always work.
Yeah.
But he's been trying to go up at least every other weekend. But still, like, it just sits there idle the whole rest of the time. So how's it using so much electricity? But it's because you have a base number. Like, you have to, like, no matter what, you're paying $50 a month. Like, that's
right.
That's it. And then also the stuff you're getting is like, you know, 20 cents a kilowatt hour or something. Like, it's more expensive than other stuff. I don't know the exact numbers, but he's been talking about trying to put in like a, you know, a windmill or something. I just I can't stand them. I cannot stand the sight of windmills. So I've been trying to talk him out of it. But one of the things that I would be okay with, because we kind of got to put a new roof on it anyways, because the roof's getting a little old. And so I'm thinking, well, what if we do that and put solar panels on the roof? Like, they make them, they look nice and stuff. And I bet you with like, you know, back charging like, you don't even need necessarily a battery system. You could just back charge the grid, and they give you, like, you know, a negative credit. And then when you use it, then they just subtract from that. So it's like, I bet you we could make money off of it.
Yeah, as long as you got that kind of a setup with your co-op up there, great.
Yeah, that's what I don't know is if they do that.
Yeah, well, there was a lot of them that went on the bandwagon about 10 years ago or 15 years ago and around here, and then they sort of got away from it to say, well, you know, got the rules changed, you know, on some of that. But you know, there are benefits from the solar. If it wasn't such an investment to get started in it right now.
Right. Well, and that's one of the things I think in that scenario, because like we're paying so much a kilowatt hour for power anyways, then like the payback period would be, you know, a lot shorter. But then again, too, like I said, you're right, you got to know if they actually do it. One of the things I saw, a bunch of people, like a bunch of power companies, were all about like, hey, go get solar. And like, there's a bunch of companies that will, like, you don't have to pay for the initial startup. They're kind of like leasing the space from you or something, like leasing the solar panels. So you don't have that initial cost and all that. But what happened, it's kind of screwing people now, is a lot of these grids are realizing that the solar panels are not as great, like, for them, like from the power company's point of view.
Right.
Because it makes a lot of power on non-peak hours, and it doesn't make any power on the peak hours, right? Because everyone's at work, not really using power, so their house is making a bunch of power. And then when they get home and the sun goes down, they turn on their TVs and, you know, cook their dinner and like they do all this stuff. So what they're starting to do now is, like, let's say they charge, you know, 10 cents a kilowatt hour or whatever. Well, then when you backfeed the grid, they only give you a credit of like 5 cents a kilowatt hour.
Right.
Instead of it being just equal, where you could kind of break even or even like be in the negative, like total, and then they would owe you money every month. They're not getting the same money for it. So now something you put up with, like especially if you bought your own stuff, let's say the payback period was, 15 years or something ridiculous, but you're like, it'll be worth it in the long run. Now the payback period's 20 years or 25 years. So it's like you never get your initial investment back out of it.
Right. What was it? Musk with the electric car company, Elon Musk,
Yeah.
or whatever, that guy. He had a thing, I don't know, about 2 years ago he came out with it, a house battery that could get charged off of solar, and use the same kind of batteries as in the car, those real high efficiency jobs. And now, something like that could give you a whole lot more storage capacity off of solar cells or a windmill or something like that, to where it might be the kind of breakthrough that is needed on that stuff. If you can go and save it up for the right time, then you can get the most benefit out of it,
Right. Yeah, that's why a lot of people, they don't even have like a battery system, is because it wasn't very efficient and it costs a lot of money. So if you can get a high efficiency battery and it's not super expensive, then yeah, that definitely would be worth it. And that's something I bet you, however much power the thing holds, it would probably be good enough to get us through the whole weekend. So we probably basically would, not even need the grid for our circumstance. I mean, it depends, right? If it rained all day or all week and the battery was dead by the time we got up there, whatever. Like, I'm not saying we're going to go, excuse me, like go off grid completely. I still like the idea of, using the grid as your storage system. Fuck them. If they're going to give you negative money for it, like just charge them, backfeed the grid, get a credit.
There you go.
Use the credit to pay your bill.
Well, another thing is, if we got off of some of the day shift working and get to where what am I trying to say, is if they could get it so that when that kind of stuff was available, that was when they would be sucking that solar energy and that back through the grid and using it in factories and stuff. I don't know how in the heck the timing would be on that for sure, but if that kind of thing could be like scheduled out better, you could get more work done from what was available. I know it would probably, that's too much work. And I'm going, well, you got 3 shifts going now. I don't know. Just about everybody's running. Just, like, well, the McDonald's is even open 24 hours anymore.
Right. That's not half bad. I used to like working afternoon shift.
Oh, yeah, I did that for years. Yeah, get off at 11:30 and go partying for a while.
Yep, that's exactly it. And I was fresh out of school, so a lot of my friends were still like bartenders and waitresses, and also people that got out either at midnight or 2 o'clock in the morning or whatever. A lot of them were at like family restaurants that closed at midnight, so it wasn't super late. But yeah, we we'd go out after work and go hit up Denny's, sit at Denny's till 4 in the morning or whatever. Go
Yeah.
home, you sleep till noon. Okay, so you slept from 4 to noon. That's 8 hours of sleep. And then you got a couple hours before you have to go into work because you got to be there by 3 or 3:30, something like that.
Hmm.
And you work till like 11-ish. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was great.
And you could still run down to the bank or to the grocery store or whatever. You still had time for them.
Yep. Yeah, I really enjoyed that shift. And that's honestly like my body performed the best on that shift. I don't know what it is. I always like I am not a morning person and I stay up kind of late. Like
Yeah.
if I try and go to sleep early, I just can't. And I've done it where it's like, okay, I'm going to purposely try and like, change my clock. Like I'm going to force myself to go to bed early. I'm going to force myself to get up early. And all
Hmm.
it does is just make me tired for a month. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, that didn't work. So screw it. I might as well just like do what naturally.
Right.
So I don't know. As of right now, I mean, I basically go to bed about midnight. I've gotten it to at least I can go to bed by then.
Hmm.
But I got to be at work at 7, so
Yeah.
I just make up for it on the weekends and sleep in.
Yeah. When to get well, yeah, I don't know how anybody can go and do that where they rotate shifts and have you working like 2 weeks a day shift, 2 weeks of evenings, and then 2 weeks of
I
night shift, and I don't know how anybody can do that.
so I used to do something like that. It was we were working 4 10s, which was nice. So you had 3 days off a week, but it was Friday and Saturday was day shift, which was 5:30 till 4, and then Sunday and Monday was night shift. Again, 5:30 to 4, but just obviously 5:30 at night. And that was great. I mean, I just stayed on the night shift version of
Hmm.
being up till 4 or a little after, and I was super tired on Fridays, just because like I didn't go to sleep Thursday night very well, and then I was fairly tired on Saturday. But then when I got out of work on Saturday, sometimes I take a little nap, and then you pretty much have to go out Saturday night, or at least you have to
Hmm.
stay up Saturday night, because if you go to bed early on Saturday and you get up early Sunday, you're not going to make it till 4 in the morning.
No,
So
you
it's like
wouldn't.
you have to force yourself to sleep in on Sunday by staying up late Saturday. But then Sunday night I felt great. Monday night I felt great. I'd sleep in a little bit on Tuesday, maybe get up around noon or something on Tuesday, and then I had Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday completely off. Do whatever the hell I wanted.
Hmm.
So that was cool. It did suck for going up north, just because like my dad still works a traditional Monday through Friday kind of thing. So like the weekends or when he goes up. But I don't know, me and my buddies went up like Tuesday through Thursday one time.
Yeah.
And that was kind of nice driving up north. The traffic's not bad because normally Friday
Hmm.
night traffic's bad. But a random ass Tuesday morning, there's no one on the road.
Yeah. I like that a lot better also, and I've gone and you know try to hit the bed early and get up about 3 in the morning and at least get through Columbus and Cincinnati before rush hour. Something like that. Get them while they're still asleep.
Yeah. Yeah, with me, it's like if I can get off of work a couple hours early in the afternoon, and then if I can get out at least like through Lansing, if I'm going
Yeah.
that way, or if I'm heading north, if I can get up at least past Flint before like rush hour hits, then
Right.
I'm good. You're in front of the wave. But if I don't, like normally I work till 4 in the afternoon, so by the time I get out of work and get home and like pack or whatever, I'd be hitting all that stuff. So if that's the case, I would rather leave at like 7 and then get there at 11. It's about a 4-hour drive to where I go. You know, because it's like if I left at 6, I'd get there at, I don't know, 10:30. You know, if I leave at 7, I get there at 11. So it's like,
Right.
you know, why there's no advantage of leaving a little bit earlier because you still get there almost the same time. I mean, it might even be as bad as you get there at 10:45 versus 11. It's like,
Right.
I left an hour early and it saved me 15 minutes. Nah, screw that. I'm gonna sit down, have a nice dinner, you know, relax, and then go.
Right. It's probably better for you anyhow. You're fueled up, you know, work's over with, you know, in your mind. You can actually concentrate on your driving. Yeah, that's better.
And the way I look at it, normally Friday night, it's like you get up there and go to bed. So it doesn't really matter if you get up there a little bit later. You just, you know, get up there, go to bed, and then get up Saturday morning and start doing whatever you want to do.
Oh, but just thought of it. Back to solar and then batteries. If you ever want to do that kind of thing, they got so much stuff set up with 12-volt LED lighting and that you know, you can run quite a long time on your batteries because you're not heating up those elements. You know, it works so much better. I got everything in the house practically. Yeah, there's a couple lights, but then I don't use them that much. That are still, you know, incandescent, but everything else I'm on LEDs, and I've seen a big difference in the electric, the bill.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You know, there's a way around it. You know, there's a way it's going to get better. You know, 10 years down the road, it's going to be well worth the money, I think, to, you know, try a solar or something, or heaven forbid, they put a windmill up for you. Actually, it doesn't bother me. It's just an odd looking tree.
Yep.
Everybody else must be watching another show or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's anything else running.
Yeah.
Matt did his little like coffee and questions or something this morning.
Yeah, I caught about the last 15 minutes of that.
And there was a bunch of people over there on YouTube, but not many people on gun channels.
They're probably over there saying, yeah, listen to these two dummies.
Oh, I don't know if anyone's watching my thing. Let's see.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can pull it up on my phone.
Yeah, let's see what I can figure out. Oh, there we go. Let's see. Oh, geez. Well, there's Sean. I don't know. We got about 10 people on the list here.
Yeah, but just because they're in the text chat thing doesn't mean that they're around.
I know.
Because my thing stays logged in there almost all the time. I just leave the thing open on my computer. Oh my God! It's a Night Strike.
Night Strike. Hello, hello, hello.
Night Strike. Night Strike.
We were getting so lonely.
Night Strike. Night Strike. Night Strike. This is the Jingle 2 Light Bright.
What did you do with all that money that they gave you for lessons? Oh.
I spent it on drugs, apparently.
Okay. No, you got a natural thing going on in your head about thinking up songs, bud. You missed your calling.
Yeah, maybe. I used to write songs back in the day, actually.
He's gone now. We must not be. Must have.
Or maybe his thing wasn't working, so he's going to rejoin. He has trouble with his dongle.
Not a dongle. I hate when things dongle.
Dongle do what they're supposed to.
Yeah. If it's gonna dongle, it better work. He's back. Good afternoon. Another one. Matt.
Oh, man, now we're big time.
What's up?
I'm not hearing you, Night Strike, by the way, if you're talking. Nothing.
No, you didn't say shit.
I think he's trying to. He's jumped in and out a couple times now, so.
Uh-oh. Shit's about to go down.
His dongle's not working, my guess.
Well, didn't we talk about that briefly yesterday?
Yeah, he has an ongoing dongle problem.
He's got dongle issues. So.
Still nothing, buddy.
How's it going, Matt?
Not too bad. I'm sitting here editing a couple videos. Thought I'd hop on and see what you guys are doing. I'm thinking about doing a chat this afternoon. I don't know. I've been meaning to do one, but it's only if certain people can show up. Like Travis and a couple other people have been wanting to do a chat where...
All right, so when Night Strike comes in, even if his mic works, be like, nope, can't hear you.
Sounds good.
But man, you are a chat whore, Matt. What, you gonna have like 50 chats in a day?
No, I keep meaning. There's this one specific chat that I've been trying to do that Travis and like Guns and Gadgets and some other people, guys on YouTube who make videos, who are getting started out making videos, have been wanting to do a chat with me and like G-Webs to just like go over little stuff like, you know, how certain things you want to take into consideration when posting up videos, and, you know, little stuff like how to do certain types of editing and how to make thumbnails for your videos, and, you know, different, you know, kind of the technical stuff behind doing a gun channel, more or less. So there's been some people, and I've got time this afternoon, so I was going to see if everybody wanted to get together, but, you know, it's primarily for certain people, you know what I mean? Like,
right.
Because it's not worth doing if like Travis and Guns and Gadgets and a couple of those people that I've talked to who want to know more about this stuff, if they don't join, then I'm not going to do it because there's no point in doing it. So I mean,
Right,
it's
'cause
open
it's
for
more of a specific thing. So if they have like a specific question about
yeah,
something
exactly.
where-
And so I mean, it would be and for anybody else that wants to make videos or is making videos, it'd be useful for them if they want to get involved. But I'm trying to set it up because it's something I've been talking about for a couple weeks now. But we'll see. I don't
yeah,
know.
but I mean, you only do chats on Monday, Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday morning, Sunday afternoon.
Exactly.
I mean,
Yeah. I only
you don't put enough time into
I
doing
don't.
chats.
I really don't. But no, this is just a one-time thing, so it's not like a regular thing. It's just a one-time. And I didn't want to use up one of those other chats to do it. You know what I mean? Because
Right.
people expect a certain thing from those chats. So, but I mean, I guess I could do it on a weekend chat, like a Saturday or something. If
Yeah, but I
everybody's
like
there.
how you blow through a lot of questions on the Saturday chats.
Yeah, we got through all of them yesterday, man. I got to wait for people to send in more questions to the email address because I'm out of them. They're done. There's no more. So, oh well. Yeah, I'm sitting here trying to edit this one fucking video. It's a go fuck yourself video. So
Oh,
it pisses
nice.
some people off and makes some other people happy.
Mm.
So
Is it a Flippy go fuck yourself video?
no, it's not.
I heard rumors that you were gonna make a go fuck yourself Flippy.
No,
don't
what
know
I
if that's true or
said,
not.
what I have said is that I want to do like a contest where I will do whoever wins will get a custom go fuck yourself video that I will either make. I'll make for whoever they want.
I still think that should just be a Patreon level. Like if you're whatever, $20
I don't
a
want people
month
to
or
pay
something
for it.
Patreon
Fuck
level,
no.
then you get a go fuck yourself video.
Custom go fuck yourself video. Yeah, there you go. I don't know. We'll see. It was just an idea that popped in my head. But it requires some thought, right? If I'm going to do a go fuck yourself video, I can't just say, hey, so-and-so, go fuck yourself because somebody told me to say that to you. I want some information. So you got to be willing to like spread some backstory. Like, why does this person deserve a video saying go fuck yourself on YouTube? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like I need some backstory. So you got to be willing,
I know what video I would.
If you're too embarrassed to tell me your ex-girlfriend cheated on you because you got a little dick, then don't jump in the chat. Don't get in the contest. I need to know that.
Yeah,
That's part of the video.
I know exactly what I'd want a custom go fuck yourself video to be. I
What?
already got it figured out.
What is this? What is that?
I don't know if I should tell you. I might win the contest.
Uh-oh. All right, don't tell me. It's all
I
right.
apologize for that last night there, Squig. I'm Smegs. Squigs. God.
Squigs. Squiggy!
No.
It's Squiggy and friends. I just
Boy, oh boy.
I just invented a new podcast, Squiggy and Friends.
Yep. A little bit of brain fart going on there, fellas. Sorry about that.
What
No,
about last night? I
apologize.
don't even know what you're talking about.
Retractable landing gear.
Landing gear. That means nothing to me.
I said about junk being retractable.
Oh, I get you. Yeah, because you were making fun of my snowman.
What?
Yeah.
And your snowman just is androgynous,
Well, yeah, I couldn't, use a full nude on my thing, so I had to Photoshop out, the massive bicycle.
I went with one of the nurses at the hospital one year when I was single. We went and built a female snowman. Nice boobs. Neighbors didn't like it.
I always liked the Calvin and Hobbes snowmen. Did you ever read those comics when he's building snowmen?
Oh, I loved Calvin and Hobbes.
Dude, he always builds like, he's got one where like all these snowmen are like ripped apart and there's like one in the middle like holding a chainsaw and stuff. Or there was one where he's like, he built it like around a tree, like the tree was sticking out of his stomach. He's like, ah.
Yeah, that was a good cartoon. I loved that one. That was great.
So I think that there's one with he's got like all these little like shrunken head snowmen, like just the heads all sitting around the yard, and there's like one like in the middle, like holding a shrunken snowman head or whatever. And the dad's like, I think he needs help. And the mom's like, I think we need to go inside. Like, there's something like that. It's like, oh, there's something wrong with him. I think he needs help. I think we need to just go inside.
I remember seeing a video a couple years ago off the BBC at one of the zoos there near London. They went and built a snowman in the exercise yard or enclosure of the where the tigers were, and they went out and they totally destroyed this snowman. The tigers did. It was beautiful.
I don't know if I can stand seeing my kind being destroyed, but
There you go. Okay, can you turn your mic on there, Night Strike, and see if you can
Can you hear me now?
tell us? Yeah, we
no,
can.
we can't hear you. Damn it, Duran, you missed the. I set that up last time. I go, okay, even when he gets his mic working, let's tell him it doesn't work. But I was just teasing.
Wait, did
No, I got a weird
Is he there?
bug. Ha 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 ha.
I mean, I don't hear him if he's there.
Seriously?
Does he say anything?
No, I don't think so.
All right, well, I mean,
Oh well, we're not missing much.
is he still having dongle problems? Dongle?
No, it's on the other computer.
I don't see, that's got to be it, right? He's only a dongle.
You got to jingle your dongle every once in a while.
How about now?
Maybe he
Does
should.
the body good.
You know he does jingle his dongle all the time.
Oh, maybe he jingles his dongle too much.
Maybe that's the problem. Yeah, because see, it's not. They used to say if you jiggle your dongle too much, you'll go blind. Maybe it's if you jiggle your dongle too much, nobody will hear you anymore. I mean, that's what they should have been telling us.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
Maybe it migrates to the ears.
Yeah.
God damn it, you
But
guys.
see, then but no, because if he's the one jingling his dongle, then why aren't we hearing him? You know what I'm saying? So it's not that
Is
you know,
he jingling our dongle and we don't know it?
maybe we're jingling our dongles too much and we can't hear him. But then how can we hear each other? I mean, would it just be that you can only, if you jingle your dongle too much, you can only hear other people who've jingled their dongles too much? Is that?
Oh man,
I don't know. I'm trying. Is this like I don't know. I mean,
that must be why guys communicate with each other so well and girls always talk in like secret code.
maybe that's it. I don't know, but it's
All those
definitely
guys are on a
it's
level
definitely a dongle jingling thing. Either way, we just haven't figured it out. But it's only affecting him. That's the problem. So I mean, I don't know how else you would explain that in particular. So it's I don't know. It's weird.
Well,
Anyway,
maybe there's like
maybe he'll
levels,
get
so
it
if
figured out
everyone's
at some
in, like,
point.
there's brackets. So if you do it too much, then you're only in like because him and Flippy talk all the time. So they must just be in a higher bracket than us.
Maybe that could be it. They both have that high jingling dongle bracket thing.
All right,
Going
that's
on.
enough of that. So Night Strike, what's up, buddy?
I had the weirdest Google Hangouts error. I could join the chat, but I couldn't talk and I couldn't hear anyone talk.
That's weird.
I'm sorry. Did he say something?
Okay, Matt, it's getting old.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, I can hear him now. So Matt, you must have just jingled your dongle or something. So
Maybe
now
I'm
you're up in
jingling
a
my
higher
dongle way
bracket
too
than
much.
us.
does it make you uncomfortable to know I'm sitting here jingling my dongle?
You're done. Stop.
Not-
You've done
not
enough.
really.
I've done it. I've jingled it enough.
Well,
And
that
then now
joke,
you're
so
going
there's this like deaf and blind couple, right? And they're trying to figure out a way to communicate. So the guy says, okay, like if you want to have sex, reach over and tug on my penis 2 times, and then I'll know. If you don't want to have sex, reach over and tug on my penis 3,286 times.
All right.
And she never
There we
heard
go.
him. And she
Well,
never
they
heard him.
used Braille or something. I don't know how they communicated that. It was a joke, dude. Relax.
Well, hey, I got one for you. What does the sign on an out of business brothel say?
Ooh.
I don't know.
Beat it. We're closed.
Oh.
Hey, why was the guitar teacher arrested?
No strings attached? I don't know.
for fingering a minor? Get it? Minor key, guitar.
Oh,
Come
my.
on.
Oh,
Ha ha ha.
Hold on, I got one for that.
Wait, I got one more. There it is. Here, get ready for this one. What's the difference between a tire and 365 used condoms? Anybody?
A tire doesn't make sex feel horrible.
No, one's a good year, the other's a great year.
oh. Good job.
Why does Santa Claus have such a big sack?
Hang on. Well, I guess if you got another one after this, you can tell that one.
Okay. Santa Claus, why does he have such a big sack?
I don't know why.
Because he only comes once a year. There we go. All right, that's enough. I'm done.
Oh man.
Ho, ho, ho.
You made me get up for nothing, Matt. Bastard. Someone else better tell a joke.
I mean, I can do more if you want.
Yeah.
None of mine are appropriate.
That's the whole point, right? What's the difference between a hooker and a drug dealer? Anyone?
No idea.
No,
A
I
hooker
don't
can
know.
a hooker can wash her crack and resell it.
God, that's bad. I love it.
That's bad. That is really bad.
Come on.
No.
What do the mafia and pussies have in common?
I don't know what.
One slip of the tongue and you're in deep shit. I hope nobody's watching this.
If they are, they're sad.
Is this a lobby chat?
Yeah, this is my easy like Sunday morning chat.
Okay, good. Nice.
Oh.
But it should be called Squiggy with Friends, apparently.
Mhm. Hey, why does Dr. Pepper come in a bottle?
Because he ran out of socks.
His wife died.
I like it.
I'm
It's
gonna stop there 'cause
live.
they get more distasteful after that.
Downhill is what you mean.
Yes. Anyway,
All right, I'll go back upstairs.
I'd like to go and pose a serious, not serious, well, a gun-related, put it that way, question.
What do you think this is? Gun channels or something?
Yeah, right?
No. Well, I got people here who got more experience than I do. So, yeah, it's gun channels. That's what. Yeah, it says that up at the top.
So what's the question?
Okay, posing the question. Got the PX4 here a couple months back. Done some shooting with it, not much. Thinking about concealed carry or open carry, even since we are both here. Thinking about carrying on, doing a cross draw thing because, just don't feel comfortable with one sitting on my right side while I'm in the car or anything like that, and don't like to have to go and undo it and all the time. Would you have a holster made that kept the hand grip like parallel with your belt, or would you have it at just like a regular holster that has a cant in it?
I'd go with a cant. So you mean like having one that's like straight up and down, where
Right.
to draw you pull basically up. as opposed to pulling
Well,
kind of up
no,
and out.
like actually, where the butt of the gun, the hand grip of the gun,
Is face forward.
is face forward and it's parallel with your belt.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing. I mean, it's obviously going to be easier to draw if you're using just a standard cant, well, that's why most of them have a cant to them. But obviously the ones that, and they do make them, they straight up and down, because those are easier for conceal. So that's I mean, if you want something that's going to be easier to draw from, then obviously you want a little bit of a cant to it. But depending on what you're wearing, obviously your gun's going to be a little more horizontal that way. So it's going to possibly stick out behind you a little bit more, or possibly stick out in front of you a little bit more. So it depends on what you're wearing. What are you going to be wearing most of the time when you're, if you're just going to be wearing like you're going to have a t-shirt on and then maybe just an overshirt, just a button up, then it may, if you go with that standard just canted angle, there's a chance it may poke out a little bit here and there. If you're concerned with concealing it, then that's something you want to take into consideration. If you don't care, you say you got open carry there, where are you at?
Yeah, Ohio.
Okay, so you got open carry. So if it doesn't matter, then that's obvious. That's an easier draw. So who cares? Especially this time of year, I'm sure you're wearing coats and stuff too. So where it would come into play is, in the hotter months, when are you going to be concerned with whether or not it can be seen? That's the question you should ask yourself, because that straight up and down is just, it conceals better.
Okay, I'm just trying to see what my options are. Do you think?
If you want a good holster, go to sheepdogleather.com and have Nathan make a custom one for you.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to think of, sheepleather.com, whatever. Yeah. Anybody got any of his stuff? I mean, I would imagine it's great quality.
Yeah, no, I've got one of his holsters. I got one of his holsters and his belts.
So I got the trifecta, the holster, belt, and double mag pouch.
Yeah, I figured he'd make good stuff. Or we got heard that he has junk, but yeah, I think I'll give him a
you wait
shot.
for it a little bit. I mean, it's not, you can't be like I ordered this on Monday. How come I didn't ship it on Tuesday?
Oh, I realize that.
But,
yeah,
he makes everything custom, so it takes a little while.
Yeah, I think I'll go that route. See what he can do.
Does he do shoulder stuff? Has he worked on that before? That's I'm just curious.
He's getting that done. So he's doing one for Flippy. I think he's got a design set up, and he's gonna start selling them shortly. If you need a holster, shoulder holster, excuse me.
Yeah, I was just thinking, one on the belt, maybe external. I don't know.
He's already got all those, so go to his website and look it up. There's tons of them.
Okay.
Different styles he does.
Yeah, outside. That's what I have. The outside the waistband. It just has the belt loops. You just feed the belt through and all that. Like most of the time when I conceal carry, I wear my inside the waistband holster. But when I do open carry, a lot of times when I'm going up north, so I just set my belt up in my pants with the outside the waistband holster and just leave that on all weekend.
Yeah.
Because it is kind of a pain, undo your belt, take it out, a couple of belt loops, slide the holster off, it's not like a quick detach or anything. But for what I'm using it works fine.
Yeah.
And then that way it's nice and steady. You don't have to worry about if you pull on the holster, like a snap's gonna pop out and then it's gonna, fall or something. Like it's attached. You're not gonna get that holster off that belt easily. Which I don't know if that's a problem with snap types either.
Well, it's a new thing for me. I just was wondering if you guys had anything to tell me. I need help. Please help
Yeah,
me.
see, with me, I would say like that, like what you're saying, like the whole vertical thing. I have really like long monkey arms, and so if I were trying to like lift straight up and clear the holster, like then my elbow's at a weird angle. Like it's not comfortable to draw where you have to lift like straight up. So
Mhm.
and I don't have any like shoulder things or anything, but if I did, I think I would go with the ones where it's like, pointing more back than pointing down. Then you just grab it and pull out.
Yeah, I can see that on a shoulder rig. Okay, well, thank you.
It was funny. My ex father-in-law has I always forget what it actually is, but like the big ass, dirty hairy gun, the super long barrel
Yeah.
and all that.
Right.
And he's got a shoulder rig for that thing, which like you put it on and the barrel's hanging down by your waist kind of thing. And it's a straight vertical one. But to draw that, holy crap, like your hands like up over your head before it like clears the holster. I was like, this is completely impractical. And he's like, oh yeah, I know. He goes, I just got it as a range toy. It's not like a thing.
Could they make a holster that had like a swivel right below the belt loops so that it would maybe kick over to more horizontal than vertical when you actually grab for it?
I don't know.
Yeah, then you'd have to go and grease the bearings and everything else and get it all over you. And you'd have to replace them every 100,000 miles. Hassle.
Yeah, I don't know if that would end up like if it would make it easier or not for you.
Oh, I was just wondering. I just visualized the idea when you said it was so high to pull up. If it would cant, the more cant could happen as you're drawing it, and it would slide out of the holster easier.
All right, I'm out, guys. I may hop back in a little bit later, though. I got some stuff I got to go do.
All right,
Okay,
later.
so I guess we were too boring for him.
Yeah.
Well, we started talking about guns and stuff. He doesn't really know anything about guns, so he gets uncomfortable.
Yeah. He just knows jokes.
He's a closet auntie.
Yeah, I like talking about people behind their backs. It's fun.
Yeah, just so he isn't a closet libtard. Yeah.
We can't promise that.
Wow.
Oh man. I feel like going to the store, but I don't know if I want to venture out into the winter.
Like which store? Walmart?
Nah, probably just like, I don't know, 7-Eleven or something.
Yeah.
I want something to drink. I don't have any pop.
Yeah.
I might get something to eat too while I'm out. I don't know.
Wouldn't it be neat if a Walmart had a range in the back? Pistol range?
They have something like that here. It's called Palmetto State Armory.
They got groceries too?
No, they don't have groceries.
No, okay.
But they've got all the sporting goods stuff. They even do fishing stuff.
It
cool.
would be nice to like just go to the fruit and vegetable aisle, pick stuff out, buy it,
Yeah.
then go in back, blow it up, go back out, buy another cantaloupe, come back.
Yeah, but it would be pretty costly.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
Yeah, that's
Not
that's one thing
disputing that.
I haven't done yet on my range up north is like blow up watermelons or anything.
Yeah, a couple years ago, went over to Buddy's house to shoot, and across the street, Amish place had a little fruit stand, so we picked up pumpkins. Fun.
Oh yeah, that's a guy I know every year. He does Shoot-a-Palooza, also known as redneck pumpkin carving.
Yeah.
And he just does it in his backyard. He's got a little range set up. And yeah, they basically just get a whole bunch of pumpkins and we all blast away. And people bring other targets and stuff too. But we go like shooting all afternoon, and then he combines that with a chili cook-off. So anyone who wants can bring a thing of chili. And so you have like a little bowl of each, and you vote for whatever number you like better, and then they pick a winner, whatever. And then we switch over that to having like a huge bonfire. I mean, we're talking like where you're like dragging trees onto the fire,
Sounds like fun.
Yeah. And then everyone like just crashes out at his house or whatever. So it's the last time we did it, I was like the last one to go to bed. I went to bed about 6:30 in the morning. Everyone was just wasted and having a good time. So that's why we do the gun stuff first. Then you put the guns away, and then you start drinking beer with your chili. But
and then the extra 5 porta potties that he had to get a hold of got put to good use that day, I bet.
No, he's got outside. You just go behind the bush.
Between the beer and the chili.
What do you use for toilet paper?
About that.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't crap in the woods. I guess we used his bathroom for that. I thought you just meant like taking a piss. But anyways, yeah. So it was funny. This one dude, he was like just drinking Jaeger all night, and he didn't want to go to bed. Like he was gone, and it's like, come on, dude, like let's just go in the house or whatever. Right? So like it was a buddy of the guy who owns the house. So the guy who owns the house, what he did is he pretended to be more drunk than he was. Like, granted, he was drunk, but he like really hammed it up. And he went up to this guy. He's like, "Hey, man, like, do you know where my house is? I gotta go to bed." And the guy's like looking at him, like he starts laughing at him, like, "You don't even know your house is right there." He's like, "Well, come on, can you come show me? I need help. Help me to my house." And so the guy like puts his arm around the actual drunk one, and like, "Okay, come on, like I'll show you how to get there." And so it's like they tricked him into leading the homeowner back to the house. And then when he got there, he pretty much like fell on the couch and passed out. Then the homeowner came back out and was like, "Well, that's one way to deal with drunks." Like he was totally like, not super wasted. I thought that was pretty clever. Pretend to be more drunk than the person you're arguing with, and then they'll think that they're winning when in reality, like you're just getting them to bed because like he didn't want them. Basically, he knew he would sleep out there all night. Like he's at that point where it's like in 2 seconds, this guy's like not going to be movable. And I don't really feel like having him sleeping outside all night.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty cool. It sounds like you guys had a good time.
Yeah, it was fun. But now I do my own version of that up north, just because I don't have connection with that guy anymore. It was kind of a weird like friend of a thing or whatever. So. But yeah, it was cool. So I mean, I kind of did that this October, but it was just me and my one buddy, and my parents were up there too, so it wasn't insane. But like me and my buddy and my dad went shooting like all day. We didn't have any pumpkins or anything though. So next year I'll plan ahead better and I'll buy some pumpkins for that. Because hell, I think deer
Yeah.
eat pumpkins, so worst case scenario, I'm helping bring the deer in.
Oh yeah. Yeah, just so they don't eat the pellets. No. Steel shot. No. Anyhow. Well, my diuretics are kicking in. I'll be right back.
All right. Look at all the penguins huddled together. I'm watching BBC. That planet Earth.
Well, everything's fine. I guess I am more civilized than having a gallon jug sitting beside the computer here. Oh my. I guess the people are not coming in because they're worried about talking about medical crap again, like the other day. Oh, excuse me.
Hello?
Hello.
All right, you guys are still here.
Yeah, we be still here. Think Smeggy had to run off somewhere for a bit.
Well, that's Smeggy for you.
Oh, Smeggy's around somewhere.
Doing something.
Yeah, I didn't see you sneak in there, Tony. Hi.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, it's sort of a quiet day.
Well, there's nothing wrong with having a quiet day now and then.
No. I keep looking outside and it's like, looks too cold. And I said,
Well, I have to walk outside to get to my garage, which is where I sit most of the time. And it's cold enough.
yeah, I'm almost thinking about rebuilding the garage to where it was nice and warm and actually more of a shed than a garage, and insulate it up, put me in some sort of nice little wood burner or something, and where I could just have my own little den, my little cave.
That's what I got here. When we bought this house, they had went on about how well insulated the garage was and stuff. But it's a small garage, so it really isn't big enough to do much in. So it's my getaway. I got 2 grandkids living with me, and they're about enough to take volume-wise for an old man.
Yeah. Well, I've got one of the spare bedrooms sort of set up for the computer and that, and the rest of it's just storage. Yeah. I haven't been upstairs in a couple months. I hope it's still up there.
Huh.
You know, that's just, I shut it off and it's not as much to heat, and because I can, dampen it down up there a bit.
Yeah, the wife and I downsized houses some years ago when all the kids were grown and gone. Then the youngest ended up coming back home with a couple of kids, and now I too damn little for that.
Yeah.
But you do what you got to do.
Yep. Family's family. Yeah, I had to do that once when my first wife and I parted. I went back. Folks had plenty of room. Sean, good day. And went and yeah, they had room. They didn't mind. I helped them with everything out there, and hey, good faces. I like it.
Hey, am I coming in all right?
Yeah, you're there.
So yeah, this is the waiting room. See if I can get you guys a view, but at least I get to watch TV.
You can hear gunfire.
Must be the hospital waiting room.
You see, I was just joking.
Oh, snap. Sean actually joined.
Yeah, I did. I'd open my case and show you what I brought, but I can't do that in the waiting room. They frown up on that sort of thing.
Oh, man. It looks like you got a nice comfy chair to sit in. Dana would be so happy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they do that. Here, I'll see if I can give you like a 360 real quick.
Wow. Looks nice.
This place is huge.
Huge.
Yeah. Now what's kind of cool is I've been coming here for about 4 years now, and they usually do like they say they charge by the hour, but I've sat here for 6 hours before, just emptying round after round after round, just coming back and picking up new targets every like 20, 30 minutes, and they're totally cool with it.
No, that's pretty cool. There's a place I go to. If you stay in there for like 5 extra minutes, they charge you like an extra half hour. The thing is, there's no clock or anything in the range area. So how are you supposed to know exactly how long you've been in there?
Oh, it's Vegas style range shooting, basically.
Yeah, I got into it one time about that. It was like, seriously, like, I went in, I knew it had been about that time, so I went out, and it's like I was just ready to pack up my stuff and go or whatever. And the guy like came over. This is that one where that guy's just a big jerk. I really don't like him as a salesman, as a range officer, as anything. But he basically like came over to harass me. It was like, "Hey, you owe us money." I'm like, "What are you talking about? I paid before I went in there, and now I'm going home. Like, what's the big deal?" And he's like, "You stayed over your time. We're gonna charge you an extra half hour." I was like, "Really, dude?" And by that time, I looked at the clock at the once I was in the store. And it really was. I was like 5 minutes over. And I was like, and it's not like it was super busy that there was like a million people trying to get in. There were empty lanes. So the fact that I was in a lane for extra 5 minutes wasn't really hurting anybody. I get it when it's super busy and they want to get that turnover. But yeah, I really don't shoot there anymore because of that.
Yeah. This place told me that their backstop is rated for 20 millimeter. And they rent 50 Desert Eagle, but they will not let me shoot my 500 Magnum here, which is kind of lame. But then I got them to agree that if I came before they closed, that they, while they're cleaning up all the other lanes, they'll let me shoot my 500, as long as everyone gets to have a go with it, which I don't mind. I mean, that's why I bring it out most of the time, just to let other people, look at it in shock and awe, and then they shoot it. But the other place I go to, it's about an hour from here, and like I have to travel half an hour east to go to this place. If I go half an hour west from my house, I go to this one range where I can shoot the 500. But the lanes have timers, so like if you send your target out, once the timer expires, it'll just pull your target all the way back in, and then you have to go back and pay for another hour or whatever. But this place doesn't do that. They're old school, where you just have a advance and retract button, and they don't care as long as you paid before you got in.
Yeah, that's interesting to have an actual like. That's the thing. I wouldn't be so mad at that other one. Just like, I get it. Like, I paid for an hour. I was here for an hour. Okay, fine. Like, it's nice if you cut me a little slack, but if not, whatever. But at least that one, like, it gives a way of knowing that how long you've been there. My biggest complaint on all the range I've been to, there's never a clock on the wall. I've yet to see it. Like, when you're in the firing lane, there's not a clock like on the back wall. Why not? You glance up at it, see what time it is. You start shooting. You glance up at it again. Oh, time to go. I've been here for 55 minutes. I'm going to start cleaning up, and by the time I get out, it'll be, the end. Like, I got no problem with that.
Yeah, the only clock in this whole place is just above the manager's office door. After that, deer heads, moose heads, targets and rental walls, and that's it.
Don't you people own a fucking wristwatch?
The last time I wore a wristwatch to the range, both hands fell off the watch from the recoil.
Okay, not everybody who's shooting a 500.
And no, I do not own a watch.
Actually, I
don't own functioning one.
I brought the 44. I brought all three of my Berettas. Brought my 95 Nagant. I brought my 686-6. And I can't remember what else I brought. I think that's it. I think I only brought 6 guns today. My range bag's like 110 pounds. Ammo ain't light, but it's cool.
So a trip to the range is a workout.
Yeah, I like to lay them out all on the table and like take a still shot for Instagram every time I come up here, and I'm like, the buffet table is ready.
So that's like when I packed up for up north, because me and my buddy were heading up there. It's like I had, I don't know, it was at least 1,000 rounds of each caliber I was bringing up, and it's like I started by just like how much ammo can I fit in this bag? So I just filled it up to the max, and I went to go lift it up. I'm like, yeah, the handles aren't gonna support this. I had to end up taking 2 different bags. So I had like a backpack and then a little like duffel bag.
Need one of them rolling suitcases.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
I got one.
I saw a guy at the outdoor range by my house. He had one of those like Home Depot wagons with the inflatable wheels. I mean, think of it like a radio flyer on steroids.
Oh yeah, like
Just
the
had
like the
ammo
garden
box after
wagons.
ammo box.
My gun range told me I could take one of those, or I could even bring a golf cart for the outdoor range.
Yeah, one of the outdoor ones by my place is kind of cool because I mean, you can literally just back your truck right up to your range stall. So, like this one dude, he brought up like a Toyota FJ Cruiser. He just opened the back door and it was ammo cans from floor to ceiling. He was there all day.
I wish I could do that at my range. God damn, it's a workout carrying stuff out to the rifle range.
He was pretty pissed when they told him that he couldn't pick up his brass.
That's a low blow. I can't stand places that don't let you pick up your brass.
Yeah, my range is pretty good about that. Outdoor, they don't give a shit. You can pick up everybody's brass if you want to.
I should have brought
Indoor, you can sweep it up in a pile, and if everybody else is not saving brass, you can pick up it all if you want to.
Yeah, that's what I do. I grab anything within, like the little squeegee thing. If it's within reach of that, I scoop it up towards me. Like you said, as long as the other people aren't. Like there's someone right next to me, I'll ask them, "Hey, you saving your brass?" Normally they say no, and it's like, they have a thing where you have to clean up your area before you leave. And I said, "Tell you what, just don't even worry about sweeping up brass. I'll do it for you if you let me keep it." And normally they're always like, "Oh, sure, thanks, man," because then that saves them from having to do stuff. And I'll just scoop everything up. There's one range near me that's like really strict about it. If you bring your own ammo in, you can pick up your own brass. But let's say you bring in a couple boxes, right? And you shoot 100 rounds, and you pick up 105 rounds of brass, they're on you. They're like, "Hey, you picked up more than you shot."
It's the same range that charges you for 5 minutes.
No, it's a different one.
Damn, you got shitty ranges around you.
Well, like the one is really nice, so I just go to that one now. No, the thing is with the brass one, they like reload their own brass. Like they don't even send it off to people. They have like a room off to the side, and they have an employee that just reloads all the time or whenever they have free time or whatever. So,
Dude, I'd totally work there then.
yeah.
If they did that here, I'd ask for a job.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and that's one of those things. I mean, I think they reload for a few hours or something, then go out on the floor, or like, they get a customer in, then they go help them, and if it's slow, they go reload, and so they're picky about it. But what's nice is then they sell their reloads for. This was a few years back. This was before the whole ammo scare and everything. But I think 9mm, their reloads were like $8 for 50 of them or something. Like it was a pretty good price.
It's not bad.
My range sells brass. 9mm was $30 1,000 clean. So
Listening up for our name.
well, it's almost worth it just to let them pick it up and clean it.
I waited an hour longer than I should have. So they got a white elk here. They have like a used gun cabinet. They've got a 6-inch Colt Python blued. They want $3,200 for it. And then right next to it's a tiger striped gold Desert Eagle 58E. They want $2,200 for that. But the funniest one is somebody was dumb enough to buy a Gen 2 Remington R51, and it's already in the used gun sale case for like $299 because it's such a piece of shit.
I thought the Gen 2s there, all the stuff was fixed.
Oh God, no. What's his name? Mac from Military Arms Channel. He he got the second generation one. It was still a feeding nightmare. He was like, nope, this is still a piece of shit, and it's still an exercise in futility to try to field strip and clean this. He was like, would not recommend.
Has he done the RP9?
If they wanted a rotating barrel design for Remington, they should have just copied the Beretta. Like, mine's been flawless. And it's simple, it's easy to take down, it's easy to clean. Like, you know, you can be thick and still take it apart. You know, like if you're a Glock guy or a Shield guy or something, you just take like 2 extra seconds to look at how it comes together. And, you know, anyone can take it apart and field service it. I've got the compact rotating barrel one, and then I bought the subcompact one. Actually, here at this range, they were the only place in town that had one. I knew it was in their rental case, and I just asked them, I'm like, would you mind selling me that? And they're like, well, we're not supposed to until the end of the year, but, you know, you're a regular here. I guess we can sell it to you. So I bought their range rental. Actually, this is the first time I'm going to shoot it today.
Cool. That's one of the few benefits of not being able to work is my range will be busy as hell when it's cold on weekends, and I can go visit them during the week if I want to. I guess Sean must have got a lane.
No, not yet. He told me it was going to be about 20 to 30 minutes. His group before just came out, so I guess I have to wait.
How many lanes is there?
24, I think. I'd say a 24, 28. It's busy here too.
Yeah, my range is a little bitty one. I think they got 6.
I wish I had one like that out here. Usually the smaller ones are kind of quiet and slow, and you know, like even the place where I bought my 44, it's way out in the country, and they have like 36 lanes, but there's hardly anyone ever in them. I mean, on the weekends I'm sure they're busy, but I went there on a weekday and I picked up a gun. So like
Yeah,
the background check took forever for some reason. Like the systems were slow, and I just kept eyeballing all these different guns behind the counter while I'm waiting for the one I bought. And the guy was like, "Just pick 3. I'll give you some ammo. You can go out on my range until I call you." So that was kind of cool.
that's one of the cool things too here is we have the 3-day wait period for handgun, but if you buy one, they'll let you take it out and shoot it at the range while you're waiting. Or if you buy one from them, I should say.
Yeah, I think I took a Utah 15 shotgun just because I was enamored by the look of it. It was back when it was brand new. And I took a 44 mag Desert Eagle. Just the third gun was a Black Hawk in 45 Colt. And the guy gave me, he started off, he gave me 1 box of each. But then he didn't call me back, and he noticed that I didn't have any ammo on the range. So then he sent his wife out with 3 more boxes, 1 for each caliber. She was like, he noticed that you ran out, so I brought you these. Then she brought me a fresh target. I was like, this is so cool.
Yeah, it does sound cool.
Todd. These guys were first. We're definitely after that. My dad got all excited because he thought they called for us.
I'm trying to convince my wife when the weather gets nice again to go over and make use of their hand trap range. Because for $25, they'll set up the full sporting clays range and let you run the whole damn thing.
You know, the only thing this place is missing is a bar. Like I always thought that if I came across enough money, I would open a range similar in design to this place. It's got like a fireplace and leather couches and big screen TV and everything, just while you're waiting. And I thought what I would do is I'd make it like a straight through type building. So this room would be the way I showed you in the 360, and in the middle would be the range, and then there's only a one-way door out on the other side of the range that goes into like a place to wash your hands and get all the powder off, and then that door would be one way to like, or that could be a 2-way door into like a pub, so you can grab a beer after you're done shooting. That would be freaking awesome. They used to have those in England. I don't know why they did away with it, health and safety or whatever.
Yeah, well, beer and guns don't mix according to guns and nothing mix according to left, but
Because nobody sat down and watched a Western, I guess.
no shit. But I mean, you can't have a
I would
gun where
totally
they
do that.
you can't have a gun where they sell alcohol here, really. I mean, the rule is if they make 50% of their money off of alcohol sales, you can't carry a gun in there.
Like, even if it had to be an ice house just for beer and wine or whatever, that'd be awesome, you know? It's like the first thing I do when I leave the range, because my hands are sore from all the recoil, is I go and I grab a cold beer and I hold it for about 5 minutes and I start drinking it before it gets warm.
That'd be cool. Therapeutic alcoholism.
It's God, guns, and Guinness.
I wouldn't actually mind having a good shot of scotch or something after shooting, but I don't drink it, so.
That's usually what I do when I get home, so I crack open a bottle.
Plus, my range is, 25-mile drive from my range to home. That might not be good either, to have a few shots of scotch and head home.
They have to drive out a little ways just because of the wolves of the one closest to my house. They're freaking fascist over there. It's the only outdoor range in my area too. It's really annoying. You know, it's like you can't pick up your brass, you can't do this, you can only do one shot for every 2 seconds, you can't do this and that. You have to wait for everyone to hang their targets, then they wait an additional 5 minutes, and then they say you can start opening fire on the range. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's kind of like that on the outdoor range at my place. You have to coordinate target hanging and shit, but the first person there is the one who's in control of what's going on.
Ooh, they have a DC-12 for rental. Maybe I'll try that out today.
I was out there shooting single shot 22-250, break open, single shot H&R. And I had a guy chewing my ass because I didn't leave the action open. I'm like, okay, I'll open it, but you see me open it, take the shell out, and set it back on the table. You know, it's not like there's one in the chamber, one in the magazine, because they don't have magazine.
You didn't leave the action open on that rolling block. You dumb son of a bitch. There ain't even a magazine on this fucking thing.
I don't know. Sometimes the range Nazis piss me off. Sometimes it doesn't bother me.
I gotta say, I mean, at least this place is pretty good about that. Most of these guys are like young. I mean, they're like in their maybe late 20s to mid 40s, and you can tell most of them are retired military. So it's like they're very tolerant. You know, you have to be doing something blatantly wrong for them to come out and say easy. I don't know, if they had a reloading room, I'd totally work here. I'd quit my day job in a heartbeat.
I don't know. I like reloading, so I wouldn't want to do it as a job. That tends to fuck up things.
Oh, I gotta go, dude. They just called me.
Have fun.
All right, see you later. Go ahead.
Well, I can tell you this much. If I buy myself another place, me and the old lady decide to relocate when we retire, I will not buy a place where there ain't a place where I can shoot. Maybe not high-powered rifles, but at the very least handguns.
I hear you on that, Tony. I wish I could do that right now, but I can't. But it's still there in the back of my head.
Well, her and I both want to relocate to little bitty ass town where I grew up in Missouri, and that's going to be one key to it right there. There's going to be a place for me to shoot, or I ain't going. I might as well stay here and not outlay more money.
Yeah. Well, I'd love to get a chunk of that cornfield behind my mom's. I'm going and saying, yeah, I can get a bulldozer in there and put me up a backstop and put me in a little place
The thing to look for is ground that can't be farmed, scrubby timber ground with hills and hollers in it. It's got no farming value. It's cheaper that way.
Yeah. But I could just walk out the back door at mom's and do, and a couple minutes I'd be there.
Yeah, I get that. I can go, if I was friendly with my neighbors, I could walk a block away and shoot at my neighbor's house because he lives on the outskirts of the city limits. So he can shoot in his backyard.
Yeah. I got a block away to the city limits myself. But I'm on the outside, 1 block away. But the houses are too close together here.
Yeah, my boss said I'd come out to work and shoot if I want. That's 5 miles away, but weather's pretty shitty now, and the only days I would be willing to do shit like that's on a Sunday when there ain't traffic because it's surrounded on all sides by roads. Oh yeah, bring your goddamn gunshots in here, Sean, you ass. Well, hell, I guess I could get my little 22 pistol out and shoot shorts out of it in here in the garage. Wouldn't be the first time. But like I was saying, my boss said I'd come out there and shoot, but I can't work anymore, and I kind of feel kind of shitty taking advantage of the hospitality when I can no longer work. And if I got to drive 5 miles out there and back, what the hell's another 20 on top of that to go to a range where I'm inside and it's warm? Well, usually if I get there first thing in the morning, it's not warm because they don't turn the heat on until somebody gets there.
What, everybody ran away when I was gone? What the heck?
No, nobody was talking, so I was just sitting here.
Well, there was a handful of people in here when I left. I guess they all said, well, Smeggy went to the store, so I'm going to leave now. Must be what happened.
Grandman's headset quit, and Sean got a lane, so...
Man, people are driving crazy out there today. Holy crap. I mean, I get it, snow, okay, go slow, but you got the people in the four-wheel drives that are going 50 miles an hour down a side street, which is insane. And then you got the other, people, little scaredy cats that are going like 10 miles an hour down the side street. It's like, come on, guys. Like, we can go... I shouldn't even say side street. This is like a main road, but it's like normally 35. So it's like not like a busy road. You can go like 20, 25 down that road in the conditions they are right now. But you come up a hill and there's a person up there going 10 miles an hour. It's like you're more dangerous than if you were going 20. Because, like I'm running up on you and I don't really want to slam on my brakes or nothing because that's worse. So it's like you just kind of coast and hope you don't get too close to them and all that.
It amazes me every year people forget how to drive.
Oh. Yeah, I almost saw an accident. This dude, it was, what was that? It was basically, there was a car turning left and there was a truck going straight. Now, under normal conditions, there was enough of a gap. I guess there was like another car. There was a car that came and turned right. And then this truck was coming and the guy turned left in front of him. Under normal conditions, there was a big enough gap, he could have made his left-hand turn. The problem is, and I'm sure what happened, he started going, his car's traction control kicked in, where it takes all the power out of the wheel so that you don't spin, but then because of that, you make your turn at like a mile an hour. It's like you're going so slow. And the truck was going straight, and he was trying to stop, but it's like he's starting to slip, and I'm sitting there, I was like going... like the perpendicular direction, just sitting at the red light. And I was waiting to turn right. And I'm just like coming right toward, like right in front of me. It's happening. And I'm sitting there thinking, okay, if the truck hits the car, that's going to push the car towards me. So now I'm looking for exit strategies of, I could probably like gun it and turn right and get out of the way if it's like comes off course. But then the truck might be that way. So I could hop this curb. It's not too high. And I just like hop the curb and like get up out of the way if it came. Luckily, it didn't happen. The truck went like, he swerved a little to the left and as well as slowing down, and the car kind of gunned it a little bit more, even though it did fishtail him a little bit. At least it got him out of the intersection faster, and they missed each other, which was good. But it's like, holy crap. I had that happen to me one time. The car turned left in front of me. I'm going, and I wasn't going that fast, but it was a point where it's like it would have been a close, like, left-hand turn on dry pavement. Like, it wasn't that big of a gap between the two cars, and he decided to turn out in front of me. And I know exactly on that one, it was the traction control was kicking in, because that thing was crawling, and the engine was, like, revving. And basically what I had to do is go all the way over into, like, the oncoming traffic lane, which luckily there was no one coming that direction. And I like fishtailed getting over there, and then I had to swerve back around into my lane, like the one I was in, and I like kind of went way past that a little bit and went out into the shoulder and then came back around. It's like I felt like fucking NASCAR driver though. I was like whoop, 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 and I was going straight. But it's like there's no way I would have stopped. Not in a million years. I would have just plowed right into his passenger side door. And I decided, hit something, or maybe worst case scenario, I spin a little too much, I end up in the ditch. Well, that's okay. At least no one's really going to get hurt jumping into a ditch at 20 miles an hour. You know, you're just going to kind of go up against the snowbank and stop. But that was a couple years ago, actually, on my way to a Christmas party for work.
So I kind of like my Suburban. It's big and heavy, and it does a very good job of going and stopping.
Yeah. Well, my Jeep's pretty good, but I mean, if someone pulls out in front of you, like, you know, I don't even know what it would be, like 15 yards in front of you, maybe, like, that's pretty close to start your turn while I'm coming, you know, like that's, like I said, I may have hit the person on dry pavement. That's how much he turned out in front of me, let alone with all the snow and ice.
Yeah, people just friggin' stupid. I really don't like to get out and drive around much unless it's snow enough to keep all the little cars off the road.
Well, I thought about walking, but I didn't feel like it.
We get like 4 or 6 inches of snow. I'll go out and make a round, 10 miles square of the little roads around here and look for the idiots in the ditch to see if, you know, you can at least keep some stupid ass from freezing to death.
Well, I remember doing that as kids one time. It was a huge snowstorm, like friggin', you know, like 1.5 feet in a day type of, like, just, it was coming down like crazy. And all us kids were just playing out in the snow. And on our own little street, there was like, you know, 2 or 3 cars got stuck. And we pushed them out because we were outside anyways, like no big deal. So then we decided, hey, like, let's go for a walk and see what else we can find. We ended up pushing out like 20 cars that either like got up like out of the groove and like kind of got into a snowbank. You know, the little cars that end up like they just don't have good clearance. And people getting stuck in their driveway because I think I'm trying to remember more. It's like I think it snowed a bunch and like the plows came and then it was snowing again and we got like another, you know, 1.5 feet of snow. Like the first one might have been, I don't know, 6 or 7 inches, but then the next one was like 1.5 feet. It was crazy. So yeah, I guess because there was definitely like that packed down snow from when the plow comes by. And there were people stuck in their driveway because they tried to just plow through it, but they didn't realize like it had all iced over. It's like it just lifted the car up and kind of sunk down. We dug people out and pushed people out. It was fun. We spent like all day just walking around the neighborhood.
Yeah, good luck getting kids to do that today.
The one lady made us hot cocoa. So she got stuck going into her driveway. And it's like, it was one of those things like, we knew her, you know, we were neighborhood kids, right? I mean, we knew the people that pretty much lived there. So once we got her unstuck, she's like, well, I'm going to make some hot cocoa for you guys. Thanks for getting me unstuck. It was a little old lady. Really nice.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Damn it. I didn't buy hot cocoa when I went to the store. That's okay. I got a Slurpee. That counts, right?
Doesn't seem like Slurpee weather.
Yeah, I don't know if there's something wrong with my brain or what, but when it's snow and cold and the roads are all crappy, you got to drive real slow, I just want a Slurpee.
I'd say there's something wrong in your head, yes.
Probably. I remember the first time I had that craving. I was coming home from school, and what's normally like a half-hour drive took me like an hour and a half because just everything, like accidents everywhere, everything was going slow. I mean, the expressway was going 10 miles an hour. It's just everything was slow. And it was snowing like crazy, big, heavy, like wet flakes, all that. And at the time, I was with my parents still, but I was like right next to a 7-Eleven. Like the driveway into this place we were living was like right next to the driveway to the 7-Eleven. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to swing by 7-Eleven. Like I just had this craving for a Slurpee. And I went in and got one, and it was so good. One of the best Slurpees I ever had. There's something about it. And it was nice to relax, because like the whole drive home, I was white knuckling it. Not for my own control of my vehicle, but when it's snowy like that, every single other vehicle on the road is a death missile just waiting to get you. You can't trust any of them. Light turns green, doesn't matter. Those cars are coming through the red. They're going to hit you. Someone turns left, you're just sitting there minding your own business. Doesn't matter. They're going to fishtail and smack into you. It's like every single car on the road is a death missile.
Yeah, I think the worst experience I had driving in snow is I used to have to drive from East St. Louis to Springfield to work on occasion. And I was driving up the interstate up 55, and they closed the damn interstate at Litchfield. So I had to be there. I mean, it's just one of those things. There's no getting around it. So I told the cops I got to go anyway. And he said, you go at your own risk. Okay. But it was a long damn drive.
I remember hearing a story of my aunt and uncle. I think they were driving home from up north or driving up there. I don't remember. But they're on just this little, 2-lane highway kind of thing. That's what most of the roads are up there. And basically, like, it was snowing so hard, they, like, couldn't see the side of the road. And there were some parts where, like, you could just, like, fall off the road and just, like, go off the side of a hill. I'm not going to say mountain because we don't really have mountains in Michigan, but we have hills. Some of them are big. And so basically what happened was my aunt got out of the car and walked along the side of the road, and my uncle, like, followed her so that he wouldn't drive off. And so they basically got all the way up north or wherever they were going. I don't know if they made it all the way or if it got better or whatever. I forget the end of the story. But basically, they were going at a walking speed for quite a few miles until, like I said, either the storm let up or they got to a place they could pull over and stop, like a hotel or something. I don't remember.
I don't know. I got lucky when I was doing that. I went about 15 miles and I come on a snowplow, and I got to follow him until he ran out of his area, and I just happened to catch another one. So most of the way I followed 2 snowplows, and then on farther north it wasn't quite as bad.
Well, there was one time I was driving home from work. And this was when I worked that shift when I got off at 4 a.m. And a few years back, I don't know, maybe, actually probably was a long time ago, like 6 or 7 years ago. Holy crap. Anyways, they basically decided the city, to save money, would not send the plow trucks out until like 6 o'clock in the morning. Like, they didn't want to work overnight. They didn't want to work overtime. They would just be like, okay, we'll put the plows out for when people are, like, going to work or whatever. Whereas before, when it was supposed to be a big storm, like, they'd start at midnight and they'd plow, and then, like, a couple hours later, they'd swing back around and do the same street again. And, it's like, I can see how it would be a little more inefficient because you're using more gas and you're plowing the same street a couple times instead of just wait for like all of it to fall and then clear it. I get that, but the problem was I'm driving home at 4 in the morning and there's already quite a bit of snow there. So I'm driving down the expressway and pretty much there's not a single like track on the road that I can see. Like it's all just clear. I said, okay, it's a 4-lane expressway. I'm like, there's a bank over there and there's a concrete barrier over there. I'm gonna stay in between the two of them. Like because sometimes you'd catch a rut and move over a lane, and sometimes you drift back the other way. I'm like, I don't care. Concrete barrier and hill, like I'm staying between the two and going that way. And it was funny because I saw these headlights behind me, and they were just following my track. And I'd like go to the left a little bit and come back, and then I'd look up and I'd see all these headlights. Go to the left a little bit and come back, and it's like. So I was playing follow the leader there. They were actually a bit ways back, which was nice. I don't like that when people like ride your ass when it's snowing, which some people do. It's like, come on, dude. It's like you hit me, I'm gonna come out and beat you up because that's 100% your fault.
The only good thing I see about it snowing around here these days is the fact it makes it easier to track coyotes.
Yeah.
You can drive around and find out what sections they're in. I'll be more willing to go a little more off-road now because I know the front end is in good shape on my Suburban. After I put ball joints in it, I checked all the rest of it, and everything was good and tight yet, so I ain't worried about shit breaking.
Well, my neighbors are out playing in the snow. I hear the snowblower starting up, and I hear little kids talking.
I'm kind of disappointed because it was supposed to snow here, and it hasn't yet. I'd like to see good 4 or 6 inches of snow. I would go coyote hunting tomorrow.
I don't think I could go coyote hunting. I don't care if other people do it, but just me personally, I don't know if I could pull the trigger. It's too much like a dog.
They're not as much like a dog as you think. I mean, when you see them out and about, but it's all about taking care of other wildlife because coyote eat the stuff that I want to eat.
Oh yeah, and like I said, I understand it. I got a cousin who's got a farm, and they attack his animals and chase the deer off and all that kind of stuff too. But like, he hunts coyote, and I'm like, okay, I get it, that's fine. I don't know. I had a couple huskies that were kind of like long and skinny, like they weren't really like big like huskies, which actually huskies aren't that big anyways. They're just normally fluffy. And this one was like a little less fluffy. It was kind of like a white and like tan, kind of brownish. Like it had a little bit of black streaks in it. The coat looks like a freaking coyote. So it's like I would just see my own dog if I saw a coyote through the scope, because I've seen him I've seen him out and about, and it's It's like, hey, is that a dog? I think it's a coyote. That looks a lot like my dog.
I don't know. That's never actually really crossed my mind, I guess. I have even shot dogs out. If I found them that are running wild and kind of vicious. I've seen that a couple of times. I've been asked to come out and take care of the dog because not everybody can do it, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it's like attacking people or something or acting real aggressive, then yeah, that's I could see being able to do that. It'd still be one of those like, you know, I don't really want to, but I would understand. And the same thing with coyote. I've heard people say like, well, yeah, when you're out walking your dog and a coyote attacks you, what are you gonna do? Just let it kill your dog? It's like obviously not. You know, if I had to do what I have to do, you know.
Well, in my experience, a single coyote isn't going to fuck with you. Not if there's any other choice available to them at all.
Right. Well, I know even in our area down here, just out west a little bit, it's like a little more farmlandy, like it's a little more out of the city. And there's been a thing the past few years, like people's dogs are getting snatched up by coyotes. Now, it's not necessarily when the people are right there. You know, they let them outside for the night or something, and then they hear the big fight going on. But yeah, there's been coyote dog interactions.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying a coyote won't take a dog. They'll eat about anything they can get a hold of, but they're not much for attacking humans, generally speaking. Now, maybe some of them out west are a little more prone to do it. I haven't seen it here.
They love to eat cats.
Yet another reason not to shoot them.
No shit. That's the biggest thing in their favor I've seen so far.
I'm just saying, like, that's like when they come in, because we have such a big coyote problem here where I'm at. The county actually has a bounty on them. So every coyote you kill, you actually get paid by the county because there's such a nuisance here. And I'm telling you from experience, like when they come into our neighborhoods, their number one like prey item are fucking cats. Is they try and catch your cat because a lot of domesticated cats get used to dogs coming in their yard, shit like that, and you know. But like coyotes, man, they'll like dig under your fence, you know, or come all the way into your like open garage and stuff like that to get your cat. Like and then their next prey item's probably just your garbage can and then your dog. You don't have to be too worried about coyotes eating your dog unless you have like a medium to smaller sized dog. If you have a great big like German Shepherd, like it can, a big ass German Shepherd or something can hold its own against 2 or 3 or 4 coyotes. It really can. But if you got a medium to small sized dog, then it's just lunch for them. So every year we have thousands of pets in my county that come up missing, and they're all written off as coyote food.
Damn, that gives me an idea to go stake a cat out for bait.
I used to do that. I used to have a rabbit. His name was Bait, and that's exactly what we did. we used a dog harness that like went underneath its front legs and all that, like not just like the choke, not just like the collar, but the actual harness. And we put this harness on the rabbit and we'd stake it out in the middle of the field. And then we had like an electronic collar too, but usually we didn't have to use that much because the rabbit would just start freaking out and start crying by itself. And and we just stake it out in the middle of the field, walk about 50 yards away into our blind and sit there and and just let nature go to work. Like it was great. And sometimes like you'd see like you'd know whenever there was a coyote because the rabbit would tell you that there was a coyote long before you ever even saw it. Like all of a sudden that rabbit would shut up and get real still and you know, and you're like, oh man, like something's around. right? Like you would know, and then all of a sudden you'd see this like rustling in the bushes, and a coyote would be on a straight beeline run, a dead run straight at your rabbit, and like it kind of puts you under pressure there because like you know that you only have like either 1 or 2 shots maybe to get off before that coyote gets your rabbit, or before he turns around and runs away. So like. Well, yeah, we used to do that all the time. I had that rabbit for years, that bait rabbit. That was good times, man.
I'm sure the rabbit didn't think it was good time.
Oh, dude. Okay, the rabbit got spoiled for his job, dude. He got like tons of vegetables and like people type food, like not just like rabbit food, but he got like fresh lettuce and carrots, and like he was spoiled, dude. So he got rewarded for his thing, and it was either that or I was gonna fucking eat him because I wasn't about to have a rabbit as a pet. So like he like they have to serve some sort of purpose for me to keep them. So you know, so that was his purpose. For a long time, that was his purpose.
Did you end up eating him, or did a coyote get him?
Oh, I fucking end up eating them. Yeah. Nope. Had rabbit stew. And that was good rabbit because like he was all, you know, fed right, like on like, you know, vegetables and shit, and he didn't taste all gamey or anything like jackrabbit or
The circle of life.
rabbit's actually like one of my favorite kind of like game foods to eat. So especially if it's
Rabbit
Dude.
might be all right, but they're awful for cleaning.
I don't know. I've never really had any problems. I've just usually like used a bucket and a hose. Like, I don't know.
I just can't stand the stink.
Oh yeah, that is something you got to get used to. Yeah, that is. So who is this? Your lobby, Smiggy, or is this Tony's?
Ain't mine.
Yeah, that's my lobby.
Shit, an early Sunday lobby? Like, what the hell, man? Like,
It is easy like Sunday morning, man. I set it up at 11 or something, 10:30. It's 3 o'clock here now, so however long that's been. It's probably been going for about 4 hours, I guess.
damn. So where's all the white women at?
I'm not sure.
Oh, dude, like, dude, we had an epic fucking chat last night. Oh my god, like, as soon as we went off air, like usual, the chat turned fucking epic. Like, me and Hosh were laughing so fucking hard for like an hour straight. We couldn't stop laughing. It was just, I'm sick
man.
right now. I have this like horrible cold, and I was laughing so fucking hard, dude. Like it gave me a huge migraine and shit because I'm so congested. Like, I couldn't stop laughing. Like, I literally laughed until it hurt last night.
Man, I should have jumped in there.
Oh,
Yeah,
dude, it
I was off for a
fucking-
while. I was watching Star Wars, and you know, I think that the thing ended at like 2 o'clock in the morning my time, and I saw there wasn't very many people like in gun channels. Like, you know how it resets after a while or whatever,
Yeah.
people have to log back in. There was like 3 people on,
Yeah.
but I saw Hosh in there, and I liked talking to him, so I almost was like, I wonder who's in there. And I don't know. I think at one point I looked and it was like you and Tyler or something. So then I was like, oh, well.
Oh no, it was me, Hosh, and Crimson, and it was me, Hosh, Crimson, and Pink. I think that's all. Oh, and Edge was in there a little bit too, but I think Edge got offended and left. Like that's how bad the chat was. Is like me and Hosh like offended Edge.
Oh my.
Like, dude, like we literally found, like, we solved so many world problems last night. Like, we solved the problem of like mental disability and owning guns. Like, we solved that issue, and then we also solved the issue of Bigfoot, like whether it's real or not. Like, and we proved Sasquatch definitely exists. Like, we found proof that Sasquatch is real.
Oh my!
And, like, you have no idea. Like, dude, it was just an awesome chat. Like, it was great.
Yeah, I would have liked to have been in a chat with Hosh definitively saying that there's a Sasquatch.
Oh fuck no! We did. We proved it. Me and Hosh proved.
Because I know him as a fairly evidence-based person, so I'd be
that's what I'm
interested to see what convinced them.
The chat was so good that I found evidence of Sasquatch, and Hosh was like, "Dude, you're right. Like, this is fucking legit. Like, Sasquatch exists. Like, I totally." Like, that's how good it was. Like, I was like, dude, I got evidence Sasquatch exists right here. And Hosh is like, yep, you're right. Like, holy shit. Like, so we proved, like, not only did we find Sasquatch, we found the missing link. We, you know, we proved, like, Sasquatch is some kind of interdimensional being with, like, testosterone problems.
Why can't you work on simpler and more pressing problems, like proving that the Second Amendment is absolute?
Oh. Well, see, that would actually involve convincing, like, liberals and Democrats, and that's just, like, man, like, you can even, like, you know, I don't know, like, you can't convince those guys so very much. Like, they're just too, I don't know. It's like talking to a fucking wall, man. Like, how are you going to convince a Democrat or a liberal like guns are good? Like, that the Second Amendment isn't just for our military. Oh, like, you could have them read the actual personal quotes and diaries of our founding fathers to people who wrote the Second Amendment, saying, like, no, it's for the fucking people to protect against the government. But even then, they don't listen. They're like, nah, it's what I want it to be. Like,
that's I think the absolute, like, worst thing written in the Second Amendment is that goddamn word militia, because it was only written down as like a framing the situation. I've used this example before and I really like it, and I don't know, maybe I need to refine it a little bit, but it's something like this: a well-balanced breakfast being necessary to a good day, the right of the people to keep and grow fruit shall not be infringed. Does that mean that, like, only a well-balanced breakfast is allowed to have fruit in it? Or does that mean, like, because you need to have a good breakfast, you should be able to grow your own fruit? You know what I mean? Like, it's just an explainer as to why the people's right shall not be infringed. And the example is because a well-regulated militia is needed for the security of a free state, just like a well-balanced diet is needed for a good day. Therefore, the right of the people to, you know, eat waffles shall not be infringed. I mean, you can change that part of it up a little bit. I don't know exactly the best wording, but it's a great way of explaining, like, why they wrote that down, because it's not the militia that is the only thing that has the right. That's one of my pet peeves. I know I'm getting on my soapbox, but that whole
no, dude, you're exactly right.
That reading of the Second Amendment pisses me off so much.
Okay, but it's like taking any quote out of context, right? Like, I could say something like, oh, like, the moon is made out of cheese, okay? And then if everyone only hears that one sentence, right? Oh, like, the moon is made out of cheese. And they don't go read my personal diary or notes or journal or whatever, or the original paper or story or what that was pulled from, where it says, where I explain what I mean by that by saying, oh, the moon is made out of cheese in this movie, or that's what they thought it used to be, or some shit like that, where I actually explain my, you know, my meaning behind it, then it can hold a different meaning for literally every individual fucking person. So to find out the true meaning of why I said the the real reason why I said the moon's made out of cheese, you have to go to me and only me and find out what I mean by that. So we have to go to the people who wrote the Second Amendment and find out in their personal diaries and journals and notes and papers, when they literally write it out and explain it, what it was, what they meant by it. And they literally do, not just Thomas Jefferson. There's like 10 different founding fathers that have all wrote about the Second Amendment and clearly explained, hey, like, it's for the fucking people to protect against the government in case the government ever goes corrupt. Like, that's literally what most of the founding fathers say.
And
a couple of them do say self-defense, stuff like that, the right to protect yourself and all that, but most of them say it's against tyranny of the government, and they literally will explain that and have pages upon pages of explaining that.
The problem with doing that kind of research is that almost all of them, when they're explaining their thinking, include the militia in it.
The militia is the people, because back then, the people, like, okay, you go to a certain town, okay, back then, that town didn't have, like, a police force. It didn't have an army, okay? It didn't have a National Guard. It's people. Everyone in that town was considered part of the militia. Every able-bodied male, I should say, was considered, from usually the age of like 12 or 13 on up, was considered part of that town's militia. So that means if that town came under attack or threat, that these men, they knew it was just their duty. They never went to school. They never got indoctrinated, no ceremony, no training. It was just their fucking duty to step up and like, oh, I got to protect my community. That's what the militia was like. Every single able-bodied person was the militia.
That's the part they don't get.
That's literally was its meaning back then. Is every
the other part of this entire line of argument, which don't get me wrong, I agree with. Okay, I like the Second Amendment and I believe what it stands for how it was written. However, the liberals, they don't care what the Constitution says. They care about what it should say. And I've literally heard people be like, oh yeah, well, I mean, that's what it says, but they were a bunch of racists, so who cares? And it's like, well, just because they were bad in one area doesn't mean all of their thinking was bad. And the other thing I've heard about militias is, I've actually heard this brought up as a gun control argument, like why gun control is good. They brought up the fact that, originally, like around the Civil War or whatever, militias were formed to capture freed slaves, and black people weren't allowed to own guns. Therefore, we should ban guns now? Like, what the fuck does that mean?
Okay. I heard that same thing on a television show about how our first policemen, right, were actually like our very first policemen in America. And this is a show that, who is it? Someone on Gun Channel's, Yoder. He posts it on the front page on Sundays all the time, right? Usually after like Liberty Watch, so it should probably be coming up today. And it's this like black gentleman. He does this talk show mainly about guns and stuff, right? But those guys are the most racist motherfuckers I've ever heard, right? And like literally, like it's the pot calling the kettle black. I mean, the first police in America were not to fucking capture slaves.
And
the first
here's
militias
the
were not to capture slaves. That
right.
Like,
now, are they right
that
there were groups of people, if that's what they did? Yes, they are correct.
The very first police were in America, the very, very first police in America, right? The very first police in America were fucking criminals. They would get sentenced to stand watch for these towns, right? Like, and they were like the first cops. They would sit there and stand watch outside of the towns and outside of businesses and in business districts, and report and try and stop any illegal activity or help people, stuff like that. That's what they were sentenced to. That was their,
community service kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. And they were like the first cops were actually criminals, So, and then there's actually a lot of reports going all the way back to the early 1600s. I'm talking like 1620, that some of the very first police officers were black in New York City. So I don't, If some of the first cops in America were black, I don't know how they could be, founded on a racist thing.
Yeah. And here's the thing. So, like I was saying, they are correct. There were groups of people that their goal was to, capture runaways or whatever and take them back.
Yeah,
they are
them
true.
Democrats.
Here's the thing. Yeah, exactly. They were Democrats. But anyways, that doesn't, just because there were bad people back in the day, like, in their times, they thought they were doing the right thing. Personally, morally, I think that they were bad guys. Okay, whatever. But just because that existed doesn't mean I shouldn't own my gun now. And the whole idea that the first gun control laws were all about, like, the guns that black people could not own. Like, if it's okay to say, I don't agree with the Constitution because it was written by racists, then I should be allowed to say, I don't agree with gun control because it was written by racists. Like, the first people were like, you can't own a gun. Only the black people can't own guns because they want, the white people wanted their own. So it's like, do you not understand how gun control is a way of keeping people down and, like, giving the government power? And these liberals, they half the time, hate police and hate the government like a whole bunch. So how come they want them to be the only ones with power? It just doesn't make sense.
Well, the thing is all these surrounding arguments should all lead back to one thing, and that's the second line of the Second Amendment says shall not be infringed, not should not.
Right.
And with that whole, like, I'm so tired of this fucking, like, race thing about, like, oh, I owe you reparations or I owe you a fucking apology for what my ancestors may or may not have done 500 years ago or some shit. I mean, that's just such, like, racism is so fucking dead in America, right? The only people who are, like, holding on to it are these, like, liberal fucks who are, like, who need something to bitch about and complain about.
Well,
right?
To be fair, there are still some racists. It's just they're like 0.1% or something.
Like, have you seen, like, the recent KKK or neo-Nazi march where it's literally 10 guys show up and the police have to protect them from the fucking people who are, like, anti-racist? Like,
Illinois Nazis.
They're such small little groups, right? And that it's dead. There aren't entire fucking cities and towns and states like there used to be that are like, oh no, like, we'll hang black people or whatever, like, or they're not allowed in our city, or they're not allowed to use our bathroom or drinking water, or they're not allowed to be president, right? Or be a congressman or senator or police chief. All that's dead, dude, because we have black people in all those positions. That shit does not exist anymore. You don't go into a fucking restaurant and they're like, oh no, we're not going to serve you because you're black. That does not happen anymore anywhere in America. I mean, there are little teeny tiny groups, but those don't fucking count. It's dead. They're hanging on to something that's dead. And when they die, it'll probably die with them. So there's, like, most of the racist motherfuckers are either so old they don't matter anymore, or they're dead. So it's give it another 20 years and it will be completely fucking squashed. Like, racism is so fucking dead, and the only people that keep it alive are these people bitching about racism. Oh, the cops are racist, or America's racist, and, like, those are the motherfuckers that are keeping it alive. And it's because they're anti-racist. They're racist. They're racist against white people or against Hispanics or against a different culture, but there's no such thing as racism against blacks anymore, dude.
Just go to fucking Chicago and look at the goddamn crime statistics and then ask yourself, are the cops being racist or are they being realists?
Yeah, just because you get shot and you're black doesn't mean the cop's racist. That means that you were probably doing something wrong, Like those FBI statistics that came out after the last couple of shootings about how more white guys are shot than black guys. Right, but black guys commit more crimes. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. Seems like they're more likely to shoot you if you're white. So, like, I don't know.
Well, I think there's less repercussions. Shoot a white guy, it's no big deal.
Well, no, I think you shoot a white guy. The white guy's family say, you know what? Johnny done fucked up. Johnny was breaking the law. Johnny got what was coming to him. But you shoot a black guy, his family's like, my baby's daddy, he was a good guy. He was just trying to rob the store to buy some crack. Like he wasn't trying to hurt nobody. Like, you know.
How's he supposed to get his sneakers and stuff for school if he don't rob people?
Yeah, dude, there's literally this mom all over social media right now trying to sue a guy who shot her fucking son while her son was robbing a store. Armed robbery. I'm sorry, if you go and rob a fucking store and you get shot, you have what's coming to you. That's just, it doesn't matter what color your skin is, it doesn't matter where you're from. If you go commit armed robbery and you get shot, good fucking riddance. You got what you deserved. That's all there is to it. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You commit a crime like that and you get shot, you had it coming. You know, if you don't get shot, you better thank your lucky stars. Like, oh, I got busted for armed robbery without being shot. Well, today was a lucky day. But if you get shot, you just have it coming. Like, that's all there is to it. Like,
well, yeah, what's that saying? Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Exactly, man. Like, but like I said, racism is dead in America. The only people that are holding on to it, like that are keeping it alive, are these people who are racist themselves. But it's like reverse racism. They're just racist against white people, right? Like, you know, like I know, you know, half my family's literally black. You know, half my family's black, and they even tell me that like racism's dead. Like they don't get any racism from white people. That they get racism from other black people. Like that's the thing. Like,
there is the contingent that wants to get a free ride out of the deal too.
oh yeah, give me my reparations. Like you owe me money and land and property and apologies for what you did to my ancestors. Like, what the fuck do you mean? I didn't do shit to your ancestors.
Yeah, and even if they say, yeah, but your ancestors did. Well, I have a question for them. Was there slavery in, you know, like 1900s? Or it was over by then, right? We can all agree on that. It was over by then.
Well, that's when my great segregation stuff too.
But that's when my great grandpa came over to this country, and guess what? He was basically, what do they call that? Where like the coal company paid for him to come over, but then he owed them a bunch of money.
Indentured servitude.
And they paid him in like coal store credits, like not real money. So it's like
Ernie Ford song.
Yeah, exactly. You know, 16 tons. What do you get? Another day older and more in debt. That was my great grandpa. And guess what? Somehow he scraped together money. He got black lung disease. The doctor said, if you work in the coal mines anymore, you're going to die. So he bought property up north and made a farm and, you know, raised a family and shit. That's just what you do. So don't tell me that I owe you something because of like my great grandpa. Because he wasn't even here when that was going on. He was over in fucking Russia, probably getting attacked by the, the royal class over there.
The real thing is that if slavery is a black and white issue, why the fuck is it still going on over in Africa?
Exactly. And you know what I read, and I actually watched this documentary about it, and then I actually read about it, is that the original slaves that we were buying from Africa, okay? And I'm talking not the ones that were born here and raised as slaves, but like the original, because that was wrong. That's definitely bad. You know, slavery's bad. But the original slaves that we were shipping from Africa over here, that they weren't like just captured in Africa and then like sold to us. Like they were like 99% of them were all criminals. And they were all the village fucking like criminals and the bad guys of their villages and shit like that, and the bad people, and that they were pretty much already imprisoned. They were already jailed and imprisoned, and they were basically like a fucking criminal. So it'd be like America selling Mexico its like prison population to use as slaves. And that's what Africa, like their own tribes, and it wasn't like British or French or anything selling us these slaves. It was the actual like tribe elders, their own tribes and shit, that we'd go and make contact with, and they'd be like, we have these 5 guys that are troublemakers, we'll sell them to you.
Well, and some of those were like prisoners of war too. I mean, when one one group would attack another one, they'd take like
Yes.
prisoners of war and stuff. So
Yep, that too.
I don't know if 99%. I mean, that seems plausible.
Well,
that
that's what
maybe
they're saying.
they
Is
weren't
like
criminals, but
99% of them were like prisoners.
right, I find that
So
hard.
maybe that you're right, prisoners of war, but it doesn't sound like they were all just like innocent people that they were just walking along and got kidnapped and sold to us, right? Like it sounds like a lot of them, like the chiefs and stuff, these village elders. The way that this documentary described it was basically like the chiefs and village elders saw an opportunity not only to make money but to get rid of their garbage. So
That would take care of our prison population, though.
I know it'd take care of our prison population. Quit giving them 3 hots and a cot and start putting them to work on like road gangs and shit. And like not just picking up trash, but like doing real hard physical labor, breaking rocks, you know, like fucking pouring asphalt, shit like that, putting them to work.
The unions won't allow that.
Oh, I know, but see, that's the thing is like if we could put them back to work, that's a great deterrent. Oh shit, I don't get to just go sit watch TV all day. No, I don't want to go to prison.
And so you know what would fix the prison population problem is just make weed legal. Because most of the people are in there for stupid drug stuff, which shouldn't even be illegal. And so you get rid of that. Most of those people are out on the street. No big deal. And then you have room and you have, you know, the necessary resources to deal with the murderers and the violent people and all. Like, those people should be locked up. But when you have, you know, 70% of them are someone that got caught with a joint, and then 30% of them are like the armed robbery people, it's hard to take care of the armed robbery people, like, you know, keep an eye on them and keep them in check, because you're dealing with those other 70 people that are freaking like just had a little bit of pot on them or something.
I don't understand this whole standing against making pot legal, because it's a fucking cash cow for the government. I don't understand it at all, because everybody knows that it's no more dangerous to you than alcohol.
That is not true. That everyone knows, because there's some real naive soccer moms out there, right? That literally think they've been so fucking sheltered their whole life, right? Like, you know, and they literally think like pot is like crack cocaine, or it's like they literally believe that it's side by side, like just as bad or even worse because it's easier to get or whatever. So there's a lot of people out there who really fight that shit. You know, a lot of soccer moms, a lot of religious groups like let's say take the Mormons. They fight it tooth and nail. Like to get medical marijuana here for our cancer patients and all that. Like they had a fight here for something like 8 years to get it. Just so cancer patients and stuff could get, you know, could use it. And even then, they only legalized like the prescription kind that comes in pills and shit. So like, you know, so there still is no like legal like smoking pot here. Like, but you can go get your pot pills if you have cancer. You know?
Eventually, the proof is going to overwhelm everybody, because it is just too useful as a medical drug to keep denying it.
Well, I was watching this other documentary that was talking about like drugs and human history, and it was talking about like ancient Egyptians, and I think it was like the lotus flower or some kind of lotus flower, like a blue lotus, or I think that's what it was. But it was basically like crack cocaine back then. Like that's like basically what they made it into, this lotus flower. And I guess like they think that all of like Egypt, like that was like the main thing. Like that was even more prevalent than beer, because they had beer back in ancient Egypt. But it was even more prevalent than beer. Like that was like the thing, was getting high on these like lotus flowers. And that was like the social like norm and thing like that. And then they actually talked about how one of the pharaohs tried to outlaw it, right? And then like how like the whole entire country of Egypt turned against the pharaoh and overthrew that pharaoh. And all that.
Poppies, was it?
No, it was definitely a flower. It wasn't poppy. It wasn't heroin. It was like a lotus flower, and they make it has some kind of chemical in it that, you know, is not only addicting, but it gets you, I guess, really high. And it was like either a blue lotus. I think it was a blue lotus.
That is what they had on the original Batman reboot movie, wasn't it?
On what?
On the original reboot Batman movie with Bale in it.
Oh, the ninja guys. They had some kind of flower or something too, didn't they?
Didn't he have to climb a mountain and get that freaking Blue Lotus and bring it back down?
I don't know. It's been a long time since I've seen that.
Well, I gave you some homework. Go watch it.
But they were talking about like Native Americans, Chinese. Like they were talking about Chinese smoking pot like 4,000 years ago. They were talking about beer in like ancient Egypt and stuff like that, in ancient Babylon, and beer and wine and just like all these ancient drugs. And they were like literally like they were going over every single civilization from like tribes in the rainforest of South America, taking this stuff that's like acid, I guess sends them on a trip. But they were talking about every culture now, like every culture has like a main drug of choice. Like it's just like a thing. Like it's always been that way.
Well, like in ancient Egypt, beer was the bread of the day. I mean, that was a source of nutrition back then.
Did you hear that they found like a big cache of like vases and stuff that still had beer inside of them?
Yes. Yes.
And that they studied the beer and they know exactly like what chemical, like what they were using to mix, and like they were surprised at the variety and the different ingredients. Like it was like a lot more complicated than what they originally thought it was going to be. Like they thought their beer was just going to be like really, really fucking simple. But then they found like all these ingredients to add taste and all this stuff, and that like and different flavors and brands and stuff. And so they were like, man, it's like they were like way more advanced into beer than what we thought they were.
Well, hell, probably everybody made it for themselves in their own house, or a vast majority did. I mean, they had no way of storing food that was perishable. So that's why they said that beer was the bread of the day, because it would keep.
You know, there's this certain disease people can have, or biological thing, where if you eat certain types of food or whatever, like or certain types of bread, the yeast stays in your stomach, right? And your stomach doesn't dissolve this yeast. And the yeast ferments and creates alcohol inside your body, right? So, and you'll get drunk all of a sudden and get like the spins and be slurring your words and just like you're fucking drunk, right? And even like come up positive for like, you know, alcohol in your system, but have not had a single fucking drink. Like at all, because like the alcohol is being made inside your system. I was watching a thing about a guy who had that happen to him, and like he got fired from work for being drunk on the job, and his wife like was saying that he was like a closet alcoholic, and the guy's like, I haven't had a drink in 2 or 3 years. So they took him to and stayed in a hospital, and they observed him in a hospital for like a week straight, and they kept testing him like under observation, and every day alcohol kept appearing in his system, and every day he would get drunk again without drinking nothing. That'd be crazy, right? Like, how would that be? Like, not have to, like, look, I'm just perma drunk. Like, I never have to drink again.
If
you want to get drunk? Yeah, eat the sandwich. It has, like, rye bread. There you go.
You had 2 slices of bread or more today? Huh? Yeah. Hey, your bread alcohol level. It would be interesting to take that ancient beer and copy it and put it out, you know, and make new beer with it or like it, and
There's
see what
already
the
someone
difference is.
doing that.
Oh, cool.
They're doing that with there's a company who's doing that with the Egyptian beer and with the ancient Roman, or was it Greek? I can't remember. It's either Roman or Greek wine they found. So, but
There's
yeah,
somebody also trying to make anistat.
Make
What the
what?
hell is that? Hang on a second. I got to think about it.
Anseth or whatever that really
Absinthe?
bad
Abstinence.
absinthe. Yeah,
Absinthe.
boy. I almost had it.
Yep, I've had that shit before, and like I heard that it was gonna make me hallucinate and like all this stuff, and it didn't do nothing. And I had quite a few drinks, and it was like I drank some whiskey, so I don't know. Maybe it just didn't affect me like it does other people, but I didn't see no pretty fairies dancing around me and stuff. So
I don't think anywhere in the world you can get the real stuff anymore.
well, I think where it comes from, like where is that? Like Ireland or Scotland or somewhere over there, like Norway or Finland. Like it comes from like one of those countries, right? And I heard that's like the only place you can get the real shit. But I had the American version or whatever, the absinthe that you just buy at the liquor store, and it wasn't like anything special at all.
Green whiskey.
It tasted like fucking licorice, and it was like, I don't know. It wasn't even good.
At least they got that part right. That's what all the reports I've ever seen on the stuff said. It tastes like black licorice.
Yeah, I'd rather have Ouzo.
But like a worse black licorice.
I'd rather have Ouzo.
I hate black licorice. But it
Black
still
licorice
comes around to people are going to get freaking high somehow if they want to.
Yeah.
It's a legalized pot. Be done with it, tax it, make money. Hell, I'm just about to the point where I'm almost willing to say legalize everything. Let the fucking idiots kill themselves off.
Well, think about it. If they, first of all, if you legalize it, you're going to take a lot of the people out of the equation right there, because a lot of the people aren't going to be even interested in doing it anymore because it's legal. Like, I really think that there's a fascination, especially with like kids and teenagers. Like, I want to do this just because I'm not supposed to, right? So I think they'll take a lot of that out just by making it legal. And then, yeah, a lot of like the hardcore guys who are like all about it, since it's legal, they can get as much as they want. Yeah, they'll OD on it, or, you know, get broke or whatever, be homeless, living on the streets, die of starvation or cold or whatever. Yeah, so it'll get rid of a lot of those guys too. So I think after like the initial hurdle, like after a year or two, I bet you there'll be less people using it than before. Like, you know?
Right? Yeah, thinning of the herd.
Yeah.
Well, as long as they keep pushing Narcan on all the squads and everything else to reverse the effects of overdoses, we're still going to have them.
Well, you look at it this way. I mean, alcohol is a major addictive substance, but we don't have a large percentage of alcoholics. You know, right there in itself is a good example of.
Oh yeah, like that documentary I watched about civilization, the history of civilization and drugs. Like, you know, we've been drinking alcohol since like pretty much the dawn of human civilization. Like they were saying since like ancient Sumeria. Okay, so that's like 4,000 years before Christ. So 6,000 years ago, we were drinking beer. So for the last 6,000 years, pretty much every civilization has had wine, beer, alcohol, and like, you know, like most of the people in my community don't drink. Like, you know, they're not all drunks. They're, you know, I don't know.
I don't, because I'm a diabetic, but I never did drink a lot before. Because my mom was an alcoholic, and a lot of my family was, and I seen it, and I just never had the bug like that.
Yeah, when it comes to marijuana, hemp's been around for thousands of years too, and somebody had to make the connection. Well, let's burn some of this on the fire, see what happens. Oh wow, it feels pretty good.
They didn't have to, man. The workers that would harvest the hemp would get high as hell just handling it.
Yeah, so it's like, all this stuff's been around forever. It's only recently that it's been, I don't. Oh shoot, I can't think of the words. It's been
vilified.
Thank you so much, by the government and that.
I agree with you. When I was younger, I smoked a lot of pot. It didn't ever induce me to do stupid shit like booze did.
You see what G-Web's posted out in the external?
Yeah, I don't like to talk.
Nicotine is the most addictive drug, they say, and it's #1 legal. And they have successfully curbed much of its use through social methods over policy and laws. So what G-Webs is saying is it's like the social media and like kind of like a peer pressure type thing saying that it was bad. That stopped more smoking than any kind of law or and stuff did. And I would agree with that.
But the thing of it is the nicotine itself isn't really that dangerous on you. It's the delivery system that kills you.
The tar, yeah. That's what they say is it's not the nicotine that's bad for you. It's the tar, right?
Because my doctor was perfectly acceptable with me chewing nicotine gum all the time. He said that is not a problem at all. He said, but smoking, on the other hand, is.
I heard coffee is super fucking bad for you. Like it causes ulcers and heart problems, and like it could even be linked to like Alzheimer's, because people who drink a ton of coffee are like more likely to get Alzheimer's, like, and all these bad fucking things about coffee, and that it's also addicting, and so and like coffee, there's like no regulation, there's no law about like like let's say a kid, a 13-year-old having a cup of coffee, like there's no law, it's not restricted or anything. But I've heard a lot of bad shit about coffee.
Well, coffee, I'm sure, does not cause ulcers in itself. It's when you put cream and sugar in it that it works.
Is that what it is?
It was for me.
The cream and sugar?
Yeah, I got an ulcer from drinking copious amounts of coffee with cream and sugar in it while I used to work nights, and my doctor at the time said just drink it black and it won't be the problem. And he's right. I drink coffee from the time I get up till I go to bed. And
like, look at these energy drinks, man. These energy drinks are like been proven to like cause heart attacks and stuff in people, especially like the people who are drinking like 2 or 3 or 4 a day and shit, right? And there's no like, it doesn't say like must be 18 to buy an energy drink. So like a kid can walk into a store and buy these energy drinks that are proven to be bad for your heart.
Those things made me sick.
There's all sorts of reports of like a 28-year-old guy who's like a bodybuilder and shit, in perfect health, totally in shape, but because he drank like 4 energy drinks a day, had a heart attack. Like, shit like that. So, and those aren't restricted whatsoever. Well, I guess they are a little through the FDA, but still, man, like,
I don't know. It's just it is. I don't want to say stupidity, but it is at the very least a mistaken mindset that keeps pot illegal.
Well, I don't think we should protect anyone from themselves. Like, we can be all about warning people, like, hey, if you put your finger on the trigger and put this gun up to your head and pull the trigger, like, you might blow your fucking head off. But I don't think like we should necessarily make a law that says if you put a gun up against your head and pull the trigger, well, you're gonna, like go to jail. Like if you survive the gunshot, or like we should not have laws that protect people from themselves. That's part of like
natural selection. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And like thin out the herd, thin out the stupidity, let less stupid pass through the genes. And like we can be all about warning people like cigarettes are bad or alcohol is bad or alcohol can do this or this drug can do that, right?
Holes in your body that you weren't born with are not a good thing.
But we shouldn't like necessarily like restrict people from like if they still want to do that. You know, like there's some people who basically commit suicide, but they do it very slowly and they'll like drink themselves to death, right? Over a period of years. And it is basically like a slow suicide. Like it's, I mean, like they know that they're fucking going downhill. They know that, you know, that they're not going to be okay. That they're going to fucking burst their liver or some shit. But yeah, they still drink themselves to death.
I watched my mother do that. It isn't a pretty thing to see.
Nope.
As I said,
but imagine if they try to make a law like, okay, if you like, you can't buy over this amount of alcohol per week or per month or per year, or you can't drink this much more than this much.
I'm just wondering, when are they going to ban these high capacity, 30-pack cases? No one needs more than a 6-pack.
Exactly. Like, yeah, there you go.
What do you need 30 beers for? What do you get the deer drunk? Oh, wait, beer's not about deer hunting. But anyways, I have to say, I just jumped back in, so I don't really know what you guys are talking about, but I figured I'd bring it back to
the reasons
gun people.
that it's stupid for marijuana to be illegal.
Oh, we're still talking about that? Okay.
Well, yeah, that's a good topic. Should have saved it for the morning show. Sorry, Jimmy, I fucked up.
Well, you can talk about it again, man. No one's watching this crap. It's on my channel. Come on. If anyone's watching it, they're on gun channels. I don't think I even have like YouTube people. I have people following me on YouTube, but they're all people that I know from gun channels. So it's like there's not like a separate crowd. Whereas like the early watch, I've jumped on the YouTube side just because I pull it up on my phone or something, and I see people commenting. I'm like, I don't recognize those names. And then you go over to gun channels, and it's all the people that I'm used to. So it's like you guys definitely have like two different audiences where I pretty much have a gun channels audience, and they might happen to watch it on YouTube because it's easier than pulling up gun channels or something. But there's still like people from gun channels. So don't worry, no one's watching this crap.
I don't get the popularity of our show. I really don't.
It's because we're all stuck at work and we're bored. So it's better than nothing. How's that for a confidence booster?
That would explain it, really.
It's because you're the best currently available.
It's because you're not on Tuesday nights, 9 o'clock, competing with Hit or Miss. Because then you guys would be slaughtered. But no, I'm just kidding. No, you guys do a good job. Like I got to give you guys credit for at least having decent topics. Like like I said, sometimes it devolves a little bit more like lobby-ish, but you keep it on track pretty good. And I like that. Like I thought it was just going to be like, a couple guys BSing or whatever, but you guys actually come up with, decent topics. And that's cool. You do a good job. Can't say enough good things about you. Well, mostly Jimmy, but yeah, I guess you're there too. I'm sorry, Tony. That's the kind of mean things I should say for Night Strike. I shouldn't pick on you. So I just saw this post on Instagram, and I guess it's like a book, like it's like a kid's book or whatever. I think something like that. But it goes, everyone I don't like is a Russian hacker. The emotional child's guide to avoiding taking responsibilities for your crimes. It's got a picture of Clinton like sliding down a rainbow, so it's like a kid's book.
Sorry, I had to step out and catch a dog.
Oh, you missed the good Instagram joke. Oh well, it wasn't that good.
What's you digging, G-Webs?
The pipe in his backyard. Or front yard, maybe. I don't know which yard. But it's a pipe in his yard.
I guess it's not fixed yet.
Well, he said he had it all...
Put a wrap on it.
Yeah. He temporarily did it. I don't know. Maybe he's going now for the permanent fix.
I need to check to see if there's a leak.
He could jump in the chat and say hello to us. But I guess he's busy.
I had to replace the pipe from my meter to my house here about 2 years ago. That was $1,000 bill because it's like 175 feet, and I wasn't gonna dig that some bitch by myself.
All right, so we got Raph with the guitar, Smiggy with drums. Like, is this shit about to go down?
I could whip out a guitar.
Oh shit! Like, man,
Knives is our singer. Our title song on our self-titled album, which whatever our band name is going to be called Chocolates.
Okay, all we need is a washing board, a banjo, and all kinds of
Chocolates. It could be like a heavy metal thing, you know. Da 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 da.
Chocolate.
Da 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 da.
Chocolate.
Da 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 da.
Chocolate.
Let's see if we can get copyright flag.
Let's not.
Can anybody guess this? It's easy.
It's unusual.
Is that some like David Bowie?
I got no idea, dude.
David Bowie.
Well, if you all can't pick it up, then we're safe from copyright.
What is it?
Somebody's got to figure it out.
I want to know what it is.
I got way too much distortion on I hear.
Oh, that probably. We should play Guess That Tune. I don't have any stickers or something.
Is it Starman by David Bowie?
Nope. Man, that's bad.
I'm just wondering, is it David Bowie? David Bowie. Maybe it's David Bowie?
It's not David Bowie.
That's just, I don't know. That's just what comes to mind when you're playing that shit. I have no clue. Man.
Yeah, I don't think any of us know it.
How can you have any pudding when you don't eat your meat?
That ain't David Bowie. That would be Pink Floyd.
Got to be brick in the wall, but
it's another brick in the wall.
That's Pink Floyd, not David Bowie.
You got it. Not David Bowie. We don't need no something or other.
Your case on.
Echo. There's no drum part for that, I think. Sorry, Smeggy.
All right, well then that's unacceptable if there's no drums.
the only Floyd song I ever played was "Comfortably Numb." Well, that's not true. We did "Wish You Were Here" too.
What the fuck is that?
We don't need no.
I had it the other day. It's an acoustic guitar on that.
Okay, I just posted Starman in the side. Now you listen to that. Tell me if what he was playing does not sound more like that than Another Brick in the Wall. Just saying.
Shot too many times. Hearing damage. Starman. I don't know that one.
I swear to God, it sounds like it has the same guitar riff that you were playing, man. Like that's why it kept coming to my mind. I was like, dude, I know that. Like,
David Bowie. Bolero. It's fuzzy. Hello, everybody on TV Land. This is not hum. It's humming. It's not a humbucker. 60 cycle hum.
Check your grounds. I don't know.
It's always humming. They all hum. Like humbuckers. The single coil things, electronic. There's also a light bulb over there. TVs. Hi, everybody.
Hi, Dr. Nick.
Hello. Hi, everybody. The knee joints connected to the elbow.
What the heck is that connected to again?
Makes you walk funny.
Springfield had those two doctors, and those two doctors were not really good.
Oh man, it is still freaking snowing here. My goodness. It's been snowing all day.
It's been snowing all day.
I'm a real boy. Yeah, it's a good night to just fuck down in the house. Play around on gun channels.
Yeah, nothing. TV sucks Sundays. Oh, thanks.
I know that song. I don't know what it's called, but I know that song.
Cocaine.
The heat. That's cocaine.
Propane. When you need to heat your house, propane. Cooking a steak, propane.
When you're fixing a pipe, propane.
It burns clean with no smell. Lots of BTUs. Propane.
That's good, man. We should do that.
Okay, so now the Gun Channel's band has turned into a parody band.
Hey, it works for a Weird Al.
Yeah, I got the same hair as Weird Al. It's all frizzy and afro puffy.
Oh man. Okay.
Good job.
Bobby.
If you wanna bake something, if you run a grilled meat,
Okay.
we'll work on it.
Yeah, leave the writing up to me.
Yeah, right. You are the word man. We're just
man.
guys from Joycey.
Hey, man, do smoke on the water.
Yes, sir.
Is that like the first song everyone learns?
No,
Yeah.
I know a lot of people when they start playing guitar, they learn "Smoke on the Water."
It's the easiest because it's just those two strings. The guy even shows you there's a thing, there's a video on YouTube where the guy's just doing this, just so that everybody can see it. I lost it now. He does it with this finger.
Smoke on the water and fire in the sky. Heavy metal remix.
Yeah,
I used to be able to play that on the chainsaw.
How do you play the chainsaw?
Yeah, we need to get together, man. We need to be in the same room.
Yeah. I can't play over the Hangouts because like when my microphone's picking up that I'm talking or making noise, it like cuts out the speakers. Like I can't hear what the other people are saying.
We need a portable drum set so we can play in Tulsa.
Well, why don't you just come to Michigan with your guitar? It's a lot easier. You can come play in the snow. You can come right now. It's snowing.
I never seen this stuff, you know?
Okay. Go to the airport. I'm going to leave for the airport right now. I'll probably get there by the time you land because I'm sure the roads are horrible. I went a freaking mile from the house and it took me, what did that take me? Like 20 minutes or something? No, I went to 2 different places, but still, it was nuts.
Is it because people are slowing down when they drive?
Oh, they're going real slow, yeah. And it just, it took a long time. Actually, I was trying to pull out of a parking lot for quite some time because the cars were just spaced out enough that I didn't have enough room. I sat through like 3 different lights before I could pull out of the parking lot. Because then when like the one direction stopped, I'm like, cool, I'll have room to come out now. Oh no, someone's turning right. And then there's a car coming the other direction. Then there was another one turning. Then there's another car coming. It's like they spaced out so much that it's like it's just far enough I might make it, but I don't want to push it. So I just had to sit there for a while. And then I finally turned out. But I got my Slurpee, so that's all that matters.
All that matters. I went to a place called Pollo Tropical. I had pork and white rice and black beans. Good stuff. I can do that every day. I can eat that every day. My favorite food.
Yeah, you can say that until someone dangles a pizza in front of your face. Huh?
I pick pork in front of pizza every day. That's real food. It's like sit down.
Well, you get ham and bacon on your pizza.
White rice, black beans, pork, roast pork.
That's what I say when people say, "What do you like on your pizza?" I go, "I like pig and fungus."
Pig and fungus. I don't know. I'm not crazy about fungus.
Oh man, I'm getting old.
Hello, Peoria.
Hello, Cleveland. Oh, that's not the stage. Okay, which way do we go? You make 2 lefts and then a right, then another right, then a left, and you'll be right there. Can't miss it. Okay, let's go. Yeah. Circle back around, see the same guy. How'd you get back here?
Yeah, it's a great movie.
Yeah, I like Spinal Tap. I want to do something in my gun room today, but I don't know what to do. Like, I don't know if I should reorganize it or...
Cleaning a gun is always a good start.
Yeah, but none of them are dirty. I haven't shot in a while. Just clean them anyways?
It's a nice sound. I like this thing.
I don't know, man. Do you wait for until your girlfriend's horny to boinker, or do you just like boinker when you want to boinker?
Not applicable.
See, so like, why wait for your guns to be dirty? Sometimes guns just want to be like lubed and rubbed on and polished, just because.
Nah.
I don't know about that.
Ooh. Oh, baby, do you like that trigger motion?
I'm just saying, like, guns like to be fondled too. You know, they like to be handled and they like to be clean and you know, oiled and lubricated. So
Yeah, but when she goes off, you got to go and do it all over again. Cat hair? What?
Dust.
Oh.
I thought it was a naughty guitar.
Dirty. Filthy. I think this whole conversation about cleaning. Not a brush. Lost my brush. It's Wayne's World.
Just grab your cat. Your cat will work as a good lint brush.
It's probably filthier than the guitar. Oh, that one's clean though. Elvis is clean. The other one, he doesn't like it. That's the beginning of a good song there, Smeggy. I like that sound. I gotta make a note of it. Number 42. Good stuff. We need a band. Gun Channel's band.
I don't know why
Yeah.
Smeggy's not on the drums yet. Like, what the fuck?
Andalusia people have a band. The Andalusian Armory people have a band. I saw them on Facebook. They don't have a website, you know. It's weird. I hate this keyboard. good sound. That sounds something Black Sabbath would do. I have a friend in a Black Sabbath tribute band. His band's name is Yesterday's Dream.
Is it like an Ozzy Osbourne Black Sabbath tribute band, or like a Ronnie James Dio Black Sabbath tribute band, or
Ozzy, I think. I've never seen them play though, but I think it's mostly Ozzy stuff. His wife is the lead singer. They're probably on YouTube. I gotta check them out. But I hate travel. I'm not gonna see them live because I hate going that way. Traffic is awful. Unless I absolutely have to go there, I don't go. There are only like 2 bridges going that way. And if you catch them anytime during the daytime, it's a nightmare. Bad planning.
They still got that bridge that goes like straight up for about 500 feet, and then it goes like straight down for about 500 feet.
That's probably the Sunshine Skyway. Yeah, still there. It got knocked out by a tanker in the 80s, and some people died.
I didn't know if they
Still there.
rebuilt it or not.
Yeah, they rebuilt it. It's in the movie The Punisher.
Mm-hmm.
If you see a bridge, it's in that movie.
Yeah, I went
remember
over
because
that a couple times. Oh,
It's still there. They just did Volkswagens and Jeeps over the Skyway event this Sunday. A bunch of people get together and they try to go across around noon. Really cool stuff. I saw it live on Facebook. Wonders of Science. I couldn't go. I gotta fix my Beetle. I'll get around to it. Cool. Wayne's World. It's party time. Excellent. Let me turn that off. So wasn't there going to be a show today? Somebody wanted to do a early watch on Sunday. Nope. I saw Matt doing his thing. I couldn't watch the whole thing. Had to go. I guess G Webs is fixing his pipe. I hate plumbing. It could be worse though. There's the clean water and the other one. Well, that's the clean one he's fixing. Because I wouldn't want to fix the other one. That's why the plumbers get all the good money, because they gotta fix stuff. It's a good living, though. I know a plumber. Got a really nice house. But it's hard work because he's the guy that call at like 2 a.m. in the morning to fix your pipes for businesses. Anywho, another Sunday. Tony's gone. Hi, everybody. Is that Echo?
Echo.
Today,
I
consider myself
consider
the
myself
luckiest man
I'm the luckiest man
face of
on the face of the earth. Tell us who it was so that everybody doesn't have to
Lou.
guess.
His name's Lou Gehrig.
Gehrig.
That's cool.
Good job.
Before and nobody knew.
Oh, trust me, I know that speech, man.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, the kiddos now, like probably anyone under 30, like who that was, and they'd probably be like, "Oh, I have no clue." Like, you ask anyone over 30, they should know.
Yeah. It's the Iron Horse, right?
Yep. Yep. Until Cal Ripken took that title, but yeah, he was for 50 years. But now Cal Ripken, I think, is considered pretty much the Iron Horse now. So.
Yeah, most of the 30 under crowd wouldn't even know Cal Ripken.
Yeah, that's true too. Like most under 30 right don't even know who Cal Ripken is. Like.
I shouldn't make so much to do about the younger people. Oh.
Yeah, they're good people, some of them. We can't generalize.
Yeah.
Well, no, it goes both ways because then these young people are like, "Hey, do you know who, like, this new pop singer guy is? Like, have you heard this?" I'm like, "No."
For
Like,
the longest time.
have you heard of this new band? No. Like,
For the longest time, I thought Kanye West was some in-flight magazine.
I thought it was like one of the Florida Keys,
No.
like Key West.
Kanye West. Oh yeah, that's a nice place.
I thought it went like Key West and Kanye West, and then like.
I thought it was one of those back of the seat in your airplane ride magazines. Yeah, Kanye West. Yeah, they sell you all kinds of stuff in there. It's like Air Mall. It turns out he's some dude that's married to a couch. I don't know. He named this kid North, I think. Northwest.
Hmm. That could have been worse. It could have been North by Northwest.
Maybe that's his middle name. Bye. Hollywood. Northwest. Oh, maybe he can have an album called North by Northwest. No. It's a weird country.
Yeah. But it's our country.
It's America now. It's Trump America now.
You betcha. I'm proud to be an American.
I missed Never Enough Ammo. I saw some of it.
Well, what was it about?
He was when I left him, he was talking about religion a little bit. Somebody asked some religious question. That's
Uh-oh.
I got stuck.
It's right before I jumped on there this morning or this afternoon early. There, Smegs.
Yeah. I had to go eat lunch. I love that pork and raw white rice, but I wish I had like 2 stomachs. I could eat more now. I'm hungry again. What? I don't know. It's too far away. It's a chain restaurant, but for some reason, one of the chain that's closest here, they don't cook it as well as the other one, the farthest away. So we go to the farthest because it's different. Somebody knows to cook it better on the other one. It doesn't make sense, but it's not fast food. It's rice and beans and stuff like that. So I think I don't know if they prepare it on the spot, but for some reason they cook the meat longer, or somebody just cooks it better at the other one. That doesn't happen with like Burger King or McDonald's. Everybody cooks it the same way. But some people like this Little Caesars over here, they don't cook the pizza right. And the breadsticks are sometimes a little bit on the raw side. I think that everybody has the same standard. They're crazy bread. I'm hungry again. Fruit bar, or it's a snack bar, trail mix, chewy granola bar. I'm trying to eat healthy. This hour of the program is brought to you by Nature Valley. Has anybody seen any good deals on ammo? Brownells has like a rebate when you spend, but you got to spend like $400 something. So that's like getting shipping a little bit free. $50 off orders of $450. $25 off is $250, and $75 off $600.
Brownells usually has. You got to be careful about Brownells because usually they'll have 2 or 3 promotions and codes at the same time. So one code could be like $50 off $400, but another code could be free shipping on anything $99 and over, or another code, could be 10% off $99 and over. So you're like, okay, I'm going to buy this thing for $200, and I can either get free shipping that would have only been $10, or 10% off $200. That's $20. So it's better to go with the 10% code. That's what I've learned. They kind of, they'll throw out various things at the same time. So you got to be careful to make sure you get the best deal.
Yep. I have an account there, but I never got any. I don't remember seeing any emails from those people. Like Palmetto State is almost every day I get a letter from those people, or 2. Maybe they're not as web savvy.
Brownells?
Yeah, I don't get any
Oh no,
emails.
they're very web savvy, dude. They come out with a new YouTube video every single week. They post on Instagram and on Facebook. Like they have someone doing their social media for them that's pretty savvy, you know. But as far as their customer service, like replying to emails or something, I don't know. I'm signed up on their newsletter, and I get like probably an email at least once a month about some special sale they have or something. Though, at least once a month, probably more like 2 or 3 times a month. They get an email from them, and I've even had them comment back to me on their YouTube videos. So.
Oh.
But every week on YouTube, Brownells does like a week, like this week's like new products that are coming out. Right, it's like every single week they'll have like a video with like 4 or 5 new products. They're like, hey, we're just like, you know, we're gonna start selling this week.
Oh, that's why. I check my email preferences, and I'm not signed up for anything.
Yeah. I buy a lot of shit from Brownells, especially shit I'm worried about, like it might break or I might have problems with or I'm iffy about. Because if I ever do have a problem, Brownells just like they'll take care of that shit. They got a great warranty.
Mm-hmm.
Like yeah, they won't even like necessarily replace it with the same product. If you call them up and like, hey, this bolt carrier group's absolutely fucking junk, and they're like, oh, you want another one? I'm like, no, it's junk. They'll be like, okay, well, we'll credit you the difference towards this other one, you know, or whatnot. So they work with you like that. That's why I like them.
Is there anything critical as far as once you have the AR-15 built, adjusting the gas or something?
It depends on, I guess, like how you have it set up, but like 99% of all ARs are non-adjustable as far as the gas goes. Mm-hmm. So like you get it the way it comes, and most reputable companies have it worked out about like their gas port diameter and their barrel and everything, so that they've tested that and like, hey, this size hole like works great. We're going to continue to use this. So usually you don't have any issues. But if you're undergassed on an AR, like the only way to you can band-aid that problem if you're undergassed by like doing a way lighter buffer, lighter recoil spring, lighter bolt carrier group. But those are all just band-aids to the problem. Mm-hmm. It doesn't fix the actual problem. The only way to fix that is to drill your gas port hole bigger. Mm-hmm. Now, if you're overgassed on an AR, you have to get an adjustable gas block. That's the only real fix on that if you're overgassed. But there are band-aids to that too, like a heavier buffer, a heavier spring, a heavier bolt carrier group, or an adjustable gas key for your bolt carrier group. But you're still letting all that extra gas inside the receiver, so you're still going to be getting dirty faster and shit. So that an adjustable gas key on your bolt carrier group is still a band-aid. Mm-hmm. But yeah, the only real fix is either to drill your gas port hole bigger or an adjustable gas block. Those are the only real fixes on a gas issue. Everything else is just a fucking Band-Aid that kind of like, makes you think the problem went away, but the problem's still there. And personally, I don't mind an overgassed AR that's slightly overgassed. I prefer my ARs maybe on the more slightly overgassed side than the slightly undergassed side, because it's more reliable. That's why like the military uses a carbine length gas system on its M4s, and not any of the other systems they tried out, is because they found that, hey, when this gun gets dirty and gets sand and dirt in it, this extra overgassing of the carbine length gas system, powers you through like that shit, Mm-hmm. Whereas like a lot of these guys, like the mid-length gas systems, like really fucking popular right now, because it's soft shooting and the recoil impulse and all these other fancy shit that they say. But there's no way a mid-length gas system is as reliable as a carbine. It's just not. Yeah, but then they'll say, but yeah, your receiver doesn't get as dirty, doesn't get as fouled or carbon, but that's not what stops an AR from working in the first place. Like, you got to shoot so many fucking rounds to get to that point through your gun that's not even an issue. But there's no way after shooting all the various types of gas systems, there's just no way a mid-link gas system is as reliable as a carbine link gas system. If it was, our military would be using it. So, you know, it might be better. It might be better and funner to shoot and all that. It might have a ton of advantages, but there's no way it's more fucking reliable. Just
does barrel length going like from 16 to 18 or 20 really affect accuracy? Is it a big difference?
It can affect accuracy both ways. It can make you more accurate because you can get more velocity out of a round. So it's a flatter. So now the round becomes a flatter shooting round. So it doesn't have as much arc. And that usually tends to make you more accurate when it's a flatter shooting round. So you got that big velocity increase. It's not the length of the barrel itself that makes it more accurate. It's that extra velocity that people make them more accurate. But it can also make you way more inaccurate if you're a shitty shooter. You know, if you don't have trigger discipline and you don't know how to shoot, you know, chances are you'll be a lot more accurate with a shorter barreled rifle than you will with a long barreled rifle, simply because it's like a pendulum type of a system. So when I'm, like, say I'm shooting a rifle from a bench, right, and it has this big long ass 20-inch barrel or 24-inch barrel or something, and I'm making contact with that stock on my shoulder, maybe my cheeks on the stock, I got my hand on the pistol grip. If I move the rear of that stock 1 millimeter, let's say to the right or to the left, that long 20-inch barrel is going to move more to the right or the left than a 16-inch barrel would, moving a millimeter right or left. Does that make sense? Because it's a longer system. So the longer you go out, the more it moves. So the more inaccuracy you have in you, if you make some slight little mistake, a little, you know, a bad trigger pull, breathing, your heartbeat, all that will come into play more on a longer barreled rifle than it will a short barreled rifle. You know, so like I said, if you're not a good shooter, a long barreled rifle will actually make you more inaccurate. A lot of the competition guys I know who are, or let's say they're only shooting at like 50 yards or 100 yards with their rifles, they all have like the shortest barrels possible, because for what they're shooting, speed isn't a factor. You know, flat shooting isn't a factor because they're shooting pretty close distances. But having, let's say, a 20-inch 22 LR barrel versus a 14-inch 22 LR barrel, they're a lot more accurate, the 14-inch. So that's why, like, a lot of competition guys are SBRing their 22 rifles, turning them into an SBR to get that 14-inch barrel length. Because most 22, like, standard velocity loads start to slow down after 14 inches in the barrel. So at 16, with a 16-inch barrel, you're not gaining anything. You're not gaining any extra velocity of a 16-inch. And so they've all been telling me that a 14-inch barrel, 22 barrel, chances are will be way more accurate for me versus a 16-inch barrel. Just because if there's any type of slight movement, it's just it's exaggerated out towards the front of the rifle more the longer it is.
I see. It's like a big gun.
What's that?
It's like a lens on a camera. The smaller the movement here, when your film or digital sensor is here, it's bigger than a shorter move. It's like a pendulum.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, yeah, just like a pendulum. So everything's exaggerated the longer you go out. Any tiny little movement back towards you where you're making contact with the rifle is exaggerated the longer the rifle is, the longer the barrel is.
The move here versus the move here. This is big because it will spread. Yeah.
Yeah, but doesn't that also depend on where you have your pivot point with your support hand? I mean, if you're farther out to the front, wouldn't
that comes into play a little bit, but you got to think, like, even with your support hand, like, you know, out towards the front of the rail or out towards the front of the gun, your breathing and your heartbeat with that stock making contact up against your shoulder or your breastplate or against your cheek, just that heartbeat, especially like on long shots. I don't know if you've ever looked through like really good glass, like at 1,000-yard shot, and literally just like been perfectly still and just literally your heartbeat, watching your heartbeat move that scope, making your heartbeat literally making that scope bounce. Yeah. So like,
I'm thinking of the fulcrum point of the lever arm between your support hand and where you're inputting the movement on the back. If the back part of that lever is longer, you would have to move a lot more to get the same amount of movement in the front. If your support hand is back towards the trigger group, it may be a longer amount out front so that there'd be more movement at the front with a smaller input on the back.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Just thinking that, the physics of, I'm thinking that, the physics of, using a lever and that where you have the pivot underneath your pry bar, I mean, if you can get your support hand out there far enough, you have a lot more control over that movement than you would if you had your support hand back towards the trigger group.
When I think of this, I'm always thinking of like off of bags usually, or off of because I'm thinking about like accuracy. So I'm usually thinking about shooting, when we're talking about accuracy, I'm usually thinking like shooting off of a bags or off of a bipod or out of a rest.
Yeah.
And even then, like when you have that contact with the front bags, right? And my rifle's sitting at the very end of the forend, sitting on bags, that just, like I said before, like my heartbeat, I've noticed it bouncing my scope. And even though when I like the stock up against my shoulder with my heartbeat is barely moving, the longer distance I go out, that I range out, the more that's going to throw off my shot left or right or up or down, because it's exaggerated. That tiny little bit of movement at the rear of the stock of my heart beating is exaggerated and multiplied by the time it reaches the end of that barrel. Even though it's sitting on bags, it'll still be, you can try and take a lot of that out by bags and rests and all that, but it's still multiplied because it's just like a lever system. A tiny little bit of movement back here will be exaggerated and multiplied, however many fold out by the end of the barrel.
I still think it's probably more exaggerated if you have your pivot point closer to the trigger group. I think you'd have more movement.
Oh no, I'll agree with you. But I think either way there's movement. But I definitely agree with you.
Oh yeah, I agree with you.
You
There's probably movement. I just thought that if you could get your hand out there, even man
or
with
your bipod or whatever, all the way out at the end of the barrel.
Tripod, yeah.
Oh, that's an excellent point.
Yeah. Well, there's, give and take on everything. And no matter what you do, there's still going to be some sort of error put into it by just having your hands on the rifle.
Another myth, Raph, about how you're asking about barrel length and accuracy is another myth that comes into mind why some people think longer barrel lengths are more accurate, is because usually, not always, but usually with a longer barrel length comes a longer sight radius. And a longer sight radius usually always makes you more accurate when it comes to iron sights, right? So that's kind of a myth. A lot of people think that they're more accurate with a longer barreled gun they have. when really it's that longer sight radius that's making it more accurate for him, not necessarily the the longer barrel. And that comes to mind with, like, let's say revolvers and stuff. A lot of guys will swear that their 6-inch revolvers like way more accurate than their 4-inch. And it's not, and I don't think it's probably necessarily that longer barrel that's making them more accurate in a 357. It's that longer sight radius, I think, plays a bigger part than that little velocity they gain of the 2 inches out of barrel length out of a 357 or something, you know, shooting at 25 yards or, you know, it's that longer sight radius. So that's kind of a myth that's perpetuated that longer barrel's more accurate thing, is that long sight radius. But I think a longer barrel's only more accurate past a certain point, for gun dependent, of course, on distance. So, like, you know, if I was trying to shoot 357 at 100 yards or 200 yards, then I would say, yeah, like the extra velocity I'm gaining for this 6-inch barrel versus a 4, yeah, it's probably going to make it shoot a lot more flatter. Probably will make it more accurate for me out at that distance. Or an AR, like at 400 or 500 yards versus 100 yards. Like, I don't think the average person is going to, you know, if they have the exact same optic, like let's say the same red dot on a 16-inch AR carbine and a 20-inch AR carbine, I don't see the average person shooting much tighter groups at 100 yards versus, you know, with the 20-inch over a 16. It just, you know, but at like 400 meters or 500 meters, that extra velocity that the 20-inch barrel gives you, then I think it can make a difference.
Well, you don't have much sight radius on a red dot.
Well, exactly. That's comparing just barrels. That's comparing just barrel lengths. So when I compare just barrel lengths, like me personally, like if I take my 20-inch AR and a 16-inch AR out shooting, and I'm using the same red dot on both of them, I don't see a difference in my group sizes at 100 yards to where the 20-inch barrel's magically way more accurate than the 16-inch. I don't see it for me personally. I don't see that. Now, if I take the red dots off and I'm using the sights, the rifle length versus the carbine length, you know, front sight base, then I can notice a fucking difference. Yeah, big time.
Mm-hmm. I heard somewhere that if you had 22 with a long enough barrel, it would be like a silencer.
Actually, that is kind of true. Winchester made a Model 51. I believe it's the Model 51. It was made for the United States Marine Corps, and it was a Marine sniper training rifle, and it has a 26-inch barrel, a bull barrel, and I've heard these guns shoot high velocity standard 22 ammunition, and I wouldn't say it's like a silencer, but I would say it's damn close. If you've ever shot a regular, like, subsonic 22 out of just like a regular 16-inch barrel, that's what it sounds like, a high velocity round coming out of a 26-inch barrel. So that extra 10 inches of barrel length, yeah, because like I said before, like the average high velocity 22 round starts slowing down at 14 inches. So after 14 inches, you're just slowing, you're not burning any more powder in your barrel at all. And you're just, you know, you're just slowing down after that point. So so a bolt action with a 26-inch barrel, Winchester 51, quiet as hell, dude. I know that for a fact.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say it's like a silencer, but quiet.
Yeah. I guess you wouldn't want to put Colibri rounds in that. You'd have to pound them all out.
Oh, hell yeah, those 60 grain super sniper subsonics, whatever they are, the SSS. Yeah. You know what I really like? I like the CCI subsonics, and I think they're only 40 grains. They're not super heavy or anything, but they're like 40 grains. I think they average about 800 feet per second, and they just work really, really well. I mean, I love them, and those things are so quiet out of a 22. Like if you have to dispatch a rodent in your backyard or something, you got neighbors around. Like, I mean, like they'll hear you cough before they hear you shoot. Like like those things are so quiet.
I went and tried some of those in my Mark III with the 5.5-inch barrel. It effectively turned it into a single shot pistol.
Oh yeah. Any semi-auto, it's almost guaranteed. You can cut some like links off. Like I've seen guys make them work reliably with several different guns, especially 10-22s. That's kind of a popular thing to do, is make a 10-22 run subs reliably, and you can do it. But I wouldn't want to, because then if you do high velocity, you're beating your gun to death at that point. You know.
I got some innards from Tony Kidd's outfit.
Kids makes great triggers and shit for the 10-22.
Yeah. He's got a spring set that will run the subsonics through a 10-22, and three levels of spring rate in his kit, and you put the weakest one in, and it'll run them.
Yeah, I'm okay with this. I'm okay with single shot, like even out of my handguns with the subs, and just racking the slide, and I just automatically plan on racking the slide. I'm okay with that. Like that doesn't bother me one bit. And like I said, if you do change to like the lightest spring, well, now your gun only runs subs, and if you shoot high velocity, you're gonna either break your gun or you're gonna beat it to death really fast. So like once you convert it to subs, it's only good for subs until you convert it back. Whereas if my gun's set up for regular high velocity rounds, I can still run subs. I just have to do it single shot, which isn't a big deal.
Yeah, I got a whole bunch of kid parts in it. I haven't gone with his trigger yet, but I keep looking at those custom guns he builds.
Oh god, so nice.
Oh, those are nice.
Kid makes phenomenal triggers.
Oh, he is such a craftsman.
Like you can literally get a 1.5 pound kid trigger, and you can buy it like 1.5 pounds, and then there's guys who have converted them themselves and just gone a little bit extra, and there's guys literally with like 13 ounce, 14 ounce kid triggers, under a pound trigger, and they're 10-22s that are shooting competition with them. They are just phenomenal. Like I don't know if you've ever pulled like a 10-22 trigger with like a 15 ounce trigger in it, but it's just like it's a whole nother world, man. It's like
I haven't done that. No. Yeah, I got 2 10-22s, and I put the bolt kit in, charging handle, the extra, the better springs. Not much, but about $50 in each gun. And they are so nice to use. I mean, you can just feel it, it just, the way they cycle through, and that's just phenomenal.
Have you seen the kid, their billet aluminum receivers with the integrated Picatinny rail and stuff like that?
Yeah, and those are beautiful.
Yeah, I would really like to get one of those.
Yeah, I'd like to get one of those and put on one of these stainless bull barrels that threaded on the end. Urgh. Yeah,
I don't know, man. I tried like that before I was ever into ARs or 1911s. Back in my early 20s, that's what I was really into. Like all through my early and mid 20s, I was into building 10-22s. Like that's what I started on, like really kind of customizing and stuff. And I built in several high-end 10-22s, like well over $1,000 guns. And I've used all sorts of barrels, like Whistle Pig, Schillen, just all sorts of just 10-22 barrels out there. And from everything from like $99 Butler Creeks to, $400, barrels. And I shit you not, the most accurate barrel I bought, and I think I paid like $180 for it, was a Green Mountain, like their premium 1022 barrel. And it cost me $180, and that's the most accurate 1022 barrel I've ever had. And it was half the price of a lot of the other, competition barrels. I think they call it their performance or their match. It's like their Green Mountain match. I think it's like, I think they have it in like, they have it in some weird lengths. It's like 17.5. It's not like, it's not an 18, it's like a 17.5. And man, I'm telling you, like for the money, like it's hard to beat that. Like the accuracy you can get out of a Green Mountain barrel.
Yeah.
They do really good jobs with their 1022 barrels. But Whistle Pig wasn't bad either, and neither was Shillin or, any of like even the Butler Creek barrel I bought was like the $99 Butler Creek bull barrel I bought was still better than like the factory Ruger barrel. So
yeah, and the factory Ruger barrel most people can use quite well.
I found that they shoot on average probably 2 to 3 inch groups on average at 50 yards.
Yeah.
And that's
they aren't that bad, but that's pretty good,
Yeah. No, that's I think that's definitely acceptable for most people.
Yeah. One thing I got from Kid that I really like is that bolt release lever down by the trigger.
Is that the extended one? Like that kind of wraps around the trigger guard?
No, it's the one that locks open the bolt.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking the mag release. I was thinking the mag release that kind of like comes out and kind of wraps around your trigger guard.
Mm-hmm.
So
I don't know what you got. That bolt release, you lock it back and then you can slingshot it when you want to start up again. And then it's really, really clean instead of that funky movement you got to make with a standard one. It just goes click and it's on.
I got my youngest stepson a 22 rifle for Christmas this year. It'll be his first gun. His first real gun. Yeah.
Yeah. I started out when I was a kid. Dad got me a Target set up a Mossberg, and it was single shot load. I found parts when I was about 14 or 15 and converted it over to take a magazine clip. God. So, had like 8 in the magazine, and, I cut out the bottom of the stock so it would fit up in there just so, and it turned out pretty nice. I don't know if you could have told them apart from the ones that came from the factory with the removable magazine, because it was all, regular parts. But I had that thing until, I was 50-some years old before I got rid of it.
My first real gun was a Remington 22, and it was an absolute piece of shit. Like, literally, the barrel was bent in this gun. Like, it had been stepped on or ran over or something. And it literally shot like 6 feet to the left at like about 50 yards. Like that's how bad it bent, like 6 feet to the left at 50 yards. But I like learned to try and like kind of use like Kentucky windage and compensate, because that's like the gun I had, right? Like that was like, so I learned and I shot the shit out of that thing growing up for like several years until I finally got a better gun, until I upgraded. But that was like my great uncle Dave's gun or something, and we bought it at his estate thing, right? So like, that was like my first gun, was this old beat up Remington 22. That was just a piece of shit, but man, I loved that gun.
Yeah, you were proud of it. It's mine.
You know, even though the barrel was bent and everything, I wish I still had that gun today.
Yeah.
Like, never sell your kids guns, or never yeah, or like their first gun. Never, like, I have my son's first gun. I'll never sell it because I know that's something that he'll wish that he had later on. Like, you know, I know one day my son, like, when he has his own kids or whatever, he'll be like, man, I wish I still had my, you know, first gun. And then I'll be like, boom, look, I still got it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why I sold that for sure, but I
I
should have
think
kept
like
it.
my dad sold my 22 literally for like $20 at a garage sale. And then he upgraded me and bought me like a $50 like single shot, some other 22, but that actually shot straight, you know. But I still wish I had that old bent barrel Remington. Like, I really do. I wish I had that gun. My oldest stepson, last year I got him a 20 gauge shotgun, a pump action Savage 20 gauge for his first rifle, his first gun. And I wanted to get him a 22, but he was kind of, you know, already older. You know, he was already 14. And, you know, I don't know. I just decided to get him a shotgun. And it was also kind of for like a home defense thing because that was like the first gun they had in their house. So I figured that'd be a first gun for them to, for like their whole family to kind of have as a shotgun in their house, you know.
Yeah. I still got a round. I got from my dad when he passed a J. Stevens 520-30 trench gun, a real one. Got it from one of the armories. And you just got to be real careful with it. It doesn't have a reset on the trigger. If you hold the trigger down and keep pumping, it keeps firing.
Is it now?
So
Is it supposed to be like that?
Yep, that's the way they made them. So you could get all kinds of shots real quick.
Now, was that, I can't remember now, was that Stevens trench gun? Was that a copy of like the Winchester Model 12 trench gun?
I don't know who came out first. This is a Browning design. I mean, this is a Browning design. I don't know who came out with it first for sure. Have to look that one up. Well, it's a beautiful thing, and it's in really good shape. You know, it's got a little bit of the bluing missing off of the slide pump. You know, the pump part, but other than that, stock's real good. It's got good bluing all over the rest of the gun, and it operates perfectly. It's even got the heat shield and bayonet lug on it. If I can find a good 1917 bayonet, it'd slide right on there. I'd get it. It didn't cost me too much. Yeah, and I got the Garand from him too. Well, I got the Garand back from him. That's 90% wear on it. You know, I mean, it's only 10% wear, 90% good. So it's not too bad a shape. And that thing is 200 yards and can put them in within about 6 inches easy. know, I can't do that freehand. I got to use the bag. Tell you a story about my people. Ping, ping, ping.
So how often do you go out and shoot that Stevens trench gun?
I've only had it out once. I don't want to mess it up because it's in such good shape. So it's basically a safe queen. But you know, I had to make sure it still works. I cleaned it all up, and you know, I mean, I had that thing down to one piece, never touched the other, and cleaned it, re-oiled it. Oh, just runs just so slick.
Like, I wouldn't be afraid to go out and shoot that. I would just use some like light like range loads and stuff, right?
Yeah,
like,
I just
use
some birdshot in it.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be afraid about shooting that. Gosh, I'd want to kind of enjoy that. Like,
yeah, like I said, it just runs slick as can be. I mean, it's just good. It's in good shape. I don't know what I could get if I had to sell it, but geez.
What year was it made?
I'm thinking right off the top of my head, it was in the 20s.
So it's after it's post World War One.
Yeah.
Okay, if it's post World War One, off the top of my head, I'm thinking like probably like $500-600. I don't know though. Like, I know the pre-World War One ones. I know that those go for over 1,000.
Yeah, I know those.
Like,
those
well, at least
really
the Winchester ones. I don't know about the Stevens, but I know the Winchester ones go like well over 1,000 for like if it was made pre-World War One or during World War One. Those trench shotguns are like over 1,000 at the gun shows always.
Yeah,
you know, they'll be like $1,800, $1,400 depending on condition. But the trench guns I've seen that were made after like World War One, like those ones always seem to be like $500-600. But Stevens may be different. I don't know.
I heard that there were a lot of imitation ones made because the heat shield in that was easily come by. So, you know, they thought throwing a heat shield on, they could get it out there on the market and get more than what it was worth. But if you know where to look for all the numbers and the symbols, you can tell whether it's a real one or not.
In World War One, were they using steel or lead shot when they were shooting the shotguns in like the trenches and shit?
I think everything was lead back then. I mean, I don't think they even thought.
Well, I know
about
they
steel.
had steel shot before World War One, but I just don't know if they used that or not in war. Like, because I know they had steel shot back in like the late 1800s and stuff. I've read about it, like Wild West guys using steel shot and stuff. So I just don't know if the military, if that was something they used, because I know steel shot can be pretty fucking effective.
Yeah, I don't know for sure on that. It's research time. I'm gonna get a gas plug for the Garand that is supposed to make it that you can shoot more modern
ammo.
Yeah, because I've been getting this stuff from American Eagle that's rated for the Garand, but yeah, about $1.25 a shot. I can pick up some other
Is
stuff
it
a lot
just
cheaper.
the gas plug you got to change, or do you got to change some of the those recoil springs too?
I just put in the recoil spring, but they say you just have to change the plug. It's got a hollowed out place on the inside, so it effectively makes your gas chambers bigger, so it doesn't build up as much pressure. It's like a big tire compared to your donut tire. Takes more air.
When you increase volume, yeah, you decrease pressure. So
Yeah. So with the modern stuff, using whatever they use to make it more effective for hunting, builds up a lot more pressure than the regular M2 ball that the military had. Yeah, it's like $40. I figure I'd give it a shot. They have pretty good research on it.
well, if it's been out for a while and there's guys who have who shoot a lot,
Yeah.
I've tried it, and yeah. I don't see what it could hurt. The only thing that you're gonna do, like the only issue I see running into is like maybe cycling, issues.
Yeah.
So because what if you put in this gas plug, right, and it shoots modern ammunition that has like a higher cut pressure, and it shoots those now, right, and it's safer to shoot those, but then you go back to your light military loads or your M2 ball or whatever, and then all of a sudden you might have like maybe cycling issues because maybe now it doesn't have, since it decreased the pressure by increasing the volume, now it doesn't have the pressure needed to cycle the firearm with those lighter loads. Maybe.
Well,
I don't know. That's the only issue.
I'm not throwing away the original gas plug.
Oh yeah, definitely not.
And that's what, 5 minutes to change, if that much. You unscrew it and you screw the other one in.
So have you ever got your thumb smashed by a Grand Bolt?
No, I was taught by my dad how to do that. And he said, do it this way and you'll never get your thumb done. He used to drill, and they used to have him as their stuff when he was in the military. He was in the Air Force. He was on the drill team, so he had a lot of those in his hand. So I took his word for it, and I did it just the way he showed me, and I've never got bit yet.
Well, you're one of the lucky ones.
Yeah. I
A
was
lot of guys
cleaning
didn't have dads to show them.
I was cleaning it one day, and I pushed the rod in a little too far, and I tripped that lock. It shot that cleaning rod clean across the driveway, out the garage, down the driveway, almost to the street.
I had a friend, like when I first got into black powder, he got a black powder rifle, and his very first time out shooting it, and we're out there in the middle of nowhere sitting at this table, like loading up our, you know how it is, like a couple minutes to reload and then, shoot one shot, and we're sitting there doing this routine and all that. And he shoots. And I remember it was kind of like his turn to shoot. I'm sitting there watching him. He shoots. And then he goes to reload his gun. And he goes to grab his cleaning rod, and it's not there. Where's my cleaning rod? We start looking all over, and we literally had this little picnic table out in front of us. So we're searching the picnic table, looking on the ground all around. It's just nowhere to be found. And like we never saw that cleaning rod ever again. And the only thing we can think of is that it was in the barrel when he shot, right? And
Sounds
like
that
so we
way.
searched down by the target and everything, and you know, because like we were literally only shooting at this little hill like 25 yards away, and like we were searching all, like we scoured that whole place for hours, and we never saw that cleaning rod ever again. It like either vaporized or landed in a different zip code. Like it was just
Yeah.
gone.
Some guy's walking down to the mailbox and goes, "What's this thing laying here?" About a mile away. Yeah. Uh-oh. We chased Raphael away.
That's okay. He'll be back.
Yeah,
They
he seems like
always come back.
Yeah. He seems like a pretty nice fellow.
Yeah, he is. And soon, I think like he's going to own a gun. Like he got his like permit or whatever. He went and took some safety class or something. So
Yeah. That'll be cool. You get to hear all of his stories about, I finally got my gun and it was this way or that was that way, and I wish I wouldn't have bought it, and I wish I had bought this other one, and you know how it goes.
I like to hear those stories, like how they felt the first time CCWing, like if they felt like they were like doing something wrong, like like I remember when I first started concealed carrying, like the first couple times that it almost felt like I was doing something wrong. I was just like, man, it just isn't normal. Like, am I doing something wrong here? Like,
yeah, plus you're not used to the weight and that, and it's like you always know it's there. You know, it always bumps into my hip. It always,
so worried that someone else would notice, or like, you know, like, that I would be printing, and like always so worried about that. And like now I just don't even care. Like it's like it's like I don't even care if I'm printing or not, or if someone notices or can tell. Like it's not even a thing I think about anymore.
Yeah, I have yet got mine CCW, but it's like yeah. I've carried open, but you can do that here. But you know, it just, I don't know how I'll feel when I first do it. Mindset's different.
I like to open carry. I know a lot of people have issues with it and stuff, but personally, I really like it. And for where I'm at, it works, and it's acceptable, and it's not like frowned upon. So I'm kind of fortunate in that aspect. Like I don't have police stopping me saying like, "What are you doing? Why do you have a gun on you?" Like, you know, they just wave at you as you drive by, you know, and stuff. So like, yeah, it's, you know, if I lived in a different area like Detroit or something, and maybe like where I'd get stopped every 20 feet by a cop if I was open carrying, then I might think differently about it. But where I live, I have no problem like open carrying and walking into stores and while open carrying, and just no one says shit. Like they're just like, oh, you're probably a cop or a hunter or an average everyday citizen with their gun on them. Like it's no big deal.
Yeah, growing up and my dad being, you know, in the military, and you know, him also growing up with quite a few of the area police officers. You know, I'd see it around, you know, lots of people be carrying, and I just, even since I was a kid, I never thought much about it.
Well, I live so close to like the mountains, to like where we deer hunt and stuff, that you'll literally see guys from my neighborhood dressed all in their hunting gear with their orange vest on, with their rifle slung over their shoulder, walking down the neighborhood street in their camo and everything. Like 2 or 3 of them sometimes walking down the neighborhood street, you know, just down the sidewalk on their way up to the mountains, because like they're just right there, and they just walk up, get their deer, you know, and then they
That's cool.
call, and their wife drives the little like 4x4 UAV up there and like picks them all up in the air or whatever. Like, so
Right.
it's not uncommon. Or just to go out shooting, like I do it, because like I shoot like literally out, pretty much out my back door. So I'll like strap the rifle over my shoulder, walk down my street to our big ass field, and go out shooting. And on the way there, like 10 different neighbors will see me with their gun on my shoulder, and they don't call the cops. They don't, you know, freak out or nothing. They'll wave at you. Hi, how you doing? You going shooting? Yeah. You know, that's the way it is. It's a whole different fucking world. It's like a different country compared to
Yeah.
like.
Yeah. Now we'll know the Second Amendment is safe when you can do that in Detroit.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, so that's what I say. Like, if I lived somewhere like that, or in like some big city, like I would probably feel a lot different about open carrying. I would probably, I probably wouldn't do it, or I'd be more cautious about it. But like, I don't even think about it. It's not something that concerns me. Like, oh, I'm gonna get hassled or get the cops called on me, or some guy's gonna see that I'm open carrying and walk up behind me and take my gun. Like,
Yeah.
or like that's just not a thing where I live. It's just not. It's just not something like we even think about out here. It's just
Right. Well, where I'm at, I'm just outside the city limits in a small housing development, and it's a mixed neighborhood. Got people. We got the Democrats and the Republicans out here, you know, and I still a little careful about when I load the car up with my guns to go somewhere, and I try to be real careful about making sure that it's not all that visible or whatever, because I don't know, could have the neighbors call. You don't know how people are going to react.
No, you don't, but you can kind of predict it based on where you live. Like, let's say if I lived in downtown Los Angeles or Beverly Hills or someplace in California, if I had my garage door open and I was in my garage, like playing with guns, right? With my garage door open, where like anyone who drives down the street or the neighbors across the street could just look right at me and see what I'm doing, I bet you I would get like an hour of like handling guns in my garage. Like the cops would probably be beating on my door. That's
Right.
just that. But where I live, I could do it all fucking day. And even if someone did call the cops, our police would literally say, "Is he pointing the gun at anyone? Is he threatening anyone? No. Well, when he's breaking the law, call back." They don't have a thing where they have to show up at every single call. Like they can literally tell you here to fuck off. Like if you call and be like, "Oh, my cat's stuck in a tree," they'll be like, "Call someone who cares." Like they don't have to go and investigate every single call. Like that's not a thing. Like they use that as an excuse a lot of times on like the open carriers. Like, "Oh, we got a phone call, so we have to come investigate it." Like that's not a real fucking thing. Like they don't have to. Like they don't have to investigate unvalidated shit. Like, so if they get like multiple calls, well then maybe, but like your one creepy anti-gun neighbor calls the cops on you because like she saw you carrying 10 guns out to your car to go shooting, yeah, the cops are going to be like, big deal. Like at least here, but in like Los Angeles or someplace like that, I could totally see the cops being like, "He has guns? All right, we're sending the SWAT team and the helicopter and everything right now." Like,
Yeah, he's got an armory full, and he's
yeah,
armed.
we're gonna shoot his dog too when we come there. Like,
That's
so I
just
think it
so
just
they
really
don't kill
depends on
my
where you
killer
live.
attack cat.
Because like if I go to like the range, like let's say on a Sunday, I go to the range on the Sunday, chances are there's going to be a couple off-duty police there shooting too. There always is. Like, they're all pro-gun guys. They're all, that's just because of where I live. Like, and so I think you can kind of predict that based on where you live on about how how you might be treated if you're open carrying or handling a gun in public. Like here, we have private party transactions, so you can buy a gun private party. And it is not uncommon here to meet someone, because I don't know about you, I don't like the idea of giving some stranger my address and having him show up knowing I have at least one gun he's planning on buying, right? And then staking out my house, coming in my house, stuff like that, of a person I don't know. So I like to meet people outside my home if I do some sort of transaction like that. So it's very common here for not just me, but for everybody to be like, I will meet you at the gas station or at Walmart or at McDonald's, right? And these two guys, like, they'll be like, yeah, I'll be in like a red Ford truck. And then these guys like meet at McDonald's, like on like a Saturday afternoon, like McDonald's is full of kids and shit. And they'll get out and they'll be holding guns out in public in their hands outside of McDonald's, looking at them, looking down the barrels, checking them out, being like, all right, yeah, I'll buy this from you, whatnot. And like the cops don't get caught, like they don't show up. They don't, like, no one says, hey, I'm at McDonald's and there's a bunch of kids in the playland and there's guys with a gun outside. It just doesn't happen here. But I bet you if you did that in like New York or California, oh my God, like, you know, guns would be drawn, get down on the ground, like that never happens here. Like,
yeah,
to have a gun out in public and to stuff like that, it's just not a thing. Like unless until you start shooting it, people just don't care.
Well, that's just it. I don't know what the mindset is on a lot of my neighbors because it's a very fluid neighborhood, and the people who lived there last year don't live there no more. You know, somebody new is in there, and so you really don't get to know your neighbors all that well. The ones closest to me are older folks than I am, so you know don't have much problem with them. They know I got a gun and I can help if there's anything going on. But you know, I don't know about some of the other ones because they're so much younger. I did broach the question to the young fellow that moved in a couple of years ago, right next door, and he saw me loading up a couple of my rifles into the truck, and next thing I know, he's over beside me, and he's going, "What y'all got?" You know, he's just like all into it, you know. So I said, "Well, I don't have to worry about him."
Well, I like to know my neighbors, not necessarily be friends with them, but at least know them to know, okay, like they might do this for a living. They work these hours, right? They, you know, and stuff like that. So, and then I like them to kind of know that, just that simplified information about me, because that way, if we know each other's schedule, we can keep an eye on each other's houses and shit like that.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, oh, dude, like Ted across the street, like him and his wife work every day, 9 to 5, and the kids are at school, and no one is supposed to be at his fucking house. Like no one else lives there. No one else is supposed to be at his house. So there shouldn't be this strange car in his driveway with these two guys at the front door walking around into his backyard and shit. So that's when I know to go check out, hey, what the fuck you guys doing? And then I find out it's just his brother-in-law or whatever, you know what I mean? But we can keep an eye on each other's shit like that. And so like,
oh yeah.
And then I don't know about like where your community is, but our community is like, we have a church for like basically every neighborhood. Right. And and a lot of times, even if you don't belong to the church, you still go to like a lot of the church social events. So like the barbecues, dinners, picnics, stuff like that. Because they're more community here, at least the events, you know, when it's not Sunday at church, all the events are more community organized. It's just a church is the one who organizes it. So like a lot of people will go. So we'll get a chance to hang out with each other at social gatherings and talk to each other about, you know, and stuff like that. And then neighborhood watch. And so there is like a lot of things. If you want to know who's pro gun in your neighborhood, Just start a neighborhood watch and join the neighborhood watch and see who's active in that. And chances are, if they're active in the neighborhood watch, they're probably a gun owner. That's what I've found. Like,
Yeah.
like not one single person has contacted me about our neighborhood watch here. Not one single person that wasn't like didn't already own a gun. Because that's one of the things that we talk about at our neighborhood watch meetings is like security systems, looking out for each other, home defense, stuff like that. And every single one of them is like, oh, like whenever like, okay, now do any of you own a gun? They're like, oh yeah, like we like everyone here owns a fucking gun. So
yeah, it was funny. Before this younger fellow moved in, right next door, it was didn't really know these people. They were very sort of standoffish, and there was cars pulling in and out of the driveway like all night long, and I'm going, something's not right over there. And cops came out a couple times, and they really didn't do a whole lot. I mean, they were still there. They didn't get carted away, but it was a drug house. It finally all fell apart for them when the one gal got high on something, and that next thing you know, she had set the house on fire accidentally. So they weren't there anymore. They found all kinds of stuff in that house. But one guy went and bought it, and he fixed it all up, and the kids moved in next door, and it's been a lot better.
here we're such a tight knit community that, like, when there is like a drug house or something like that, like everyone knows about it. Like,
well, I think
everyone,
everybody knew.
like that'll be like the topic, like the main topic in the whole fucking town. Like, man, like, you know about the drug house over there? Like, yeah, I heard about the drug house over there. Yeah, they're selling drugs out of there and all that. And the police know about it, and like they're like watching that house and pulling over like every car that leaves, and they basically get like shut down, run out, arrested. Because yeah, it's such a tight knit community, they can't really hide. They can't. They stand out like a sore fucking thumb here.
Yeah, it was. I didn't get much response from the police around here about that, but like I said, it's fluid everywhere about who's doing stuff and people's mindsets on a few things. But we had here a few months back that they had to go hunt for Narcan because every squad, the hospital, and that all their Narcan was used on overdoses in like a 2-day period. So it's like we definitely got problems around here. Yeah, use the Narcan and they come back and do it again. Oh,
Here,
look.
What they really do here, since they can't fit in and just like get an apartment or a house or whatever, because they just don't last. Well, the problem we have here is these motherfuckers are coming out from like California, these like gangbangers, and like a whole carload of like 3 or 4 of them will come out from California. They'll bring a bunch of drugs and then they'll come stay at like a hotel here. And then they'll like basically be selling out of the hotel, and they'll like be here just for a weekend and they leave. Like they come here, they unload their shit and they leave. Like that's what like the thing is, man. Like that's the new thing is like they don't stay. Like it's like I don't know.
Yeah, we get a lot of, there's some, investigations go on, and there's a big bust. But you know, it's you know, they get some pretty good hauls on their on contraband when they do a bust around here. So there's a lot of stuff floating around.
Oh, I like going to the auctions. Like,
well, they don't sell the coke and the marijuana and that at the auctions.
no, but they sell
But
like
that's the
their
stuff they're
vehicles,
pulling in.
dude. They sell their cars and they sell their laptops and a lot of their other shit. And then that money like goes right back into the police department and then
Well,
the city.
I don't see any of that stuff being auctioned off around here.
Really?
Really?
Yeah, they auction off their cars, their shit, their power tools, all that stuff. They have to put it in the newspaper, right? So that's where you find it, or that's where I find it. They have to put it in the newspaper, and then if I go down to it's like it's where my city has keeps like the impounded cars and stuff.
Yeah.
And you can get a list, and that list will tell you all the cars that are coming up, like the year, the make, the model that are coming up for auction. And then it'll tell you about these, like they're called like table auctions, and basically they just open up this big ass room, and there'll be items sitting on all these tables, and there'll be a card attached to the item, and you come up and you write your number, and then you write your bid on the card, and then someone else can come up and beat your bid because they can see exactly what it is on the card, and then you can go back up and beat them. But it only lasts like 2 hours, and at the end of the 2 hours, they kick everyone out. And then they start processing those items, and you come back basically like that next day and pick it up, like on what you bought. But yeah, they'll have like like even like a lot of stuff that's stolen. Like they'll find these criminals with a carload full of stolen goods, but they can't find the owners because the owners never reported it stolen or whatnot. And like they'll even auction off that stuff, Like there was a big car like burglary ring here where people were going around breaking into like work vehicles, and they busted those guys, and those people had 3 storage sheds full of stuff. That's how much stuff they had stolen. And like only a couple people actually came and picked up their shit. And then, so after they held on to it for like 2 years, they auctioned everything off.
Yeah, I just don't see any of that stuff advertised or hear about it. They just, I don't know. Maybe they just take it somewhere else to get rid of it. I'm not sure.
By law, they have to post it in the newspaper.
No, not around here. I've never seen it.
Well, that's what they're supposed to do by law. I think that's like a federal thing that they have to notify. They have to put it in a newspaper. So maybe it's like the bigger city newspaper close to you, or maybe not like your smaller local paper, but I think by law they have to put it like in the newspaper. They have to advertise that. They have to keep like a thing out at the business, or I don't know. That's just, at least that's how it is here.
I don't know what it is for here, but never seen any kind of thing like confiscated goods items for
like
auction.
the cars are excellent, man. Like, because you can get really good deals on cars by doing that. And the secret is never, because it'll tell you what the car, like the make, the model, the year, and then it'll tell you the reason it was impounded. So you never buy the ones that are abandoned vehicle impounds, because chances are those are the ones that were like broke down. That's why they were abandoned or left out on the street. But the ones that were like DUI arrest, well, that car was running and driving when the guy got arrested, right? Like,
right.
Or hit and run, stuff like that. Like, yeah, like those are the ones you buy, because then automatically. Because when you go to these car auctions, you can't like get in the car and take it for a test drive or anything like that. All you can do is basically look at it. Like you can walk up to it, look inside of it. You can't get inside of it, but you can look inside of it. They'll have the hood popped open. You can look under the hood. And so I'll just pull out the engine oil dipstick and the tranny oil dipstick, look at the oil and the tranny fluid to see what they look like. And then I just go off of like, was the car running when it was, when it was impounded? Because if it is, chances are it runs. Like, So I've
Right.
got like some really good, dude. I bought a Toyota van with only 80,000 miles on it for $90.
Oh,
Yeah, Toyota minivan with only 80,000 miles for $90. And the only thing it needed was a battery and a tire. So I went and bought like one used tire and bought a battery, and I drove that thing for years. And then I ended up giving it to my father, and he drove it for years, like for $90.
yeah. Show up at the confiscated vehicle auction in my black Range Rover, and they'll say, oh, "You one of those bad guys." I won't buy one there. No way. Have to have my better half drive home to one Range Rover and me the other. They'll know I'm bad.
No, see, they always come get those vehicles out. Once in a while, a really nice vehicle will go through, but then like a car dealership will show up, and like
Right.
they'll usually, some people with real money. So like the older vehicles, like 80s, 90s, those are usually the best ones to get, because a lot of times, like, I don't know what your kind of scrap metal prices are out there, but a lot of times you can go there and get a car for $50, right? Like,
Mhm.
and you can like literally drive it down the street to the scrap yard and drop it off and get 300 like,
Oh yeah.
for some big old Lincoln boat or something.
Mhm.
It's like, man, like all I did was like pay $50 for this car, drove it a block and made 300. Like,
It's the way to do it. Well, I'm going to give me a cup of coffee. I'll be back in just a little bit.
all right, Smeggy's too good to chat with us. He's too busy in his gun room.
Ho, ho, ho. Waking the Dead. Still around there, bud?
Yeah, I'm still here.
I got derailed there. Better Half went and opened up the Ring of Shrimp. Had a few.
I don't know if you know who this is, but I guess Kimbo Slice died.
Who? What? Do that again.
I guess Kimbo Slice died either today or yesterday or something.
I don't know who that is.
He's a kind of like a famous fighter, famous street fighter. He kind of went pro. I think did some like UFC type stuff, but he got real famous like street fighting.
Oh, was this that sort of like the where all things go on the ring?
The UFC thing, you know, like yeah, like any kind of martial art, grappling, wrestling, you know, boxing, karate, all that kind of
Anything
stuff.
goes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I never really got into it in the modern version of wrestling, WWF, whatever, WWE. My grandmother was every Saturday night it was Friday night. She always had the old style box wrestlers on TV. And it's like, okay, I've seen enough of that stuff. Never got into the newer stuff, really. I think she just liked to see the guys in the short trunks going around the ring. My grandmother had a wild side to her.
Grandmas with wild sides? I don't know, man. I don't. Like those things just don't usually Yeah, that's just not something I usually ever think about.
Yeah, we still don't know for sure whether my dad and my uncle had the same father or not. Yeah.
Well, there was a lot less to do back then, man. You know,
Mhm.
there was a lot less to do back then. Like, that's what I've heard about, like girls from, like, let's say Montana and like North Dakota and stuff. They're like always going to be a little bit more promiscuous than like maybe Southern girls, because there's not a whole lot to do up in Montana and North Dakota for 8 months out of the year, like on cold nights.
Yeah, I guess she didn't do anything worse than some of the things I've been involved with over the years. I had a pretty wild youth. You know, it was one of those things. If it had boobs, I was interested.
My wild youth was spent working. Like, man, I want this something like really bad. I had to like work and get 2 and 3 jobs and odd jobs and side jobs and like all sorts of shit to make money. So I was just like constantly trying to make money, like pretty much from the age of like 15 on. Like,
Yeah.
constantly just trying to make money so I could get shit that I wanted and pay for it. Like, cars, guns, like just whatever I wanted. Like, I had to, work and get it. So that's how I was always too busy working, like every Friday night. Like, friends were going out partying when I was a teenager. I'm like, I'm stuck at work. Like, like that's how I spent my wild teenage years, just fucking working.
Yeah, well, I was always doing farm work growing up. Somebody wanted to put tile in. Hey, I go in and help put tile in. I worked one summer at a place that grew potatoes and onions, and I crawled around on my hands and knees all day long picking weeds. I didn't mind working. Yeah, I've always had a job, it seems. Hey, go over here. I need help baling hay. You want to come over? Yeah, sure. I'll throw bales. Yeah.
Shit, like I used to do shit like that just for like a good home cooked dinner. Like,
Yeah.
like, oh, your mom's like cooking a big ham and pie and all that. Like, she need any help done over there? Like, oh, what, the screen door needs to be fixed. You got a gate that needs to be fixed. Okay.
Yeah.
Just for dinner, man. Like, it wasn't even for like money.
Yeah. I always loved those home cooked meals on the farm, man. Anywhere.
Yep.
Those women knew how to cook. That's the one thing.
Especially like where it's like early on in the afternoon and you see her go out there and grab a chicken and just cock its neck sideways and carry it back into the house and shit with a big old like pot full of boiling water and shit to pluck that shit. You're like, man, I'm having fresh chicken tonight. Like, that's okay. Yeah. And then like some fresh fried chicken and shit. Oh, man.
And the eggs was fresh and the milk was real. Oh, you betcha.
Not pasteurized.
Right out of the cow.
Most people nowadays don't even know what milk is. Like they're so used to pasteurized milk, they have no idea what like real milk even is.
Right. And usually they made the butter themselves. Get that cream off of there, man. Make your butter. Fresh homemade biscuits. Oh, God. All that good stuff.
Yeah, see, I'm a caveman when it comes to like cooking, man. It's like I can kill it and I can skin it. I can throw it over a fire and cook it. But
Yeah.
you know, I can basically barbecue anything. But man, I suck at cooking.
Yeah. My good grandma, she learned a lot of recipes over in Austria-Hungary when she was a kid. And that lady could bake, make all kinds of, main dishes, different soups, and, real Hungarian goulash, all that good stuff. I never had trouble keeping weight on when I was younger. Doctor told me once, "You're as big as a horse. You eat?" I said, "Yeah, but I eat like a horse and I work like a horse, so." It
I've
all
always
worked
had
out.
problems gaining weight.
Oh, you want another biscuit, kid? Here. Oh, sure. Another piece of homemade strudel? Yeah, I'll do that. And then when you got your grandmas that you go visit and that, and they say, "Here, try some of this. Have some more." I wish I was able to have got a farm when I was younger. I think I would have really loved that. But 20-year-old kid just can't go and dig up $500,000 or so to get started there. At least back then. Now it might be easy to dig up $500,000. Hell, I don't know.
I don't think so.
I don't think I've seen more than about $100 in my wallet in a long time.
Oh God, no one uses cash anymore.
Well, I'm even counting the cards. It was like, "Oh, okay, we got the bills paid. What's left? Not much. Okay." Where'd you get the picture from?
What's that?
Where'd you get your picture from? Looks like something a museum would have put out.
Yeah, the horse skeleton.
Yeah.
That's actually from a band.
Oh.
Called Dead Horse.
Aha, plagiarized.
Yep.
Well, I wonder if Smeggy made any progress in there.
In his gun room?
Mm-hmm.
I doubt it.
Yep. Yeah. Take everything off the shelves, move it to the other side of the room, dust it, whatever, put it all back, except for the stuff you say you don't want anymore, but then you find out that pile's really little. You may end up with the same amount of stuff really than when you started. That's the way it works for me. I guess that's part of being out on the farm. You never threw anything away because you might need that chunk of metal there off of that old combine one of these days, or that pulley ought to fit on something. Better not get rid of it.
You know, that's why you need a welder, a grinder. Like with a welder and a grinder, those two tools, you can repurpose a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Well, there's even in the garage now, there's a welder and an oxyacetylene rig. Don't use it that much, but it's there.
I weld with oxyacetylene, and I braze with it too, so I got our oxyacetylene torches. And I cut with it too, but I don't use my cutting tip attachment very often because my regular like brazing tip attachment will still cut a master lock off in just seconds. So
yeah. It's just getting your balance of gases right. You get a hot tip on there and just.
I always make mine look like a bird's feather. That's how I've always done mine, to where it looks just like a bird's feather.
Yeah.
That's like the best way I can describe it on how I have my mix just right and the pressure just right is not for the cutting tip, but just for the regular tip. I want it to look like a bird's feather.
Mm-hmm.
And with that bird's feather tip, I can braze, I can weld, and I can cut all at that same tip. Like that same, just depending on how close I hold the torch.
Yeah. I still do a sloppy electric weld, old stick welding.
I've done some like arc, like stick welding, right? I've done some of that, and it's hard. And like I was using like shielded wire, and I had and it was just a mess, and it was just more time consuming. But the welds were good. Like it welds really good. It's just more time consuming than like using a MIG with like a shielded flux core with shielded gas and all that, and you don't have all that cleanup after, where you got to like sit there and wire brush all the slag off and shit, and so you just don't have all that the extra steps. So that's why I bought a little MIG. That's that's what I prefer is the MIG. But
wire feed is nice. I mean, I don't have one, but I'm tempted.
I just bought a tiny little Hobart. I bought the Hobart 140. It runs off 120 volt house current. It's the most powerful 120 volt welder you can get, and it'll weld 1/4 inch pretty decently. Like it'll weld over 1/4 inch, like 3/8 and stuff. But you gotta go more slow, and you gotta prep your surfaces better and stuff like that. But I can just weld like 1/4 inch angle iron with that welder all day, and that's usually good enough for most things. 1/4 inch.
I had a lot of stuff we had to do with. I had a buddy who had a wire feed, and we just got him a roll of wire and said, "Can you do this for us?" He said, "Sure," but it works really good. Whoever thought that one up deserved all the
shielded
royalty.
gas that really does it too,
Mm-hmm.
And it's totally possible to get welds that are, stronger than the material you're welding.
Oh yeah.
So it's.
I look at some of this, like someone, especially aluminum, like a set of aluminum rims, or I don't know, anything that's, good, not the cheap crap, but, the welds that these guys will do, or whether it's a robotic weld or something on this aluminum, it just like, that's almost like jewelry on there. It's so fine and even. I think it's just beautiful to see welds like that.
I've been told I'm a pretty good MIG welder. That my stuff's like pretty clean and looks pretty good. And my philosophy, like how I was taught, is like the most important thing about welding is first of all patience, and then consistency, and going at the same speed and repetition. And when doing your little crescents, and just patience and consistency, just trying to basically a lot of repetitiveness,
Yeah, what is that? Preparation, practice, I don't know, a bunch of P's in it. Ensures good results.
How I got started is I literally got handed like a 1/4-inch piece of like steel plate and was told to weld my name on it. Right? So I welded my name on it, and then they're like, okay, this is how you fucked up. Now watch me. And then I watched him, and then I was like, okay. And then he's like, now practice that 20 times and you'll be good to go. And that's exactly what I did. And
yeah,
once you it's hard, that's a skill that's hard to learn by being told or read about it or whatever. You literally have to watch someone.
Yeah, it's a hands-on thing.
Yeah, you got to watch someone do it and watch the technique, and then just do it yourself and practice it. And then I think welding's something like anyone can fucking do. It really doesn't take any brains or anything. It's just doing it and learning it.
I resemble that remark. No. Yeah, it is though someone who really knows what they're doing. It's something to behold. I mean, to watch a true pro.
Well, and a true pro, a lot of that too is in the prep, right? Because almost everyone has all the real good guys who are really good welders who are doing MIG and TIG work. I can't TIG weld aluminum worth of shit. I've tried to TIG weld aluminum. I don't have the skill for that. That takes a lot more skill than MIGging steel to TIG weld aluminum. So there's different levels, and depending on what materials of welding, requires a different skill level. So TIG welding is probably one of the hardest, TIG welding aluminum heads and shit like that. And that's really hard. But a MIG on steel is pretty easy, and it's really all in the prep. If you know how to prep the material correctly, and the basics, anyone can weld a pretty strong basic joint, really. That's my philosophy. Any average homeowner could buy a little welder and weld up his own little brackets and his own little shit and fabricate his own stuff, closet shelf holders or racks or anything you can imagine, anything you want. You can either get online and you can buy something that's probably cheap and from China or whatever, and and might last a couple years or whatever, or you could build something yourself out of steel for probably the same amount of money, if not less, and make something that's heavy duty and strong. And so I've always been about building my own shit, versus buying it if possible. That's why I invested in a 3D printer, and that's why that's why I own tools like a welder and a plasma cutter and tools like that.
I always tried to take advice from people who were actually getting paid to do this stuff. There was a guy who had the metal shop at the Air Guard where Dad was, and he had good tools too, and he could do a hell of a lot better job than I could ever do with a hacksaw and stuff. But he was one of those guys who he didn't mind talking to me and answering questions and that. And then there was a guy who ran a welding shop not too far away, and we'd always take our aluminum stuff from the fire department over there, and man could run a bead down aluminum that looked like it came out of one of those robots. I mean, it was perfect.
Now that's skill, man. When you TIG weld
he was
aluminum,
good.
that's skill, dude. I mean, that is so hard to do correctly and to do it.
He was great.
Because trust me, I've tried, and I will totally admit I do not have anywhere near the skills to TIG weld aluminum and do it properly, so it's not only strong but it looks good. I don't have those skills, man. I've tried. That's like something that takes a long time, I think, to really master that skill. That's a whole different fucking like world of welding.
Yeah, we'd get like we'd want brackets to put equipment in on the fire truck and the compartments on the side and that, and we take the dimensions and the basic drawing and he'd look at it and you sure these measurements are right? And I'm going, yeah, okay. And next thing you know, we had something that would just slip right into that cabinet and hold all the parts and the pry bars and whatever, just perfectly. He was one of those kind of guys who actually knew how to build stuff.
Well, I learned in a machine shop, like a shop that did like race car motors and heads. A lot of aluminum heads.
Mm-hmm.
And they were just doing all sorts of custom metal fabrication on race cars. And so I learned how to weld in that shop real quick. And then I tried TIG welding a lot. And I got to the point where I can do it half-assed. That's about the skill level I have, to where it'd probably be like good enough for me personally. Like if I was doing something myself, I'd probably be like, okay, this is good enough, but not for like putting out, like selling, to the public. And not that takes such skill, man. Just such a steady hand, and you're using two hands doing it, not just like one, really. And like, so you got both your hands coordinating together, both doing like different movement, and like it's hard, man. You're focusing on the piece, and that takes a lot more hand-eye coordination, a lot more dexterity, a lot more knowledge, because you got to know what aluminum you're welding, like what grade it is of aluminum. Like it matters how thick it is. Like there's just so much shit. Whereas like I can pretty much weld like 1/4 inch and 1/8 inch steel the same way, like all day, and I don't need to know the exact composition of that steel, exactly what it is, like the hardness or anything like that on the steel to make a really good fucking bead. And I can tell right when I first start, right, oh shit, like I'm not penetrating. I'm not, you can just tell with the MIG. And aluminum's so deceiving that you can look like you have a really good fucking like bead, like mating like two pieces together or something, and you just like drop it on a table from a foot and it just like shatters and breaks apart.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because you didn't have any penetration, like, so like it just, like aluminum's just a lot more deceiving. I've noticed it's a lot less forgiving than steel is.
Yeah, it's not, you take an old stick welder and that, and you go, well, zap. Okay, is that too hot or too cold? And you crank up or lower the amperage, and that's about it.
It's the same with the MIG, really. It's the same with the MIG. You can tell instantly, like on your first couple like tacks, like usually on your tack welds, like when you're just tacking the piece together before you even start welding.
Mm-hmm.
Like usually you can tell just by your tacks, like, oh man, like the way it puddles up, man, I'm not penetrating at all. Like I need to turn this shit up. And then you kind of get some like recess to it, and you're like, okay, like I'm penetrating, like this is where I'm going to want it when I start welding. So usually just on my tack welds, that's where I know based on the material I'm welding where to go, like, what to go with. A lot of times with my little welder, it's easy though, because I just automatically have that thing cranked all the way up. Like, I know if it's anything like other than sheet metal, basically, I'm like, yeah, it's cranked up.
Yeah. Well, that sounds bad.
Have you ever messed around with the plasma cutter?
No, mostly used a blue tip wrench and a cutoff wheel.
There you go. So a plasma cutter can be fun. I've taken entire like truck beds off of a truck, like the kind of truck bed that you can't unbolt because the shit's just so rusted and stuff.
Oh yeah.
And you just take a grinder like over the paint, because the plasma cutter won't even like touch it if it has paint on it. So you got to take it down to bare metal. So you just take a grinder right to the top of the bed real quick. Doesn't matter if there's paint on the bottom side or not. And yeah, just literally cut around the bolts. And like I've cut beds out of trucks and stuff in just like a matter of like half an hour. Like taking a whole rusty bed by cutting every bolt off of it. Like and then like cutting thin stuff like sheet metal and stuff, and for like body panels, stuff like that. Oh, plasma cutter's just so, like, it's just awesome.
Yeah, I never had one. Never used one even. Remember old school body work? My uncle used to do it. He was an artist.
So he used an oxyacetylene torch then to cut
yeah,
stuff. Yeah,
oxyacetylene. Used to braise the parts on, and then he'd puddle lead all over it.
Why did he puddle lead?
Didn't have Bondo.
Bondo. Oh, okay.
You know, do the smoothing with that. And he put together the front of one car onto the back of another to rebuild it. And you'd be hard pressed to find where he did the joints. I mean, it was, some of that was just beautiful work.
Like I've literally taken like, coat hanger, I've actually
done some coat hanger welding.
Yeah, I've literally taken coat hanger to brace some things before.
Off a battery using jumper cables.
Nice.
Didn't look worth shit, but it held together.
Similar with two batteries. We ran two batteries in series, right? And then we used a piece of metal. We used the jumper cables, and then we used a piece of metal that was actually kind of like a coat hanger, but it was out of a seat, a bucket seat, like the metal supports, the little metal bars that run inside the seats.
Yeah.
And that's what we used as a welding rod to fix a 4x4 truck one time off road out in the middle of nowhere, where it was just us and like two trucks. And like, so we used two car batteries and a pair of jumper cables. Yeah. And a piece of metal steel, like just right out of a seat. I cut open the bucket seat and pulled that out.
Yeah.
And it worked as a welding rod. It worked. It got him back home. So
that's all that matters.
Yeah. Well, yeah, like he could only go like, I don't even think he could drive 20. I think he could only go like 15 miles an hour before it started to knock so bad because he broke his driveline. So like, and it was like so out of balance, I guess, putting it back in. It was like, so you had to like pretty much like drive like 10, 15 miles an hour, like all the way back to the city, which took like an hour, but it held up.
Yeah, if you get those universal joints out of phase, put them in backwards. Yeah, you can get some good vibrations. Yeah, yeah, you can get a lot of problem off your drive line. You know, it was always like, don't take that drive line out of there unless you go and mark it so you get it back in the right way. You know, you pull a drive shaft to get, you know, put new U-joints in and that, and if you didn't put it together, it would be out of sync. You'd have one knuckle bending over when it wasn't supposed to. It was usually
Sorry,
with,
Grant, I missed the very last part of what you were saying. I had to answer a call real quick.
oh, if you didn't have the U-joints in the right phase, they'd, you know, the back one and the front one wouldn't work together.
Yeah, he broke it like right at the knuckle, like right before the joints. So then when we welded it on, like one person was holding it up and like, yeah, and it's pretty heavy, you know, like,
yeah,
it was trying to hold it up in place, like while we were trying to tack it, and like we ended up tacking it so it wasn't, it was about the best it was gonna get, but it wasn't near close to being even straight, like, or you know. So, but it worked to get him back to the city. It just, but yeah, like I've done MacGyver type shit like that, like when it comes to welding. So
yeah, we always noticed it on equipment that ran off a PTO shaft, and you know, you wear the bearings out, you know, in the knuckles, and you know, and you take it up, put it in a vise, get new knuckles to put in. But yeah, we always had to remember to put it in the right way, or back in the right way, so that it would actually run.
Use a piece of chalk or a marker or something to draw a line across it, so you know exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if they weren't lined up just so it was a pain in the ass.
You know, that battery welding really, like, it sounds like it's really like hokey and stuff. In an emergency, it can totally save your ass, and it actually isn't like half bad, because you got to think about what's the torque like on a drive shaft, right? Like even driving slow on a small Toyota pickup, what's the torque on that drive shaft that motor's putting on that drive shaft to turn those wheels to drive 10, 15 miles an hour? It's a lot of torque.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stress there. And for just 2 car batteries to be able to weld a piece of mild steel rod is basically all that car seat thing was, or coat hanger or whatever. And to weld a piece strong enough to hold that torque and to drive over an hour, you know, back to civilization, you know, to safety. Like, I mean, that can be an incredible survival tool. I've never done one with just one battery. So, because I always thought you had to have at least 2 batteries to get like a minimum of like 20 or 22 volts or something. Like, but that might be just for like steel rod. For coat hanger, single battery probably works pretty good.
I saw this thing in the old Mother Earth News magazine. You know, it was about early 80s. They had a project in there where they took an old lawnmower, take the blade off, put a pulley on it, and a belt out to the discharge chute, and you'd mount a alternator on that and a battery. and you could use that to reach, jump start a car or whatever where you needed 12 volts of power. But they also showed you how to hook up a welding set on it, so you could use that as a portable welding machine.
That's a good idea. Like I know if you don't have a coat hanger, or I mean, if you don't use a coat hanger or like just a mild steel rod, but you actually get a real stick welding rod, like a shielded, like made for a stick welder.
Yeah.
And you use the 2 battery system, where you hook 2 batteries and you get that minimum 22 volts and above, that you can actually do some pretty decent welding, like actually decent welding, like, like like pretty surprisingly,
Yeah.
It's surprising how much amps, because that's what it is the amps, not the volts. And
Well,
those car batteries.
thinking about how much amperage a starter motor takes, that's easy to achieve. I don't know exactly how many volts comes out of like a plain stick welder, an old 225 Lincoln or something like that. But
I think that they all have a I think that they all have a transformer in them, and they're almost all reduced down to 24 volts. Because
I didn't know how many volts.
But a really high amperage, because that's what I heard about stick welding, okay, about using the battery method, and that's why you need 2 batteries, is because the welding rods, right, are made to like burn like at like a minimum of 22 volts or something, like, so it's got to be like your amperage has to be 22 volts or above. This is what I heard. So I could totally be wrong, but to use like actual like stick welding rod on the battery method, that's why that has to be. You have to have 2 batteries to a minimum of 22 volts, because all those stick welders are reduced down to like 24 volts and like a super high amperage, where they're cranking out like 600 amps or 800 amps or something, But I could be wrong about that, but I think they're reduced down. Like even like the 220 Lincolns and Hobarts and Millers, and I think that those are are reduced down. They have a transformer inside of them.
Yeah, I just never thought about what the voltage was. I knew you set the amperage, but I didn't know what the voltage was.
I could be wrong though. Like maybe it's like 36 volts, or maybe it's something oddball, like But I always heard that that's why you got to have 2 car batteries to use the welding rod welding method, is because you have to have a minimum of 22 volts to get those rods to burn.
Yeah, didn't know that.
I'm telling you, like if you ever have to weld something that like where like you actually have to trust it with some weight or something, and like you have to do it on the fly, like that battery method, it works, man. But Smiggy wouldn't know anything about that.
Sorry about that. I sort of punched the wrong button on this.
Oh, it's okay. I was just gonna say, if you ever have to weld something on the fly, like, and you have 2 vehicles there, and it's best to like have a pair of vice grips too to help to hold the welding rod, and then you clamp the jumper cable to the vice grips. But if you've ever out in the middle of nowhere and you can need to weld something, like that 2 battery method, and if you have to, you can use a piece of the steel rod out of your seat, like to open a bucket seat, or a coat hanger, or just to throw a piece of welding rod or 2 in your trunk if you have a 4x4 vehicle or something you take off road, man. And all you need is this one passerby. That 2 batteries, boom, gets you out on the fly, make you back, maybe limp back to civilization, and save you from a huge tow bill. If you've ever had a tow truck have to come get you from on the top of a mountain, oh boy.
Yeah. And one good thing about 4-wheel drive, they'll get you stuck in places you never can get out of.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4-wheel drive can get you in trouble a lot quicker.
Like I was with these guys, and we all had CBs in our trucks, and all 3 of us were in Toyota trucks. And I was in like the newest one, like a TRD Toyota Tacoma that had locking rear diffs, like a posi track rear diff. And it was snowing. We're out on the side of this mountain, and we're kind of playing like follow the leader. And I go down this huge embankment and just go all the way on down. And I tell them, like, man, like, you guys probably don't want to go down this, like, for real. And they just thought, like, I was, like, bullshitting. And, like, the second guy comes, and he's in a slightly older TRD that he kind of makes it, but still had problems. And this third guy in, like, a way old Toyota truck, like, who had the best tires out of all of us, too. Like, the newest best tires, like, mudders and stuff. Like, all of a sudden, we just see his headlights bouncing down the mountain at us. Like, his headlights look like they're bouncing 5 feet up and 5 feet down. And like, he's coming towards us, and we had to move out of the way. And, like, he just, like, flies down the mountain. Like, just totally lost traction and just flew down the side of this mountain and runs over a couple trees to try and stop. Because he couldn't stop for trees. Oh, dude. That's when he broke his driveline, was by running over trees. Smashed up the whole front of his truck. Smashed his radiator. Like he limped it. Like, we fixed it on right there. He limped back to civilization.
Good. I got that Range Rover, and it's got that fully automatic 4-wheel drive, like sort of like what Subaru has. And
does it automatically kick on and off and stuff?
Automatically, don't even think about it, just drive, and I'm going like, oh man, this ought to work good out there. And then I look and I say, nah, you got more of a street tire on there and a set of mudders and stuff. And I'm going like, yeah, I don't want to get this thing buried. But it works great on the snow on the roads.
Brandon has a Range Rover, I think, don't you? Is that, or is yours a Land Rover? I always get those two confused. Brandon? He jumps in and walks away from the mic. I see how he is.
No, I didn't.
Which one do you got? A Range Rover or a Land Rover?
I have a Land Rover and a Range Rover.
Oh, you got both?
Yeah, the company is Land Rover. The original company that made them is Land Rover, and then they have different models. So they have like the Range Rover, the Evoque, the LR3, the LR4, the Discovery, but the daddy company is Land Rover. So if you buy a Range Rover, it's a Land Rover Range Rover. You buy a Discovery, it's a Land Rover Discovery. But people just call it Range Rover for short. Just if they don't know the model. Like, oh, nice Land Rover, but like it'll be a Discovery, LR3, LR4, Rover, whatever.
I'd love to have had an old Defender or the previous, versions of it.
Like the Defender 90 or something?
Oh my God, yes, dude.
I'd love.
The only reason we can't get them here is because they don't comply with our stupid emission laws. So if Trump fucking destroys the EPA, I'll be a happy man. And they're pretty much the same way. They're like buying an NFA automatic, because in 1994 they basically banned the purchasing of a Land Rover Defender, because that was the last year that they made them that were compliant with American laws. They actually made, in 1994, they produced, I think, 5,000 Land Rover Defenders that complied with U.S. emission laws. However, if the vehicle is 25 years or older, you can buy it. So everything that you see on the road right now that's a Defender is 25 years or older. Sometimes there was a big thing that happened like 3 years ago where there was this huge bust by Homeland Security. A company in New York City was importing gray cars. So they were taking like 2008s, 2009s, 2010s and putting a 25-year-old VIN number on these vehicles. So Homeland Security did a raid and they said, wait a second, this fucking Defender looks brand new. There is no way this is a car that was built in like the early 90s. You tell me a story. And then the guy was like, okay, fine, to avoid jail time. And then he gave up his roster of all the customers that bought these cars from him. You can look it up. You can look it up on YouTube. There's literally like these no-knock raids of Homeland Security being like, oh, do you have a Land Rover Defender? It's like, yes, we need that vehicle right now. So they took all the vehicles, and sometimes they went all the way to like Midwest America, put these beautiful Defenders on these flatbeds, towed them out to this place, crushed them, and then said, sorry, you're asked out. You have an unsafe vehicle. So the Land Rover Defender in England, because they don't have the regulation there, is around an $8,000 vehicle. It's like their Jeep Cherokee. Here, it's like at $80,000 to $100,000 because of how rare they are. So in that way, it is pretty much like an automatic machine gun.
Yeah, when I was over in England and that, then I just drooled over all the Defenders they had running around. Oh.
And yeah, they're beautiful. I love them. I'm in a Land Rover club here in Arizona, and a lot of the guys that that have these vehicles are pretty well off. They're software designers or they own their own company or whatever. They're pretty rich, so they can afford to have these vehicles. But one of the guys actually had one that may or may not have been one of those gray cars, and he told me, he's like, yeah, there was a SWAT team out in front of my house with a flatbed. It was about 4 a.m. I get this loud freaking just, Homeland Security, open up, we have a search warrant. And then he's like, what the hell? And he said he went and opened the door, and they had a freaking six-man entry team out there with MP5s, and they were just like, do you have a Land Rover Defender? He's like, yeah. He's like, it's not stolen, I have the paperwork for it and all this stuff. He's like, I'm not a drug kingpin or anything. And they're like, we have this warrant here that we need to confiscate it. And he's like, what the hell? So he got into a big lawsuit with the government, and I think he got his car back, but they fucked it up. They tore apart his steering column, they messed up his seats, like they did all kinds of stuff. And I'm so glad that Homeland Security is looking out for us, by keeping Defenders off the road.
Yeah.
Sorry, my rant. Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, I agree with you there, bud.
Good to see people are still around, even after
Yeah.
a little nap here.
Yeah, we've been talking
Yeah,
about you like almost the whole chat.
Really?
Yeah, we were wondering how your progress was doing in your gun room.
Oh, I took a nap.
See, I told you didn't do shit. I called it. I'm the one
Yeah,
who said
you
no, I
did.
didn't do shit. Yep.
Yeah, Dead Horse knows me, dude. I only I only have motivation to do stuff. I don't ever actually do it.
But now that he's awake, he's going to be like, you know what? I am going to do something in my gun room. I am going to organize my cleaning supplies and stuff, and then maybe clean one of my guns just Like the one I haven't shot the longest, put some fresh oil in it, clean out any old gun. Just give it a
Yeah.
second. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I was
say-
thinking, when you had said that before, I was actually thinking after the fact, I probably could clean my carry gun just to get any like lint or whatever off it, and
Exactly.
oils or something on it. You know, like
That's
sweat
a great
and
idea.
shit.
And then see, like, you know, cleaning a gun, you know, if you're like a gun guy, is a lot like making love to a woman, you know. So just take your time, you know, sweet talk it a little, it'll go all right.
You know,
I'm sorry, baby. I haven't paid you too much attention. Here, let me make up to you.
Hey man, if you're like Buddhist and you believe everything has like an aura and energy and everything's like alive and has a, you know, consciousness and personality, then yeah, like you got to sweet talk the gun, bro.
you don't always have to fuck her hard. In fact, sometimes that's not right to do.
But we don't do anything nice and easy.
So I have to choose one of the stepkids to stay with me tonight.
Damn it. I'm trying to buy this Humvee, and the guy said he has to put it in storage. So I'm going to have to go and drive like an hour to go and check it out. I'm not doing that tonight.
Have them just drive it over and drop it off at your house. Well, you can store it in my
A
driveway.
Humvee? Like not like an H2 or an H3, but like a real Humvee.
Yep.
You know, the thing about those, man, I found like that they just don't seem to have that much room inside. Like for how big they are, they're not really that good of like an SUV.
No, they're not. They're a battle vehicle.
Well, yeah. So I mean, it's just something I noticed. I've never owned one or anything, but
They're badass.
there was a guy that used to come into my work all the time when I worked at the hardware store. And, you know, he'd pick stuff up, you know, he'd carry out whatever, you know, bags of salt or dirt or whatever out to the car. And I just remember when I'm putting stuff in the back going like, holy shit, this isn't even that big of a cargo area. Like for how big the thing is, like how do you fit stuff in here? This is not, it's crazy. But you're right, it's cool for getting around, and they are pretty much unmatched as far as off-roading capabilities.
Yeah, we used to have one at our station, and it was painted black. It had rescue on the side with /police. And it had the big old Homeland Security emblem. Thing was badass. It has sound cannon on it. The things I'm gonna go and pick up Smeggy and throw him in a FEMA camp.
I remember when one of the doctors at the hospital got a hold of an H2. I guess that's the bigger one.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one that looks like it got punched in the face.
That's a civilian model.
Yeah, I looked it over in that, and I'm, you know, poking my nose in underneath there and looking at the frame and stuff, and I'm going, that's nothing but a damn Chevy pickup truck with a...
It's on an Avalanche frame.
Yeah.
They're nice cars, don't get me wrong. My buddy has one. They're super nice. But I've always been the type of person that if you're going to get a Humvee, get a Humvee, you know?
Right.
It's like buying a V6 Mustang.
Yeah, it's like putting a Rolls-Royce grill on a VW.
Or what is it people are doing now? They're putting Bentley grills on the Chrysler 300.
That's just wrong.
But here's the other thing, though. If it's your car, you love it. I've always felt like this. When you go and you park your car and you turn around and look back at it and admire it, you've bought the right car.
Yeah.
I've done that with my Range Rover. I've done that with my Charger. You know, there's just that gleam in your eye. You're like, man, I really did get a nice car. I'm proud of it. And I think guys, as guys, we have an attraction to these things, material objects like cars and guns, and you know. And I can remember so many times when I first got my SRT Charger, I would go and get gas, and I would just get it out of the wash and everything. This super good looking, like jet black SRT8 with, you know, aggressive exhaust and beautiful car. I would get out, I'd walk into the station, I'd look back and I'm like, man, that's such a good looking car. I think it's sexy. And then I traded it in for a Range Rover. I've noticed something. As I've gotten older, it's less about speed and more luxury. When I was younger, all I wanted was the fastest car I could find. I didn't care if it was cozy or anything. But also my priorities changed. When I was younger, you know, I just did stuff around my city, you know, around the state or whatever. But now that I'm older, like I want to take trips. I want to go and see things. So I wanted a vehicle that was luxurious, spacious, comfortable, and was fast. And the Range Rover, the 2012 that I have, best of both worlds. It has a 5.0 supercharged engine. Gets around 18 in the city and about 28 on highway. It has a lot of the same things that Mercedes has, like with the digital dash and all that stuff, and it's real nice. And it is one hell of a nice car to drive if you're going on a trip. My Charger was okay. But man, just the seats were stiff, the suspension was real stiff. Like you felt every single bump, and you know, it just the entire way there, just whoa, whoa. You know, the aggressive exhaust I had on it. I had what was it? It was Flowmaster Super 40s. Oh, the nostalgia. So anybody buy new guns?
Nope. I got the same ones I've always had.
But you dead horse, do you build any new gun?
But we solved the world's problems earlier about you know, legalizing marijuana and stuff.
Oh, good.
So we solved racism too. That's all over. And we heard hints about, what was that, the Sasquatch is real or whatever. Apparently they proved it last night in the off-airs chat. But
oh man, I wish you should have been there for that.
Yeah.
I'm actually trying to hunt that thing. If I could find a Sasquatch, I would shoot it in the neck with like a tranq dart. Like, and then I'd take it home and I'd just like cuff it to my fireplace and play PlayStation with it.
And find out he beat you.
All right. Like, damn it, I got beat up by Harry and the Hendersons. Mr. Nice would probably trade it for a new gun if he got a Sasquatch. I need to see that dude, Mr. Nice. Hey, I found the pinche chupacabra. Let's trade it for a Barrett. You know how much money you could find, man, if you found a real Sasquatch? I'd be like, huh, Arizona just opened up a new aquatic aquarium. How cool. I got a Bigfoot.
Yeah. Sort of feel bad for the Sasquatch if they put him on display.
Yeah, that's not cool. But here's the thing. It's sad that we have zoos. Like every time I go to a zoo, I think about it. These poor animals are all caged up. However, if they were out in the wild, some asshole with 60 grand and a dentistry shop would go and put its lights out with a 50.
Or bow and arrow.
Yeah. So we pretty much probably saved a lot of animals from extinction from assholes like that.
Well, the thing is, you know, for as far as the zoos go, is that they give like attention to certain animals and stuff, and I think that it actually helps with conservation and stuff, because people are like, oh, these things are cool, and yet if we keep like destroying their habitat, there won't be any more. So like, because people can see the different types of animals in the world, and maybe not so much as anymore, I don't know, because I mean, you know, you can just watch stuff on TV or look stuff up online or whatever, but there's something about seeing a big elephant in real life, or seeing a, you know, rhinoceros or whatever, and being like, oh yeah, those are cool, I don't want them to go extinct.
Right. You're absolutely right, man.
Yeah, but you're still going to get them guys out there just taking the animals for the tusks, and you know,
well, and that's an
super greedy
economic problem.
too.
Honestly, that's not an animal problem, that's an economic problem. The reason they're doing it is because they can get a lot of money for it, and they got nothing better to do. So whether it's improving the quality of life in that country, or giving them a different job, or, you know, what, somehow, you know, getting that economy better in that area where they don't need to do that anymore. I always understood. I remember when I was a kid, you know, you hear about poachers for the tusk or whatever, and I remember going, why don't they just, like, you know, tranquilize them and then just cut them off? Like, it still sucks for an elephant in the wild not to have a tusk, but I'm like, why do they always have to kill them? It doesn't make any sense to me. My mom was like, well, because it's easier. And I was like, oh, yeah, bad guys are lazy.
Yeah, I mean, there was this group called VetPaw, I think. They were former like special operations vets, and I guess they were running this group that would train these conservation, these rangers out in like Africa to protect the wildlife from poachers. I guess right now in like Zimbabwe and all these, you know, places out there, with the even though ivory is illegal to trade, there's still the black market, and you know, it's huge. So sadly, like, they have to have, like, I guess like one of the last black rhinos was killed off in the wild. Like, how screwed up is that, man? Like, and then when people tell me like, oh, you know, like a bunch of people died here, a bunch of people died there, it's like, dude, I don't really have too much faith in the human race. You know, it's like we've kind of screwed up Mother Nature and started wars. Think about, can you imagine what type of species would probably be alive today if mankind didn't exist?
Yeah, it'd be some other super apex predator that was just tearing the shit out of everything.
Maybe.
Are you using fire lube?
Nah. I'm using a Rand CLP. I use canola oil in my saw.
Oh. You can buy that by the quart, yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, you need another nap, Smitty.
No. Just surveying my snow-covered everything.
Yeah.
That's awesome, man. That'd be so awesome to wake up and see like snow all over the place.
Well, it's been snowing all day today. You missed it earlier when a mile trip to the store took me 20 minutes or whatever.
What do you drive?
Oh, I got a Jeep Commander.
Oh, okay. So you got the 4x4.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a problem for me or nothing. It just everyone else was going slow. And like I said, I went to 2 different places, and it just like turning in and out of the parking lot took forever because for whatever reason, all the cars were like spaced out enough where it's like I can see one coming, but I can't pull in front of it. You know, like, and then that one would pass me, and there'd be another one like just like 6 car lengths behind. It's like, it's too close to try and pull out in front of them.
Where do you live?
Well, I'm just outside Detroit.
Oh, okay. Detroit. So can you guys get concealed weapons now, huh?
We have been able to for a while.
Yeah, I remember
we've had shell issue. I don't know, since probably at least like the 2000s. Probably a little earlier than that. I don't know exactly when we got it.
I thought it was Detroit they couldn't get.
No, they follow the same stuff as the state. They're not more restrictive or anything. It's not like a New York or something where the city is more restrictive.
Gotcha.
You pass the class that Michigan requires. You go into the county clerk. You say, "Hey, here's my stuff. $100 and some bucks." And you wait 4 or 5 months, and then you get your card.
So what's this? I've been hearing that like Nevada is trying to get like universal backgrounds done.
Yeah, where have you been, dude? That was on the vote. It was on the ballot. Yeah.
Really? So now there are no more private transfers. Huh.
Yep.
Well, Nevada's going real blue. Kind of makes sense. Bloomberg spends a lot of money in Nevada.
Yep, they got it in Nevada. It was voted down in Maine, which is good. That's the first time background checks have failed when they've on the ballot.
I wonder if Arizona will do it. Usually Arizona's like, we're known for not having strict gun laws.
Well, that's the fear. They were gearing up a little bit ago. They thought Bloomberg would attack Arizona this last election. And he's got the paid people to go out there and get signatures to get petitions and put stuff on the ballot.
Yeah, as long as we have like a pretty conservative majority here, but that's shifting. We're starting to go purple. But the one thing that I have noticed with Arizona is, yeah, we may have some Democrats in office and everything. They don't touch our gun stuff because they know a lot of people move here because of our lax, regulations. And that's the whole allure of Arizona. So if you take that away, people are just going to move to another state. I've talked to people that, that are California transplants. We have a lot of those here. I was actually having a discussion with somebody last night who was originally from California, and they were talking about this one like gun control initiative or something. And she was like, yeah, I moved out of California because it had lax gun laws, and I'm moving to New York. I've never heard of somebody saying California had lax gun laws. I guess the fact that you can merely still own a gun is pretty relaxed to them. And then, I just did a shoot for the Scottsdale Gun Club, and it had 3 girls that were friends in the picture, and it said, ladies' night and all that stuff. And then one of the grandmothers of one of the girls commented and said, "Oh, you look so lovely, but I'm very worried about the obsession of the guns in the United States." And I said, and I commented back, and I said, please don't take any offense to this, but I don't believe that your wording is correct when you say that we have an obsession. Would you say that Jay Leno has an obsession with cars, or that Tiger Woods has an obsession with golf?
Yep. I would also say I have an obsession with guns. I'll own that word, no problem. I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
I don't need to have guns. Like if I don't have a, like if I go to the bathroom and my gun's not with me, I'm not going to detox. I don't think about guns all the time. You know, I have other things in my life. Like, you know, I don't.
Well, you are a healthy, well-adjusted person.
Yeah, I'm not obsessed.
I have an obsessive personality. When I get into a hobby, I get into a hobby.
And that, see, that there's a difference though. Like there's a difference between having a hobby and having an obsession. An obsession is dangerous. You have a hobby, you know. And what she was trying to use is that term obsession in a psychiatric kind of a diagnosis term, to where, like, say a chick had this guy that she broke up with, and then this dude would leave her alone. She's leaving notes, or he's leaving notes in the car, flowers at the door, constantly calling, emailing, stalking. That's an obsession. You know, obsessions are dangerous.
Are you saying I should stop giving flowers to my guns? Are you saying they don't love me anymore?
Yeah, they're probably gonna break up with you.
Because I haven't cleaned them enough. I'm so sorry.
But yeah, she was just trying to say, like, oh, you know, America has an obsession. It's not an obsession. It's a hobby. It's just like anything, you know. And the problem is, though, is that while sports like, you know, baseball, basketball, football, golf, fishing, whatever, jogging is looked at as a hobby, guns are looked at as like this taboo thing. You know, we're getting better about it. More and more people are getting into the sport, especially, you know, people of different like social groups. You know, that's one thing we saw after the Pulse nightclub shooting was, you know, the LGBT community got really involved in guns. But to say that it's an obsession, I feel is unfair, because that's kind of a blanket statement saying that there's something wrong with you if, you know, you're into firearms. And I don't think that's true.
Well, that is definitely how she meant it. My only argument is that I don't take it that way. So I got no problem saying I'm obsessed with guns, because I very much enjoy them and I do think about them all the time. And I hear what you're saying, and you're right. Like I said, how she's using it, she's trying to say like it's an unhealthy obsession. But I think you could have, you know, a healthy obsession.
I mean, if we're gonna, like, in terms of correctness, I would say, like, you're an enthusiast. You know what I mean? If you're a firearms enthusiast, which means you have a deep, you know, respect and a like for them. It's not an obsession. So I corrected her and I said, you know, yes, you have enthusiasts, you know. And I said, it's all like based on your work. If somebody's a gunsmith, would you say that they have an obsession? You know, they work with guns all day. It's part of their livelihood. It's how they make money. It's how they feed their family. Like, and I was just calling her out and saying, like, you know, the hell's wrong with you? You know, like that's not okay.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I, like I said, I agree with your points. I was just commenting me personally. I don't think that America as a whole has an obsession with guns. I think there are.
What the hell? You unplug your mic, Maggie? Can anybody hear me? Hello? Oh, he left.
Okay, I'm back.
I'm sorry, you're saying?
That's exactly what happened. I did unplug my mic. But I don't know. I don't remember. I was just saying that I don't think that America necessarily has an obsession with guns. I think most people are just normal people that happen to like guns.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much how I feel too. I was offended by that comment, because it's like, God damn it, like, don't talk to me like I'm some person that needs to be like diagnosed.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of how, like, my mom's kind of like that with me, because she said something like, I don't know, I was talking about zombies or something. She was like, you know, I'm worried that you're worried about zombies and blah 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 all this stuff. And it was kind of funny because I'm like, you realize that when I talk about zombies, it's just I do it for entertainment purposes, and it's a way of being prepared for like other stuff. Like, I'm sorry if I have, you know, some water in the house or I have some, you know, dried food or whatever. It's like that works for power outs as much as it works for zombies.
Oh yeah, even the CDC came up with their own zombie plan.
Right, because they looked at it. I remember hearing about that. It was like, you know, so many people were getting into zombies and stuff. They're like, we're gonna play on this, and if it gets people more prepared for earthquakes and tornadoes and stuff, like that's good.
Exactly. Yeah, they used what pop culture and made it into a good like preparedness plan.
There are groups that are like, you know, zombie groups or something. They get together, you know, whatever, like once a month or whatever, and they like some people will dress up as zombies and some people will be the survivors, and they run through almost like a training scenario kind of thing. And you know, obviously it's all in good fun, but the basic of the group is just kind of like a prepper group where they can practice like, you know, medical skills or whatever type of survival training. You know, they go out and, you know, make fires from scratch and like do whatever they can. That's like a survival kind of thing.
I joined the Zombie Research Society created by Matt Mong in Los Angeles. And it was during the height of the zombie craze. And it's pretty cool. Like it's the board is made up of like doctors and, you know, psychologists and policemen and firemen and EMS, and they actually all got together and through grants and everything and purchased a shelter, and in your membership has a special ID number to where in the case of a zombie apocalypse, they actually own and operate this fallout shelter to where you can get in if this happens. It's pretty cool. Now, be the thing that I don't know if I'd want to go into a densely populated area like Los Angeles to go and seek refuge, but didn't work too well.
But if you were in there, that'd be a nice alternative than trying to get like all the way out of the city. If you just have to go a couple blocks over to get to a shelter, that'd be a better starting point than not. But yeah, I would agree. If you're out of the city, don't voluntarily go into the city just because there happens to be a shelter there. Because if it gets overrun or something, you're screwed.
Oh yeah. And then especially like if you get an infection, you know, like an outbreak in there, then you're screwed. One thing that you can always count on is people's emotions getting the best of them. I mean, look at 28 weeks later, you had that guy that went in to see his wife, and then he got freaking infected, and then he caused the outbreak in the entire base. I get to see some mom wanting to go and give her kid like a last hug or something, and she gets bit, and then she spreads it.
Yeah, well, they had that. Have you seen The Strain?
Is that like a vampire?
It kind of is, yeah. But it started out as kind of like a disease thing. It like these people. It's the very first one starts out like these people are on this plane and like they just start waking up, and like most people are dead, but there's like 6 of them that are alive or something. And they're being quarantined. No one knows what happened. So they call in this dude from the CDC. He ends up being the main character of the show. And like the first few episodes, you don't really know what's going on. And then you kind of find out that there's these like worms that get into you and kind of like take over or whatever. And then, yeah, that turns you into the vampire kind of thing. But anyways, the whole point was these people would get infected, and it's like their urge is to go see their loved ones. Like they're still normal, but their brain's kind of messed up, and so then they go see the loved ones, and then they infect them also.
By how? Kiss or bite or?
No, yeah, they have like a, I don't know, a grabber thing that comes out of their mouth that,
oh god,
like bites them or something. I mean, it's it definitely is not like a disease thing after a while, but they kind of set it up as that, like at first, because you didn't really know what was going on.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah, it was one of those shows. Like I started watching it, and I only got through the first couple episodes. It was a little slow, and I was like, it's all right. Like I just found other stuff to watch, so I kind of stopped watching it. And then they came out with, I think it was like on season 2 or whatever, is that instead of being on Fox, it was on FX. Like, so the new ones would be on there. And before the second season started, they replayed like all of season 1 on a marathon. And I happened to watch it, and I got all caught up and was like, oh, this is actually getting pretty good.
On FX, I'm sure it's more bloody.
I'm trying to think if it was more. I mean, I think it was kind of gruesome in the first one too. But I mean, there's still new episodes now. In fact, I'm a little behind. I think I have to watch the last 3 or 4. But I've been recording it since then.
Gotcha.
But anyways, the only reason I brought that was that point of how like that's kind of when the outbreak was first kind of happening or whatever. The infected people, that's what they did, is they would like try and get home and get to their loved ones before their appearance like completely changed. So the whole idea of like, yeah, that's the thing. People, that's the thing. The kid of like the main guy, he's got a son, and the kid's mom like ends up getting infected, and so the kid's all like, oh, we got to go save mom and blah, blah, blah. And the guy's like, nah, dude, like he's done. Like she is not your mom anymore. And then the kid was like, but it still looks like her and she can still understand me and she's not a monster.
So do they turn into monsters?
Yeah. Like as they get more into it, like they like lose their hair and their face gets all weird, and so they turn into these weird, like they're kind of like zombie vampire kind of things. Like I said, it took a little bit to figure out like, oh, these are like vampires, which is basically what they're supposed to be. Because there's like the master is like the main dude, and he can kind of control the people that get infected, like almost like a hive mind kind of thing.
Gotcha.
So they do their own thing, but he can kind of steer them in the right direction. He can see what they see, and like he's whatever. I don't know. That's like the main thing. They're trying to take him out.
Sounds crazy, man. I gotta check this out.
And what I like, there's one character in there. He was a exterminator, like getting rats or whatever. And he's the closest thing I've seen to like a prepper in a TV show. And they don't make him out to be like a crazy dude or nothing. They're just like, oh, thank God this dude's like all prepared.
It was funny, dude. I've been watching From Dusk Till Dawn, the series. Pretty good show. Pretty good. It takes like the adventures of like the Gecko brothers beyond like what happened in the movie. And but there was this like outbreak of this like zombie like vampire thing. And because the show's about vampires. And like the last episode, they were saying like, oh, is everybody being held up in their houses pretty good? They're like, yeah, there's one like guy down the street that has barbed wire around his fence. He's one of those crazy prepper guys, and and they're like, all right, well, we probably don't need to worry about him. He's probably got it already locked down. And then they show the guy who's like your total stereotypical like freaking like prepper dude, like wearing like multi-cam pants. And he's got a freaking T-shirt that says, like what does it say? Like what was it? Like fuck Obama, but like what is it like when they change it? It's like Buck Obama or something like that. Or I'm trying to think how they change it to where it doesn't say fuck. But so he's wearing a shirt that says basically fuck Obama. And then in the back, he had like the Gatson flag, and he had like an AR-15 in the corner, and he had like a bunch of Alex Jones looking stuff. I was like, oh my God, you guys just couldn't resist. But it's made by, what's his name? Robert Rodriguez, who was like a key component in raising money for Bernie Sanders. And Quentin Tarantino was like a huge Bernie Sanders guy. So, which is weird, dude, because like they're like the way they think, those guys are pretty like anti-political. So, does anybody know if Mad Dog is going to be Secretary of Defense? Like, is that being put on hold or what?
He's on.
Is he? Sweet.
I don't have any idea.
Mad Dog is a badass.
He's in.
Outstanding.
Right now they're trying to find Secretary of State.
Wonder who's going to take that role.
I think it should be Hillary.
Yeah, she's done an amazing job.
No, the ExxonMobil guy they keep talking about.
The BP guy. What I've noticed is Trump is filling his cabinet with a lot of the people that supported him in his campaign.
Oh, I'm shocked. You mean people donate money to a presidential candidate and then they expect to like, either get positions or get favors from them? I'm blown away.
No, I like, and everybody knew that was going to happen. But, it's like, I do agree with his picks. Like General Flynn, that guy is a beast. Hell yeah. Like he calls it like it is. He's like if Trump was a general. I was listening to this talk. I don't know if anybody ever listens to Dave Rubin. The guy is awesome. He's a classical liberal. He's more of a libertarian. And because people think that like liberals, I'm learning about this whole thing, like the difference between a liberal and a regressive and a progressive. And like, I guess that a classical liberal is more along the lines of a libertarian, limited government. Pretty much everybody has the right to do what they want. Hands off our guns. But then I guess like the far left hijacked the term liberal and they turned into like regressives. And that's what we're seeing, like, the Young Turks and MSNBC and all those people. To where like everything's offensive. You can't say this, can't say that. But yeah, this guy Dave Rubin, he had Milo, I can't say his name for the life of me.
Milo Makovich?
Yeah, him. And they were talking about like Milo was saying that he's like, yeah, I think, a Trump administration will definitely unscrew a lot of the things that have been screwed. And this was an interview prior to Trump winning the election. And he said that exactly what we've all been saying, that Trump's election was a counterpunch to all this social justice stuff that we've been being put through. People just got tired of being called racist, bigot, homophobe, sexist monsters.
Yeah, I can see that. And they were, basically sick of the way government's been working so far. So that's why they wanted like an outsider. Although some of Trump's picks are still like, they're the same types of people that would be on Bush's team and stuff. So it's like he's not that earth-shattering different, but
yeah,
I think he's enough a little bit,
Yeah, I was just gonna actually say that, dude. Good point. Like, and I was telling Lonnie about this the other day, and I said, for somebody who said drain the swamp, get rid of all like, your status quo politicians, he's kind of been throwing a lot of people in his cabinet that are pretty much a recount of the Bush administration, which I'm fine with. They didn't do anything to hinder guns. You know, and I hate to say it, but I'm a one-issue voter.
Yep, me too.
Hands off my guns, America.
My guns.
You know, and then like sometimes people will attack me for that. They're like, "Oh, there's other things than guns." And I'm like, no, you're right, and you have the right to vote for those things.
Yeah, there are other things than guns, but what I find is that if someone like agrees with my stance on guns, then they also tend to agree with, you know, personal responsibility over government will save the day, which that lines up with normally smaller government and more personal freedoms.
Exactly. Good point. I was just actually going to say it. Took the words right out of my mouth.
I know, 'cause I'm awesome.
Yeah, exactly. You're exactly right. Yeah, if you tend to believe strongly in the Second Amendment, then your probably stance on everything else, like low regulations, low taxes, is probably somewhere along those lines.
Right, because there's just an overall general theme of either, you know, personal freedom is good or the government will do it for you. Like those are your two options, and you have a different like percentage of each as you go up and down the scale. And so the more closer you are to personal freedom's good and not the government will do it for you, then the more I like you.
Right. Do you think that Rand Paul knew he wasn't going to win, or do you think that he thought he had a chance? Swig.
Oh, I don't know. I really don't know.
I would have liked to seen a Rand Paul administration.
I would have liked, honestly, like I called this in the beginning when it was all still the what do you call it, like the primaries or whatever. I would have liked to have seen a Rand Paul versus Bernie Sanders, just because they are like opposite ends of the spectrum, and it's like it would be really interesting to see what does the American people really want, freedom or government control, because that's like the exact definition of what those two are.
Exactly. It would have been interesting to see that. Man, I would have been terrified if everybody's like, yeah, Bernie Sanders. Like, well, kiss your freedom goodbye. Welcome to socialism. We should not have access to guns that are made for killing people. Huh, really?
Yeah, they only want, you know, those nice guns that don't work right.
I was like, so there's a gun that can't kill somebody? I really hope I never buy one of those. Because at some point, I might need it to save my life. Hopefully never, but... Oh, my beautiful Sig. Something about German craftsmanship, man. Never go wrong with it.
Ah!
Sorry, was that loud?
Yeah, that one was a little loud.
Sorry, man.
Normally, I'm used to like tuning out or ignoring, you know, clicks and different slides and things like, oh yeah, someone's just like taking apart a gun or something. But that one, for some reason, was specifically ear hurting.
My bad. Freaking last night, Tyler was racking his SKS, dude, like every 2 seconds. I'm like, stop it!
That's because Tyler's annoying as fuck.
Stop it, you crazy Canuck! Where the hell did I put all my magazines? Dude, I do not agree with how much friggin' SIG magazines are. They're ridiculous. Why can't they be like block magazines?
Well, I don't know. How much is a SIG magazine?
Let's see, like $60, pretty much.
Yikes. Oh, man, the Lions beat the Bears. Dude, Lions are on a fucking roll. They've won like 7 games in a row or something like that. They're winning the Super Bowl this year. I'm calling it.
The Bears.
They're talking in the chat about the gun porn and the webcam. Maybe you should show that off a little bit more.
Oh, the SIG? The Westgerman SIG, 1984.
Yeah, let's see you rack it. Nice and slow. Sorry, that was my best creepy voice. Put that magazine in. Ooh.
Dude, I need to clean my spots full because I shot a shitload of shells out today, but I am not about cleaning that right now. That's like you gotta set aside a good couple hours.
I'll tell you what, send it to me and I'll take care of it for you.
I really don't feel that that would be a wise choice due to the fact that I continue to want to have ownership of it.
I'll give it back to you once I'm done cleaning it.
All right, make you a deal. You let Flippy spend the weekend at your house, and I'll send you the spots full.
I could do that.
But you guys have to be in the same room.
Oh, it's starting to get worse. I don't mind them. I don't know for that. It might be worth the cost of admission.
Speaking of which, where is he, dude? I haven't seen that dude in any of the chats anymore.
I feel like I saw him a day or two ago.
I know him.
I don't know.
Him and Prosteel have been playing a lot of like Rainbow Six, sit and wait. I tried to get into Siege just by the awesome commercial that Idris Elba did. You changed the game. It's a Siege. Nothing like the commercial. You wait like 30 minutes to make an entry in Breach, and then you get popped off by some jackass in the corner.
You camper pansy.
The game is all about camping.
Camper.
It wants so bad to be like Call of Duty, but they tried to make like a strategy game with Call of Duty stuff in there. I just felt like it didn't work. A lot of people love it, man. I couldn't get into it though.
Yeah, I don't know. I have not been into gaming as much as I used to be. Ooh, fancy.
Fancy. Ugh.
If you like pina coladas.
I'm amazed like not more people are in the chat, man. Where the hell is everyone? Is it still early?
Oh, it's 7:30. This
Really?
one's actually about to end, but I'm getting ready to start up a new one right now. Just because I don't see pink, unless someone else wants to do it, but I'm already like halfway there. Being a chat hosting whore. Host all the lobbies.
That is my suppressor.
oh, where could my suppressor be?
Somebody jacked one of my magazines today in class.
Like, as in, took them for good?
Well, I think I misplaced it, and it's partially my fault. So I left it on the deck, and I think somebody picked it up by accident. Because everybody was running Glock 19s today. Yeah, they're running Glock 19s and AR-15s. It is very rare that any of the classes that I go to, you'll see somebody like rocking an AK.
Because people don't have no class.
Well, usually the AKs are not allowed in class.
Oh, man. Why is that? The instructor's intimidated by superior firepower?
Nah, he said that